to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Winter Wyvern.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Shaker.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Legion Commander!
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
In the spirit.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Spectre. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Four mans and be ready to go. We've got it all here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a Spectre. Eternal Envy. Baffling people once more. And it could be brilliant. We saw, actually, personally, maybe some of the people watching stream too earlier, MP's earlier game, where they already pulled out some crazy stuff. We saw Aoi come out with an Enchantress, which was, it caught us all off guard. And it certainly caught IGV. Spoilers, if you haven't watched that game, close your ears. It was a stomp. And it's an entertaining stomp at that as well. I would go back and watch that show, especially if you're an MP fan. But for now, of course, you want to stick here and get ready to watch this one. Wow, here we go. Getting ourselves ready for the matchup. We'll be able to introduce both of the lineups here. We can see Liquid preparing themselves. And Liquid, in terms of what we've got, what the panel certainly expected. GH will be playing the Magnus. On the Amber Spirit, Matuma Man on his Lone Druid, Mind Control on the Core Legion. Kuroki. What's going to be, it seems like that very kind of solo support really. I mean, Magnus, GH needs items, it feels like. Kuroki, he's going to have a pretty much 4 cores that he's carrying this game as the support on the backlines.
That was kind of how the last game they won worked, where Miracle was playing 4-position Sand King, GH was mid Naga, and like there was Kuro down at like 4K net worth, while everyone on his team was at like 30K net worth. So it seems like the Liquid order has been readjusted. Kuro supporting the world. It kind of feels like a lot of teams have just adjusted how like player roles fit in their team. Like we've seen from MP, you mentioned the AUI Enchantress, where it's like, well, why is AUI playing a jungler? We saw it with Liquid, where they put GH in the mid lane out of nowhere. So very kind of unconventional stuff, not like in terms of drafts, in terms of players, where they're going, what heroes they're playing. Be strange. AUI's got 4-man shield. I wonder if he's going to off lane. Lifestealer even. They've been putting MSS a lot in the safe lane, where we saw the safe lane Magnus a couple
we saw
of games.
in the earlier series today,
It seems like they don't, I mean, is the top lane really for Dire anymore? You've got the Shrine down bottom, so it was talked about a lot with the new patch, like where is the true safe lane these days? Some of the map changes. Jungle camps, there's a Shrine you can play around, there's this shop down in that bottom lane, so maybe the Dire off lane is a better place, the Lifestealer.
And once again, kind of going back to really the Lone Druid. I mean, gods, this was a hero that was in an amazing place. Everyone was picking it. It was first top tier picks and bans. Then it got hit, and then it got hit again to the point where, as I said, everyone's pretty much avoiding it. What is it that makes this hero so hard to play, do you feel, in the pros' eyes at the moment? Because of it.
Mostly it's the uptime of the Rabbit. That was the biggest nerf the hero received throughout all of the various nerfs and stuff he got. You know, definitely some really absurd things. The -50 to became -40 second respawn time, but Rabbit uptime used to be 100%. Now it's 30 out of 45.
Do the math.
2/3.
45 divided by fine is 9 times by 20 is 180. I don't know where I'm going with this.
2/3 uptime. Yeah.
2/3 uptime.
Yeah, so it's not 100%. that's all I know. And yeah, you're not constantly Rabbit. It means you have to pick and choose when you fight. If it's about to wear off, you're probably telling your team, back, my Rabbit's about to... When Rabbit's not up, you're not all that scary as a lone Druid. You don't have that super movement speed and all that. It does kind of change the hero quite a bit. Affect him.
Straight away, 40-37 in mind control to find each other as they both attempt for the warding mission to maintain control of this top lane. SVG gives Kuroki a pat on the back. Himself did manage to head over, did get the Observer ward down. Of course, also placing his towards that bottom rune spot. Liquid.
Will be just the straight up Magnus jungle, it seems. Iron Talon is there for GH, and no big surprise. This is like a greedy approach, but something that NP don't really have roamers. I guess Elder Titan with boot. Theoretically, roam and try and disrupt it. If you find him on low HP, you can maybe get some cheap free kills with the boot's movement speed advantage. Try and snipe some last hits as well. But it's dangerous invading enemy jungles because that shrine there is a heal, but also a TP location. So often we'll see like a CM or someone just carry a TP, and if someone like an Elder Titan can test the Magnus jungle, CM TP's in, there's your first blood, ET's dead. So
I'm intrigued as well on the topic of the Magnus jungle. Is it better is it just more efficient? Why are we not seeing the Legion in the jungle and the Magnus in the lane? Is there a reason why you are going this way round than the other if you're Liquid here?
Yeah, the Legion's a lot stronger in lane. Jungle capacity-wise, Legion perhaps better, I guess you'd normally say. But Legion in the offlane is very durable, very hard to kill. He's got a lot of good defensive tools. He gets a ton of movement speed from the overwhelming odds. He's able to purge off things like open wounds. So the hero in the offlane is incredibly resilient. We've seen a lot from LFY. It's Jizing's most played hero, and he does incredibly well in the first 5-10 minutes at getting stuff out of the lane. Magnus, you can actually zone the hero. He's a bit squishier, doesn't quite have the same stats to play around and have the same great time there.
Interesting as well to note, of course, it is indeed Envy playing the mid, but MP switching the lanes around. Envy up on the top lane, on his own at the moment. Aoi is in the mid, did have the Wyvern come over across to help him. So who's this trying to dodge who? Who's getting the lanes that they want, do you feel?
MP kind of set these lanes up as far as they're concerned. Envy went for a really odd play with that pull through, but he gets it to the neutral camp, so he's going to be able to theoretically farm the neutrals as well as this creep wave, although he has to hit the last hits as well. Meanwhile,
oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's kind of what I talked about. SCG, you want to come in and mess with the Magnus jungle? Well, Kuro's going to be there, and potential first blood could come your way, but with boots, you will get out of there.
Very, very speedy indeed. They do manage to get him out of their hair and get a bit of space for GH. Desperately tries to kick off this jungling. But of course, attention drawn here is going to kind of free up the lanes a bit more for the rest of Liquid. We can see in the mid lane already just the aggression coming out here from the other Spirit. And SVG actually this time around bring GH down low, but they've got the Shrine. Kuroki coming with the wraparound, and this time SVG's boots aren't going to allow him to walk that off. As first blood goes to the Magnus, and that is exactly what you don't want to happen. You may have stopped him from hitting creeps for the first minute, but you've given him first blood.
Nice when things kind of happen how you expect them to. And that's the CM presence that Elder Titan had to respect and didn't. He goes in and invents it. He can just go right back knowing that the Magnus has used the Shrine. Without that Shrine up, it's a lot easier to continue being aggressive. And
he does. He's straight there.
Yeah, he's not put off. Like, you die like that, yeah, it's like, man, I didn't want to give up first blood, but you're also like, well, suddenly I'm a lot stronger because there's no Shrine to worry about.
Yeah, he's having to skewer himself away. Got incredibly low there as the Spirit got thrown out. Will get himself back to safety.
Got to be concerned. You're like a level 1 ET just running around the map. You got to find levels somewhere at some point. You want to get at least the level 2 stomp. perhaps be finding that from some of these bounty runes. Very unconventional laning setup for NP. The mid lifestealer does alright against the Ember, but the Spectre's kind of like a solo safe lane Spectre. Use that early pull to the neutrals to help get some extra farm. But since then is going to lose very badly in a 1v1 against.
I was going to say, this can't be a pleasant lane once Mind Control's got a few levels. It's going to be very hard for Envy.
It's like peak of terribleness with the LC phase boots. Phase boots are there for LC. Good luck going anywhere near the hero.
Mid lane again, Owie. Moving in on Miracle with the open wounds. I mean, you can kind of do this, I guess, as a lifestealer. Trade it and
go down again.
Gotta be careful, as you mentioned earlier. Maybe lack of respect here, really, for Kuroki.
There's a skewer, so TP is just not an option.
He could try for the deny. He's not going to get it. GH picking up a second kill. Thanks to SVG. Pretty much this fast food order takeaway delivery service here he's providing. As GH certainly getting fed in the first 3 minutes.
That one a bit unfortunate because it came as a result of a haste rune, which he didn't have eyes on, only Radiant Vision at that bottom room, but nonetheless, you go aggressive deep in the enemy jungle, you're going to get punished here and there, and again, still level 1 at this point. Yeah, look, he's actually going to take over top lane while Envy jungles. That's interesting lane development. Definitely, to me, suggests NPC. This isn't like the game we saw earlier where Envy was AUK and he left the mid lane to the Winter Wyvern to go jungle to give the lane to a support. Now, this is way too early for your lanes to break apart. This is very much a reaction to SVG's
mid
roaming
lane
fail.
Miracle falling incredibly low here as Owie. Nearly able to take him down. One more swipe would have done it, but he couldn't quite get there in range.
So, yeah, the jungle Spectre. Fastest or best jungler, but make do with what he can here. 2 points in the Desolate to try and speed things up a little bit, but this is not really the ideal place to be running your Spectre. And considering this was a 5th pick, it's not like you feel like you 5th pick a hero and you should have like a good plan or lane for it. You should know that hero. If you're 5th picking a Spectre, you should be like, this Spectre game is going to be great. Like, it's going to have a good lane, or if it's not going to have a good lane, hard counter something. Yeah, it's pretty good against the lone druid, being able to get on top of him, but you just picked a Spectre in a game where your lanes are getting destroyed. So I'm a bit surprised by the fact they don't seem to have a clear plan for how to lane this Spectre. I guess the end result is not having a plan means they're sending it to the jungle.
And one of the lanes that we're still kind of yet to talk about is that bottom lane, as we just saw Matuma Man very much getting free farm. You mentioned across the board, lanes just looking very, very strong for Liquid. MSS is able to find a little bit. He's got 14 CS. He's getting the levels down there. But he's just unable to do anything in terms of slowing down this lone druid in this laning stage.
Liquid greedy with they had 2 junglers at various points. Kuro was jungling somewhere, and GH was jungling somewhere else, and they're winning the lanes. They're winning lanes while jungling.
And top lane, they're just going to walk in here for the duel. It will be successful as Mind Control gets himself the tasty +10, and SVG really struggling to find a place this game so far with his 3rd death.
I feel like I've never actually seen a team win all 3 lanes while having 2 junglers. Like, pretty absurd. They're not even really roamers. Like, the CM are perhaps a bit of a roamer, but Magnus is a straight-up greedy jungler.
You can't lose lanes if you're not in them, gods.
Well, there's solo heroes in them. They just don't need supports to win their lane. That's the crazy thing. They've got 3 solo heroes. I mean, that's the thing with their draft. Legion, Lone Druid, these are heroes that excel in 1v1 matchups.
Oh.
No Jewel to kill him, but phase boots, there's a CM, Nova into Frostbite and Envy.
He should be. I mean, he's got the backup here. Oh my goodness! He's not fine. The nuke is too good from Mind Control, and he gets himself a double kill as well as they clean up 1437. Oh dear. Oh dearie me, David.
You were saying Kuro's lost his mind, but whatever he's on, it's
he
needs to go. Yeah, he needs to go crazy a bit more often because this. I don't know. It seems like NP are allowing it to happen is what is bizarre about it, but that's always been the NP kind of motif with the laning stage early game is they're very greedy. They try and...
Oh, hello. Surprise, surprise, Matuma Man. There's a lifestealer in here, and... can't get him off it. So MP, he gets himself the first kill on the board with a super surprise gank down there. Yep. Lifestealer and Envy turning up.
You need to get something happening. Every time Haunt's up, I feel like they just got to gank as much as Envy. Doesn't even have phase boots. He's close to them, but you got to find picks somewhere on the map. You can't just try and if you're just trying to passively farm your jungle back in the game, you're going to farm slower. You're going to get picked off one by one by Legion duels. So every time Envy's got Haunt, he's probably going to be telling his team, go find a pick off for me. I'll Haunt in. Even if you're trading kills, you got to do something here. Very early use of the Infest as well, but. You gotta try and salvage this absolutely atrocious laning stage. Mind Control's going to have the fastest phase armlets for a Legion offlane you can imagine. And very good for the Liquid side, even with that kill onto the lone druid.
I mean, top lane, you see SVG's maybe thinking of getting into some sort of a position, but the two of them, they surely don't have the firepower to bring down this Legion. It's absolutely massive for this stage of the game.
Legion wants them. He's like, I'm considering a duel on MSS probably. SVG is there for the stomp. Dual combo breaker.
Kuroki in the neighborhood as well, certainly ready to help out Mind Control if the occasion arises.
7, sneak some bounty runes, a miracle with the danger rune, the haste. Picked up, this is a great rune to get an Ember 8 minutes in. Pushing for kills, and he knows someone's around his jungle. Bounty rune went missing, and I think they just had eyes on Wyvern.
Oh, meanwhile, top lane gods, they do end up getting the opportunity to close in for another duel. 301 victories now, Mind Control racking up on the Arcana, second one this game. Experienced man. He is having probably one of the best starts I've seen Legion have in a while.
Insanely fat Vegeta. No one's going to be able to really fight him. Very good at just like going head to head with a lifestealer with when you've got that fast armlet. He's not going to be afraid of AOI at all. You know, the armlet toggle through any kind of damage if he's ever low against the lifestealer. Yeah, he's got a 9-minute armlet phase with another 500 gold. Bad for NP. So the solution's going to be, yeah, just continuing to gank with Haunt, infest ganks, as much as neither Lifestealer nor the Spectre has like any kind of items that you'd normally expect them to have before they start rotating, like no armlet yet, just phase boots, no urn or anything on Envy. You've got to
look at
make
this.
Moves.
This is one of the Lifestealer carries you don't always think about. The Haunt infest bomb.
Asking for an initiation down bottom again. Matu's.
Envy. I didn't. Miracles. I know.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, we're watching this kind of fancy footwork in the mid lane as Envy hiding in the trees. Miracle knew.
Can't really kill Miracle. I haven't got the damage. He'll just remnant away.
Yep.
He wants his teammates to initiate down bottom. Probably saying like, get a stomp on Matu if possible, but a lot of wasted time right now. Envy walks back, probably to shrine up, and
this is painful moments for both Envy and Aoi. It's like it's your two cores not getting anything done unless they can find a kill.
They want the big kill. They want the Legion.
Oh, that is. I mean, it is a big one. It's a tough one.
Yeah. MSS is going solo smoke, looking to initiate, but Mind Control is very aware of what's up. Either that or he's just going for a little shopping mission, but he's just backing off altogether.
Mid lane.
Top lane Mind Control has walked into MSS now.
And okay, there we have. There's the jump in. Have they got the damage to bring him down though with the Echo Sound? They're throwing everything at him. Mind Control just turns, brings Envy down low. Can he get himself out with the armlet toggles? Here we go, boys and girls. He walks it off. Horde, Infest, Echo Slam. He doesn't give a damn. And now here comes Miracle with the wraparound. Takes down Envy. Matuma Man's turned up as well on this top lane. They'll look to run down Aoi. They've got the route. They do have an RP if they feel it's necessary. And they'll almost certainly continue to dive this. Kuro's turned up, the whole gang of Liquid, ready to finish off MP as they bring down Aoi. MSS, he's in a hell of a lot of trouble as well. GH, is he going to go green? No, GH, he's a sensible boy. He's not doing any diving today. They'll let the Earthshaker live. But Aoi and Envy, we pretty much witnessed them just spend a whole 2 minutes doing nothing and then dying.
Yep. They kind of had to go for a big kill. It just seemed like the safer kill was to find the lone druid, which is where, like, even just Winter Wyvern trying to initiate with an Arctic Burn Slow may have been enough. But again, both kills are very hard. Lone druid has Savage Roar. Legion Commander has the early armlet. Once he hits all 3 heroes with overwhelming odds, he gets a huge movement speed buff, so he's going to outrun you. He purges off the open wounds. You had to stop that one armlet. I mean, they didn't have a way to stop him armlet toggling is their thing, so they just had to have enough damage to burst him before he could armlet toggle. Once he gets it off, game over, gank's done, you're not getting the kill, and Liquid, very quick to respond, have well and truly punished you in that move. Yeah, Liquid will start taking more objectives. They kind of know that things going well for them in this game. Midas rush for GH on Magnus, like, why not? You're crushing the lane, you could get a blink, but you don't need a blink on him. Even Mind Control's going straight into a Sanj, more survivability.
The BMS and Y build.
Adam's received some buffs.
It has, yeah. Oh, it's like a 5% extra on the something
rate,
for
what's
slow?
that?
The prop rate.
It's like it's gone up like
we're
20% or something over
It's
a
all,
couple
I think
of
it's what,
patches.
40% now.
Like 25.
Oh yeah. Loki. For now, his little old magic. There's no way that MP can get in the neighborhood for this one. It's an absolutely free Roshan here for Liquid, as they have 4 of the highest net worth heroes in this game. Only KingCharlie left behind, and he's already doing better than, well, MSS, the offlaner of MP.
From MP to what we saw in there earlier, 2-0 today.
It seemed like they used all their mojo in that game one against RGV. Do go and watch it, you know, if you are
If
an
an MP fan,
fan.
don't watch this game.
Yes.
Go watch the other game.
Go watch the other.
Just
go
tune
watch
off
the
right
replays.
now and fire up some replays. Yep. Be a much prettier sight.
But you never know. This is MP. This could all be part of the plan.
For
You
these
pick
heroes.
Spectre. You lose the early game. You turn it around in the mid. You win the late game. He's got a relic. He's accidentally queued up Radiance. He meant to go for Rapier Envy. That's what we need to see. Horn and Rapier.
It's funny, like, getting like these small glimpses into his mind. Earlier he had like a Mask of Madness queued up, and I'm just like, he was considering buying it as like a farming / ganking item. Like, you kind of get these small little bits where you're just like, okay, so that's what he's thinking about, but he doesn't end up doing half of his crazy ideas. He doesn't commit to. The other half, when he does do it, you get to see them in full action.
The push coming in, and of course they do have that vision on the high ground MP, so they saw the positioning, but it's just a question of what they can actually do to stop this.
He found my use ditch some towers, but AUI's up there ready to infest and try fight. This is 5 Liquid heroes, even with an infest. I don't see this fight going well for them.
Rookle's got eyes on SVG on the back line, straight in. Here he goes with the Flame Guard. SVG will try and juke him out, and in fact the juke's successful. Miracle getting outplayed.
Meanwhile, Shake.
Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Invoker.
remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Assassin.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Kill.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Clinks.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle. Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
He's their main right clicker, although Spectre's not actually a right clicker. Right clicker I think of as heroes that are good versus BK. Spectre actually does. But he is that heavy farmer that they need. Just off lane. Generally their play, so he won't be AFK farming. To get that range creep.
Gotta get the farm. Bottom lane is actually looking pretty difficult for Universe. You got both the Crystal Maiden as well as the Monkey King going against him, and it's one of the very few times not seeing Monkey King up in the trees early on. He's looking for just the raw harassment with that early PMS against Universe.
This is your main concern when you run a Spectre, though, is that you'll get run over in the safe lane. So I think it's completely necessary that Monkey King is parked here the entire time. Jingu Mastery is quite good versus Abba. Generally, Abba doesn't really care, and he will just trade against any song, but very difficult to trade.
Reason why is skilled up, top lane, a little bit more trouble again for the next Assassin. Gotta be careful about the amount of damage that Clinks can pump out of him, but Crit can't keep the control up. And Nyx will be forced back potentially just to trigger the Shrine, or he just actually ferries out some extra, no, not even extra life. The courier came up to him, just gave him a mango. You're in a couple of those.
Yeah, he's not level 2 yet. That's a slight issue for. Well, we do see a patient coming crit, but overall they haven't been able to completely zone out. Level 2 spot for him. Dolan.
Yeah, haste runed Crystal Maiden to steal off the first bounty rune.
He didn't actually steal.
Didn't he?
Nope.
He still managed to pick one up.
Yeah, I got one.
The mid looks to be going pretty well for the Lina. 14 for 1, then you got the 14-11. Burning is just denying the living crap out of the bottom lane. Like, Abaddon has 1 denied to his name. That's all he's managed to pick up from the lane, and you're still committing both the Coddle as well as the Abaddon to keep this bottom lane running.
But Woka's spacing them out quite well. I can't actually get close enough to the creep, harass Burning and shove into lane. What you want to do as a... From a lot of the Chinese teams, they have liked Monkey King. Got him in the tree. Is that clarity? Nope.
If you can stop Zai from having that, then maybe you could slow slow it down.
Burning could just throw a dagger at him. He's full mana, and he has level 2 dagger. I think it's
actually. Have we even seen a single dagger come out from Burning yet?
No. Got to start that innate natural regeneration. But maybe he wanted to say double dagger. Okay, that thing's such a long cooldown that it's really rare that you.
Bobica gonna again just get in the face of Universe. Burning doesn't really care about this. It's all just like clearance. So maybe this is the question mark. Like, are EG happy to accept the status quo, or do they want to rotate out? Like, when does the Clink start moving? Is it after the tier 1 tower drops, or is there another objective the Clinks wants?
It just depends on his time. Level 7-ish with Soul Ring, I think, is a pretty good time for him to run around. Aid, but he doesn't actually have good setup though. It's heavily reliant on the Earth Spirit.
This time they're going on Universe quite heavily, and you're going to get all 4 hits out, so Universe got to be careful how much damage he takes. Burning is going in very deep for this. He doesn't have any Desolate up, or will it be enough? It will be. Burning will take the kill under the tower. Zai wants some revenge, but now he may also be in trouble. Burning will throw out the dagger quickly up on the hill and around. The Sunstrike was also looking to help out, but it won't happen. Q will find the extra kill onto Zai. And Invictus Gaming will take 2 kills on the bottom lane.
I like the very aggressive build from Burning, the 2-1-0 build. He didn't actually go quite in Dispersion, which is generally a little bit better for laning. But yeah, the Desolate damage really added up. Those Keeper wasn't actually really close to the Abba, so he entire time.
Hold hands and make sure that doesn't trigger. But Invictus Gaming now off to a fantastic start. The spec was meant to have more of a being harassed in lane kind of start, and now it's the other way around.
The 2 suppers have been doing. They know exactly how to play around this. And you just have to make sure that he gets at the bare minimum level 6 in lane, I would say, and then you're kind of okay. Then you can just run around with Urn and Phase, kill people. But up until that point, Spectre is one of the weakest here.
Yeah, you got to give it time. Speaking of time, you can look at the Nyx Assassin also trying to get to his level 6. Hasn't been able to be zoned out that top lane just because the Coddles have been sitting on bottom lane the entire time. And, well, what's really been the impact of the Earth Spirit? Like, this is meant to like win what lane?
He slowed down a bit. Come on, Toby. Give
A
him some
little
credit.
bit. A little bit.
He's a solo Earth Spirit trying to control up mid and top, and potentially like TP in to save bottom. But they just have hard lane matchup. The Lina is, I would say, a favorite in most one-on-ones. I'm struggling to think of a one-on-one where actually not favored because she has really good right-click damage, really good right-click spells to spam. Boboka, I mean, he's not really scared of Keeper.
Yeah, he really isn't. He knows he can fight and potentially win. I think he was more hunting for the courier, which was doing its little fairy work on top lane instead.
He saw that bounty. Making the supports kind of fear for their lives. Don't really know where to go right now.
Well, what do you do if you're EG? Because right now it feels like IG are the ones controlling when the attacks are coming. Just like this, into mid lane, stun will be there, but they bring Dust, a quick Laguna Blade. And OP gets the rotation he needs to help him win that mid lane against Sumail. Illuminate to hit, Spy Carapace won't come up, so Nyx Assassin will be the casualty in return and the first kill for EG.
Bobo is playing really well. He's secured Spectre's lane, and he had that Dust already prepped for that mid kill to set up as soon as the Lina gets 6. So now they've kind of gotten past the hardest part of the game, I would say, for them. Burning's almost level 6, so they can continue to chain kills onto the Invoker. And this is all before the Klinx is ready. Klinx is mana burned down. He has a Sage Mask and an Aquila, and he's still at 0 mana. He needs chakras. He needs the Soul Ring from base. Chicken is coming. Burning is still, despite having 2 kills, you can't really leave him alone. Yet.
Yeah.
Soon.
That's still on a baton in the lane. That's why you bring in the extra help. So already Monkey King is back, jumping in for his spring. Universe can be slowed down. Q's waiting for it, and there's your first stun. And Universe, you can shield up, but it will not save you. As Bevica will claim his first kill of the game.
Like a win in the draft for IG, give away Abba and take Monkey King.
Yeah.
Because Monkey King is destroying him right now.
And Bevica is like, you looked at the draft as well. Like, I was thinking XXS was going to be the primary target. Like, you saw the Magnus being the first ban out, the respect. And it's kind of just sitting in the head because of the amazing game you played yesterday. But also the Earth Spirit that came out from IG yesterday with their rotations is doing so much. Maybe it's almost a tribute to what IG always has been with the support rotations dictating the course of the game.
Boboka is playing really well this tournament. Looks like RTZ wants to move up a little bit. They're giving levels and space to the Keeper up top. It's time to make that rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if he's going to go Helm of Dom this game. Helm of Dom is not really favored versus Crystal Maiden. It's often a free one.
Oh, Spectral Haunt, they're going top lane. That's the fight they want. In behind the tower, going to find Zai. And the perfect timing for it as well, because the Spectral Haunt reveals EG's aggressive maneuver. Arteezy left the lane and IG just attack.
They've seen one too many Klinks replay.
Oh, Sumail. If it is done, no, it won't connect.
EG's actually, I think, one of the teams that picks up Klinks a lot to invade the jungle. But the thing is, IG are already prepared for that. They've swapped the Spectre to the top lane to get some farm, and CM's just sitting at the tower on the bottom lane. And if they dive her, it's going to be a very difficult one. Escape unscathed.
Well, that's why they're bringing help. The two-man smoke rotation. Crit is so close by. Remember, they still should have... Yeah, they have that dust on the Monkey King.
I think they need Lina in here.
Oh, the jump forward. The smoke's going to break. They know that Arteezy is there, so they pounce forward. Arteezy's still not going to be revealed just yet, but that Invis will wear off in a second. And is the stuns, the TPs are coming in, the double stun by Bobica, and then the spring in, catching up the 3 heroes. Burning's already down as Laguna Blade, OP, ready for the double kill, bounces up towards Universe. They'll trigger off the ulti on him, but the rest of IG, hot on the tail. Stuns should be ready in just a second. In fact, there it is, the damage is out. And EG, out-rotated by IG. Damn. It looked like IG even knew about that. Like, that Lina bought 2 TP scrolls the second that rotation happened on the bottom lane before this fight.
Well, they definitely knew what was up because Klinks has been off the map, and they know they're up against a Spectre. You can't just trade farm versus Spectre. He'll just... Knew the rotation was coming. They already scaled that clear, but I think the Monkey King just destroyed that game. He sprung to the right tree and then did the double Boundless Strike, which set up for the double Impale, and then the double stun from the Lina. So the Monkey King set it all up, and his positioning was really, really good. Hopping from tree.
And riding the cloud of victory, Bobica. They'll look for their new target, drawing the line to try and check out the jungle, and they are going to find Arteezy. Question is, can the stuns control him just enough? Sentry wards are down, and the answer is most definitely yes. Arteezy will fall. They give the kill over towards the Lina.
IG is running them over right now, and they had Haunt just in case EG wanted to put up some resistance, and Clinks has been shut down. Last 3 minutes has just been him running around and dying twice. He was meant to be the one that's supposed to control the mid game for them. So now it's up to Invoker. He has his Midas. He's farming up those camps, which love to farm, but he's kind of their only hope for this mid game.
Farm the only safe place you've got. Invictus Gaming did this yesterday as well. Like, you take one good fight. This is even before they took out the tier 1 tower in their series yesterday. They just put down these aggressive observer wards inside the dire jungle. They're going to see where EG is farming. They're going to see where they're maneuvering.
And they have really good catch for that. Nyx Assassin for additional scouting potential, and Haunts they can call in at any time to get an additional kill. So Invoker is still the highest on the dire side, but the Clinks, I think, very worrisome. Clinks relative to Spectre, and he's forced to show on the map and farm everyone on IG side feel very safe. How are they going to get kills with a Clink? Like Earth Spirit plus Sunstrike is mediocre at best, but their lineup was meant to be hitting towers. Curse of Avernus plus Clink's right click is supposed to mow down towers, but they haven't even been in a position to really get close to towers aside from the T1.
They're coming again. The gangs continue to work for Invictus Gaming. They're going to commit a smoke up, and I'm wondering if they're looking for some mail or if they really want to try and find Arteezy. So invading of the jungle. Arteezy has backed off the top lane. Bobica, the smoke is going to break the dust. It actually connects the long-range stun, and Burning will arrive. Even the ultimate from Monkey King. He'll make the Circle of Doom.
And just 3 ultis for your Clinks. they expected the Invoker actually at the Ancient. That's why they were so hesitant. This could be pretty bad, especially with the Shrine up, but we were not in that position yet again.
So what's the saving grace? You got IG hunting basically the entire map against EG. How do EG stop the bleeding and then work to get themselves back on top?
Their lineup's pretty well geared for defending towers. Keeper plus Invoker is really, really good. And IG don't have a great tower hitter until it gets her right level 15. And you know, they're not worried about their tower getting under siege, but you got to worry about the Spectre getting farmed. And Spectre with Blade Mail later is going to be able to destroy the Invoker. So
oh, they're breaking the smoke. Bobica needs to jump away up to the trees and so quickly down. The kick will fly through. An extra stun, but they'll have to sacrifice the Crystal Maiden. Not really the kill that EG was searching for, but they'll take whatever they can get. Unless this is actually really the rebuttal.
They don't have enough.
Oh, Zai's recalling in? Okay, maybe not worth the fight then.
Yeah, it's not worth the fight. They would need, let's say, the lead. And baited by the Bounty Rune. Oh man, that's so many kills for Spectre. 2,000 gold already on back.
A 306 KDA. Not too shabby. Phase boots earn, and then you still feel confident if you can go directly into Radiance as opposed to building more combat early items.
Any damage over 5 armor, he is not scared. 20 damage is pretty decent, but the thing about Spectre is your illusions don't get plus damage. A lot of your damage from Haunt is from the Desolates. People actually don't like getting on like attack speed or something like that. So plus 20 damage is not as good as it seems, but he's not really worried about it. To be able, it does help you farm faster. That's definitely the best part about it.
This warding game of Invictus Gaming. Okay, Zai. Bobica is watching you. We'll have another Spectral Haunt in. Wait for the extra stun. Zai, he's still up for the moment and running back to the tower. So Spectral Haunt doesn't reap a reward for the first time in the game.
Look at where they are, though. There's all in between their T2 and a T3 in the mid lane. They're all scared. They're all deathly afraid.
Yep.
IG.
Well, rightly so. They don't see anything. The Observer and Sentry Ward that just got de-warded inside the Radiant jungle was their only aggressive vision, and the only other defensive ward they have is next to their own Ancients. It's a very, very dark map for EG, and they've got to be scared of the trees. The Monkey King is just bouncing around. The Nyx invis as well. There's nowhere really safe. Universe is the only one farming up what used to be the Invoker's safest place to farm.
They can't group up with Abba, but they can't split up. You split up versus Nyx, we'll die.
Yep.
Some of that. So they just have to stick together, try and bait out some heroes and counter gank. Oka is getting so much vision, playing the Monkey perfection.
Well, there's your Blink Dagger on the Nyx Assassin, so jump and initiation for IG's become better. And then Nyx had a fantastic game as well, more net worth than the spec.
Am I the same Blink? Very. Bird's life is going to be very, very difficult. You have a Spectre like haunting onto you, and then you have to worry about a Nyx being able to reflect your Illuminates. It's actually, I think, a small oversight by EG not banning out. It's very common to ban out.
Stun's going to connect. Bubaka's there, the kick, but then again, you do have the Monkey King ulti down. Arteezy has to walk back away from the rest of the Kings, but it won't be possible. Nyx Assassin right on the tail, and Bubaka, he'll even survive. Down to 35 HP, triggers up the one charger, stays up, and Evil Geniuses thought they were setting the trap with the Earth Spirit.
He's so good at staying in the circle, too. Like, he was really low, but he's like, I'm just going to run around my circle. You're going to have to walk through my, what do you call them, statues?
Yeah.
Circular formation of soldiers. I don't actually know.
We'll just call them soldiers then.
Soldiers,
Yeah, the King's soldiers. Be better as like the King's Guard.
That's what they look like. I like it when Rubik steals it, and are those still, I guess it's more like minions.
There should be Rublings. Be Rublings.
King.
They're gonna have him like it could be epic, man. He's a king. He has the King's Guard.
That's true, but they're all like replicas of himself.
Yeah, but nothing is as good as the original. All right.
Okay, so
The Aghanim's is there.
Sumail's still have pretty far. He's only died once, and that was pretty early on, and he still has an 18-minute Midas Scepter, which is not amazing. I think I've seen like 13, 14 before, but still pretty good situation with it. 14-3. Right now, you want to be, you know, you want to have all the team wins down to EG and looking to start Roche because you have Clinks. They are just not in the position to do so. They could potentially still sneak Roche though. Curse of Avernus is max on Universe. He went 144, and then you have Clinks with minus armor. Maybe once he's not going for the Dominator to the Clinks. He's actually scared about
BKB.
dying. No, he's going for. Oh, I saw a Lance earlier.
He's got a BKB
Wow,
in his
he's
quick
that
buy
scared.
now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a very defensive Clinks. Like even if it was like a Desolator, he could look just to take out the tier 1 house and get that injection of money into Evil Geniuses. But with a full BKB, they must be preparing for a very heavy storm that IG is going to come at them.
He has the support philosophy in mind. Get gold by not dying. BKB is really good against their team until Monkey King gets items. And Monkey King, he is building BKB. Yeah, Spectre, he has Radiant, so it's gonna help him survive. Or just getting chains done. Quite the possibility of that.
And even at this point, there's a nice sentry ward. This is a nice pick off, especially when it's Sumail who gets the kill. 419 gold into him.
Yeah, he's worth quite a pretty penny. Wasn't able to spend any of his died, but losing the T2 is not good. There's mass TPs coming in from the shrine from behind.
Yeah, they're looking to ramp around. Maybe they can find the opening, but they need a quick slow. Burberka gonna now go out, bringing in the King's Guard, and maybe Lilina, does she have a life with a stun? It won't be enough, but you're still fighting in the middle of both the Crystal Maiden Ultimate as well as the Monkey King. It's still enough that EG will survive, and Sumail hits the perfect tornado into the Sunstrike. Burberka cannot escape from this one. EG, a huge fight for them on the bottom lane.
Damn, they got owned. Trying to take down a tower without Nyx Assassin, and right before Spectre had its Radiance. If Spectre had a Radiance, they probably could have taken the fight. They had a lot of AoE damage coming with Alina, with the freezing shield coming out, but not enough.
Well, we can have a quick look at it again. So EG really wanting to get involved in this one. That rolling boulder and silence and Alina just kept it out of the fight at the start. And Q and Burberka, like, they try to create enough space, but not enough space created.
That's a lot of Sumail action right there. Really good tornado, knowing exactly where he's going to be, right at the edge of the circle in the tree.
And now Samael is #1 net worth, very close to finishing up his own BKB.
Spectre Radiance looks like it is coming to him as we speak. Lina has her Shadow Blade. She wasn't able to deny herself that fight, so a lot of gold going. Looks like net worth lead only 3,000 in favor of IG.
And that steel grip they seem to have on the game gets a little bit shakier now with that bottom fight.
That's when Spectre's at his weakest. He's like trying, it's like before he gets his radiance. Now that he has radiance, you're so powerful as Spectre. You can farm up everything, you can get kills by not even at the fight, and just do a lot more once you have your game is much easier. And Clinks is not scary. Sometimes you might have to be scared of the Clinks killing you, especially with a threat strike. But this game, I don't think it's going to be that much Spectre.
Not for now, unless things go horribly wrong. I think Zai's trying to find the rest of his farm, build into that Aghanim Scepter, let the global work for him. And EG actually falling back to their own base. It's Invictus Gaming who was smoked up on the hunt, moving into the dire jungle.
They could have been, I think the IGs. IG doesn't have the best Roshan. Good at Roche. Monkey King, I suppose, defending the Roche, but actually I take probably need a.
IG still now going to get some really good vision down. They put the sentry a little bit higher up, so they don't actually find the dire observer ward. So this maneuvering of IG is visible to evil geniuses.
Yeah, really nice. Nope. It's like they have a really nice sentry too. Southwest, but Lina, does she have her damage talent yet? She is.
Plus 50 is up, ripping through the towers.
Dire's middle tower has
Second time
fallen.
Baboka's that ward.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that EG just can't come out and freely farm. Like both those observer wards watch the close and safe farming areas of evil geniuses.
Trying to squeeze in that farm. Invoker just picked up his 400 gold left on RTZ. Can't really do too much to burning. I think he probably is. Also, no way for it's up to Haunt. He has max security.
Jump in, middle lane, the Sun's going to connect. It's going to be a big one if they can bring down Samael. No buyback available, it's a minute on the sidelines, but better is the double stun. Bobeka hit it perfectly, and Crit has to run away, but he cannot go fast enough. All by his little lonesome, and burning will desolate him down.
That's a really good blinding light. He pushed Baboka out of the. Yeah, but one of the downsides about BKB is if you get stun locked, and Invictus sure do have a lot of stuns, it is not particularly useful. But I think he needs it versus Nexus, and like not really any way for him to not get stun fight unless they start. But no Orchid, purely be relying on the Earth Spirit to control. Nyx is getting big. He's gonna have Scepter soon too. You're gonna have to start.
He's
like,
gonna find Arteezy even sooner. Jump forward, able to land off the stun. They do bring in the dust, so once again, Reveal is there and Clinks is now down.
He did buy his BKB, so I think his gold loss was very, very minimal, if any. But
and with that fight like succeeding, you're still gonna lose the tier 2 tower up on top lane. Nothing was really gonna stop that buyback or not.
Now IG just have to play around the Haunt cooldown. Haunt is seconds coming up. The only big fight that they lost was when they fought when Spectre wasn't.
Yeah, OP still hits, like, he don't even hit like a full truck yet. Like,
Magic resistance. Pretty good. Invoker, Earth Spirit, Keeper. Yeah. Almost straight 12% damage reduction.
TP is coming down the bottom lane as IG just stopping the push from Evil Geniuses. There's took 4 heroes down here. So it's like EG would like to find a pick-off. And Lina is the one running directly in through the middle of them. On top of the Observer and Sentry Ward, able to get the original stun, plus Laguna Blade on the crit. OP, he did a little bit too deep, gonna lose his life. Almost, and it will be, in fact, almost instant respawn up for him. Bobeka will fall. Arteezy will trigger his BKB. But the Lina is back up and ready to fight.
They were in a way better fortified position. Their Abba was sitting behind the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit didn't even die that fight. And Keeper was there for the immediate blinding light. Not even a Bloodstone charge.
And Abaddon actually finishes his own Radiance 25 minutes in.
Oh yeah, minus Radiance on Universe. Pretty well. Just a few minutes behind Spectres.
Oh, Arteezy. It just is not a fun day for him.
Even if he had BKB up and hadn't used on bottom lane, died. Not great for him.
Someone needs to go over and deward the orbs.
Keeper has Ags too. Dire side is still farming. RT kind of transitioning. Position 3, perhaps 4 soon. But good thing Universe is there to pick up the farm.
And the more he's able to pick up, the stronger that big group maneuver of EG can be. And that defense hold. Because that's still IG's major problem. Yeah, we're getting ourselves a fantastic late game carry in the form of the Spec. Lena's pumping out a lot of damage, but they still need to go high ground. They still need to bring down the racks against the D push that is EG.
And they still need better anti-BKB in actual team fights. I think they're really good at picking off people before, but if
Roche?
Yeah, EG can easily do Roche. One of the big benefits of having Abba. Just incredibly good.
Spectral Dagger just
doesn't
scout
have
him
enough
out.
damage.
He's
oh
trying.
My God,
like he actually he had to consume a Forge Spirit while they're doing this push. Illuminate trying to keep burning back as Nyx jumps in, looks to the stun, and then you've got the ultimate out from the Monkey King, covering the area. Roshan is still alive and rather annoyed everyone's knocking on his front door, but they're backing up. Laguna Blade crit dropping down low. OP needs some space away from Sumail. He'll turn around, but gets hit by the meteorite. He'll burn down the Magnetize. Even in death, the work is being done by the Earth Spirit, and the completely bone-dry burning. Moving back to the T1 tower, Blinding Light bringing him back closer towards EG, and he will go down as well. EG. Roshan was their original target, but their real target is now the entire extermination of Invictus Gaming.
Wow. Zai is having the most godly blinding lights. It pushed Monkey King out of his ulti and it trapped him on the cliff in one blinding light, and then everyone else couldn't fight because of the blinding light. That was ridiculous. Blinding light plus BKB, and they were near immune at the pit. And now they will claim the prize Roche. They fought without Haunt, and RT did do a good job of baiting out that Haunt. That was his contribution in the past few minutes, but now he's able to accrue a little bit more network. Definitely not going to be the bearer of the ages. Far more valuable.
Keep that Invoker alive and watch the graphs go the way of evil geniuses.
They need BKBs on IG. They have no physical damage on. This blinding light was so good.
Boboka comes down and then the push straight back out again.
No one can go inside the pit. Burning doesn't have his Haunt up, and RTZ just quick work. Lena has a dumper combo onto the Earth Spirit. Just leaves Sumail free to do whatever he wants.
And the perfect fights for evil geniuses. They keep their dream alive of getting up into that top 2. For their group stage, if they can get this win, the path is still there. Invictus Gaming, the one sitting pretty at number 1.
They don't have a good way to deal with the Ab. Not terribly easy. Or they don't have any silences, so they can't prevent him from popping his ulti. They can try and stun lock him, but if they stun lock him with like Nyx, it's not even going to be close enough to proc him into 400 HP.
Are you still gonna be happy though with like the spec going into the late game? Like, okay, we're talking about like the Abaddon being an issue right now, but this game looks like it could still drag on for a good 20-30 minutes now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not going to be great for Spectre, because like Abba can get Ags to counter the ulti, and they can just all huddle up. It's perfectly okay for them to huddle up in the team fights. Like the chain stun is going to be annoying, but if Abba has ulti and Keeper's channeling Illuminate, I don't think they'll take any damage on at all. Desolate will be gone, they'll heal up, and all the damage reduction from Ags is going to be... And the thing is, Universe can farm up a lot of items this game. Going for a Lotus Orb, like as his next... What is Lotus Orb great for you? They don't really have that much single... Una, I suppose. But
Is it to just spell?
yeah, dispel what, roots? Or I mean, there's not that many. Curious as to what picking that up. Let's say Ag. It's pretty useless against Spectre. Spectre absorb at all. It's not particularly good against Monkey King either. Assassin, I suppose, might. Small contender. Laguna, I suppose, is also I think pretty much everything he with the Lotus might be better with the Ags, but maybe he's thinking about the future. Potentially thinking that they're going to try and shut him down with a Silent later. There's nothing coming out. I guess Lena's do build Bloodthorn later.
That's a pretty forward thinking right there. He assumes he's not going to get any other items for a while. I can understand that. The Klingsu's also just kind of like scrapping a whole bunch of earlier game items together. Already having the Crystallis. Now looking to build into the Desolator still at this point of the game.
They haven't itemized armor. They're itemizing against magic damage right now. BKB already picked up on Lena, so he needs way more physical make up for the fact that.
I see Burning actually trying to go against him. Is a Blade Mail in his quick buy?
Blade Mail is one of the best items in Spectrum. Just do so much damage, you just haunt into the middle of them. But it's not so great versus Abba. That's Abba does.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can at least
But
get
it's
the
good versus
clinks off.
everyone else.
Get the clinks off your tail.
Yeah, it's good versus Clinks. It's not terribly great versus Invoker because but it's one of the better items. You don't really want to go BKB on Spectre, although I think this game is probably going to be necessary for him. Come Blinding Light is. Blinding Light also mitigates a ton of damage. But BKB not
Yeah.
really a thing.
For something a little bit more specky. EG is going to push through the top lane and to the tier 1 tower. Invictus Gaming. Choice to defend it if they wanted to do it, the Aghanim Scepter on the next Assassin. But at the moment, they're just pushing down through their own jungle on the bottom. A heavy showing from Evil Geniuses on the top, and IG will know they are not ready to fight this, but in fact, they won't get there in time. Is tier 2 tower or just completely let that top lane go?
Their 5-man is so strong. Nyx Assassin can't get an angle because Keeper Ags. It's daytime right now. And they still have Aegis on Sumail. So there is very little way that IG can win. Maybe if they're like going high ground and Nyx can set up some stuns with the Ags. These two powers are done for.
Yeah, it's the Lena showing herself, and Arteezy, with the Alacrity buff up, now all of a sudden doesn't seem to be that, well, crap at damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But the bottom lane's pushing in thanks to the Spec Illusions.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
We're going to wait 4 minutes and a bit, almost a half, for Roshan to come back up again.
They smoked almost dead on the 5-minute Aegis expiration. They saw BKBs on EG, and it's up to XXS to prevent them from popping BKBs. I guess a little bit of Bobo Cut too, if you hit a good boundless strike to combo them into the chain stuns. But let's see.
It's the kill they want. If they can find the stun, they're going to hit it as well. That means follow up with Laguna ultimate from the Spectral Horn. 80 seconds on the sideline, and also grabbing Zai. Blinding Light will create a little bit more space for him. Have they got one more dagger, one more stun to throw the way of Zai? He's still ticking down bit by bit. The punch will do enough, and then Burning to slice him up. The Gem of True Sight going to be gathered up. OP also finding an extra kill. There was Crit on the back lines. Universe trying to help out, but now he'll also get stunned. EG, one by one, they start to fall. The stun from the Nyx will hold him there. Jump into the burrow, and Lotus will try and protect him, but OP, the damage is enough. The stuns to fly in as well from Monkey King. Nowhere to run to. Evil Geniuses killed just on the footsteps of their base.
Sumail was just trying to farm up a little bit, farm out that extra wave, but it ended up being a chain feed as they lose 4 heroes and a gem right outside their tower. IG couldn't really ask for that much more. Maybe he kind of thought that he still had the Aegis, or expected smoke to come back quickly from IG, but IG were spot on with that smoke down.
And Evil Geniuses, 34 minutes in, they did so well to get control of this game back. And Invictus Gaming, one fantastic fight for them. Now the stun over on Abaddon. The Blinding Light again making this very difficult for Invictus Gaming to fully finish up the bottom racks. And they're looking even deeper. Nyx Assassin's in way too deep. The Sentry Ward is there.
Oh,
So no way to survive, and he will go down. But you claim half of the bottom racks. And you stole the gem from EG.
That's a big deal. Makes Nyx's life a lot easier. That was during daytime too. EG, they were balled up for so long together. That's how they got back in this game, how they swept Roche, swept all those towers, but as soon as they split up, they are so weak. Spectre. I think if they just stay as 5 for most of the game, they'll be in. Because they're they'll be able to pop their BKBs because ABBA will be able to. Nyx Assassin won't be able to jump because of the keep ags, and Desolate won't do any damage if they're balled up as 5. So. Yeah, EG.
Fresh Aghanim Scepter. Sumail, he doesn't even see it coming. The Laguna Blade hits so hard.
He's getting picked off a lot.
And he's down with no buyback.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what he's trying to farm for at the moment. I guess he's going for Octarine, which is important for him, but it's also important to not die. And there's so many Invis heroes in the game. I think he's overestimating his abilities to like pop BKB, let's say Nyx and Pale. He's not going to risk getting the Vendetta hit. He's just going to try and stun him. All you need to do as Radiant is prevent him from popping his BKB. So just hitting one stun like a Light Strike Array out of a Shadow Blade from the there, or just a or Impale coming out from the Nyx Assassin. Don't bother with the Vendetta. Sumail does not have buyback.
No, he does not.
To Radiant.
Oh, but IG, if they will even push this, just try and force the buyback out. And when the buyback never comes, they'll understand it. Like that tier 3 tower is still dropping. Illumina's making it difficult to push. Again, that mischance and blinding light being a pain. And Invictus came in, they are backing up a little bit more. And they're not coming in with their second creep wave.
They are able to heal up with it. Still important. Burning can still fight. However, there is no haunt. Just need to wait another 40 seconds to that. I don't really fight right now.
So they just take out the shrine. That's easy enough.
It's actually up to Zai to control the fight. It's usually on Earth Spirit, but Zai, he's the one with the blinding light and the mana leak, and you can't Manta out of both of them. That fight he chose to. He got blinding. It's kind of one or the other, and Zai needs to be careful about stack spells.
EG are looking for some space if they can create it. The smoke gank into the Radiant jungle. Crystal Maiden is the only target who's really close by. Potentially Lina, if she moves over as Q, he'll actually break the smoke.
You don't want to go. Sorry, you don't want to kill CM. That's just not even worth it. You don't want to give weighted positioning for that.
Wait, can they actually even properly kill her? Like, she's got us off a Ghost Scepter.
They could.
The kill is going to be difficult even with 5 of them.
Oh, Radiant has used Scam. Boom, red. We know exactly where you are, and it's time to bounce. But splitting up is where they're at their weakest. They were S5. IG have avoided the gank. Haunt is up again. Now they can look for kills with the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin and Q on the hunt.
They're so close behind. The push forward. Crit's able to rolling boulder away. Spectral Haunt comes down. It didn't block up Crit, but it's EG in full retreat back home where they know it is safe.
That's nice. Now Roshan's up, and now they might be in the same position that they were in earlier, where they used Haunt. They didn't get a kill this time with it, but it looks like they're going to try and sneak Rose. They do have the Solar Crest on the Monkey King, which should make things a little bit quicker, but
they're uncertain about it.
Yeah, EG are in a really good spot right now.
Are they baiting them? Are they? No, they're still pushing up mid lane.
So how are IG going to handle this Roshan?
Well, they're looking at it. They're probably thinking EG's going to come over at some point, but now it's EG who get the vision of Burning moving into the pit, and Q being up so far, rolling boulder forward. The Ghost Set will protect him from the initial attack of Arteezy. As that Crystal Maiden is basically being pummeled on the back line by Arteezy. Throws out the half-a-second ultimate, but on the front lines, that's where Laguna Blade gets the big kill. Sumail will fall. Universe is trying to do as much work as he can, but you've got OP just running in and killing off whoever he really wants to. And the bigger one is the teamfight controller. Zai will fall. Crit will go down as well in just a jiffy. And maybe the help from Arteezy. The damage is really big. Arteezy's gonna find the kill. He's still got more work to do. Bobrica becomes his next target. Couldn't get the last searing arrow off. So Arteezy was going to fall as well. He'll have buyback available. But the 3 other dead heroes of EG do not.
Sumail was unable to pop his BKB once again. Looked like Lina was able to stun lock him with a little bit of help from the Nyx. But they have to be able to allow Sumail to cast spells. Either he has to pop his BKB super early, it's still 8 seconds on him, so he can still pop it early, or they have to rely on the Abba to get him out of the stun lock, and I think Nyx Assassin was able to control both at the same time. I'm still not a big fan of the Lotus. It hasn't really done anything for Abba, and everyone else is dying around Abba, which is your worst nightmare as Abba. If you're one of the last heroes alive, then you know that's never a good thing. They didn't cast Solar Crest on the ideal target here. OP just got slaughtered by our team. Able to get probably 2 extra kills, I think. They cast a Solar Crest on him. XSS just tries to care. Up. still, 4 kills. Still pretty happy with that. I think it probably should have been better considering how quickly they killed the Invoker, but considering they didn't have Haunt for that fight, IG should be happy.
The fact that they're still able to claim Roshan after it, yeah.
Yeah, Spectre with Aegis. Oh
Yeah.
man, that's not good.
The double spec. Potentially even triple if you hold on to your buyback money.
Man, Nexus hasn't fallen far in net worth. It was doing very, very well. It's kind of slowed down post-Scepter.
Well, he keeps getting caught out like that. Like EG if having to have to expend a lot of money for it. Like they're buying up the gems, they're putting down the sentry wards, they're finding his position, then Crit gets the quick silence. Bottom lane, Zai wants to be protected. Got Diffuser bladed up, so he's a little bit slower. Blinding Light tries to create a little bit more space to Smell. He did get the BKB off, and a Nyx Assassin being thrown around inside the ice wall, and nothing can really save the Coddle or the Clinks. Caught up the hill and away from friends.
And another death without BKB being used. Just one of the threats of playing against a Nyx Assassin. You just always have to worry about getting stunned for so long.
And a buyback from Arteezy, which doesn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, he knows they have to buy back sooner or later, so might as well start the cooldown now, I suppose. But yeah, the Spectre is very difficult to deal with. He has Heart now, so you have to. I think you just have to kite him with a Keeper, but Keeper's not even up right now.
Nope.
So no blinding light spam, no mana leak. That's the only thing that's going to stop him from hitting the tower.
You put the pressure. You put the pressure on the 2,500 net worth Earth Spirit to be your controller in the fight. Very best of luck, Crit. At least burning is dry again thanks to the EMP.
Oh, he didn't Manta dodge it. That's not particularly good for them because he has a lot of HP regeneration. Be able to cast his spells. Be able to Manta out of the mana. Seem to be able to Manta out of the bucket. And without that, they're actually not going to take the risk. Where you're like, I wish I had Recall, or I wish I had Arcane Boots.
Something would be wonderful. Hey, he can add the Vladimir's offering. That's the given now over from Monkey King. As they move in for the fight, Universe, Lotus orbed up. Here comes your Tornado, catching the spec with the rock falling down. And Deathling Blast is good damage from Samel, but he's taking so much back as well. OP hitting like a truck, but he has to bail out. Arteezy's attack, it flew, but it wasn't going to be enough. It's the big stun out from the Nyx Assassin. They're still doing the work, burning, standing his ground, and actually surviving through all of this. Now finally he will fall, of all things.
OP denied himself to heal up burning. He actually sacrifices Bloodstone charges.
That's what the life was. Stun forward, Invoker's gonna fall. No way really for Samel to survive this unless Crit's got more to throw out, but no, the Monkey King's rod can extend that far. And they just try and hold the Earth Spirit in position. No one has buyback, and that is good game well played.
Boboka is a monster on Monkey King, and XXS continues to deliver on these stunning offlaners. How many times died without being with other BKB? That was actually ridiculous how many times he died. And IG had to be really, really happy about that.
At the same time, there were a couple of bumps in the road. EG having that really great fight on.
Chance whether it's Drunken Rage or so. And Omni Slash obviously just.
Another movement now in towards the face of
the blink.
How often do you see that?
Not very often, but he's got a little swagger in his step as they are dominating this game.
I remember seeing, I think Ice play the Clockwork where he went Hand of Midas, then like Radiance Armlet or something crazy like that. Some diversity in Clockwork build. This one to me feels pretty cool though. It's like high mobility on a hero that's already super mobile.
That's the great thing about Clockwork. He doesn't really need a lot of items, and after kind of that Force Staff and Blade Mail, everything else is kind of luxury. So being able to get the pipe, increasing tankiness, providing that aura to his teammates is awesome, but not necessary. And then having the blink, yeah, he just wants to get a little creative. Hooks on cooldown, he'll blink on top of someone in cogs. Yeah. So more mobility is never a bad thing in Dota. It just allows you, you'll see like the highest skilled players really value mobility items because they can do so much with them.
I like that OG game the other day. I don't know if you caught it, but they went 5 Force Staffs.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
through like communication of each other. I think that they were playing against Repo that game, right?
Yeah.
So they just, oh, Force Staff. Oh, I have the next one. I have the next one. It's something that they can coordinate and they can really almost abuse. through good teamwork.
33 to 22. Time is drawing nigh for Faceless to either mount a huge comeback or possibly drop out of this game number one. What's the dream team fight look like for Faceless here over the next couple of minutes?
I think a big arrow onto either TA or Jug as they're kind of like sieging the tower or sieging the racks could give them an opening to kind of maybe potentially do some burst, but that's like provided Silencer doesn't decide he wants to global and save him at that point. So no,
Nice. They're going to start it off in this fashion. Still a global to use if they want to do it. The lift up on the Brew. Okay, so they're not going to have global at least for a little bit now, but now the counterplay has come out from LFY. They're going forward. Global does finally fall. Super dropping somewhat low. They've been able to kill him off at the very least. So one very core hero down, and Silencer now doesn't have an answer. They're there. They're going to be able to jump on top of him. They have been able to, LFY, take down the Troll Warlord, but you do still have buyback on Black if they want to take it. The buyback from the TA.
Like we're ending this game.
Yeah, they're going for it. They want to make this happen. There is still buyback on all these heroes except for Bane from Faceless, and they're going to buy back on the Troll now. Jab still in a little bit of trouble. Mane's able to get the Manta style off to run out and out of there. So they're hitting onto the barracks. Still a lot of damage being dealt out, but the healing ward is being so much value. Ice has already taken down the healing ward, so maybe now the Tinker can start to get in those real deeps. There's going to be one instance of the laser. Jabs, he's silenced now though, and is going to end up falling. Double kill for Super. There's still a buyback from the Tinker, but it's feeling worse and worse, and could potentially be it.
TA and Juggernaut are beasts. Like, they're so strong. Even with TA dead, they were just confident that Juggernaut could handle all of them, and he did.
God, oh, there's going to be the pushback now onto Tinker. Jabs is going to fall. That's going to be probably the third lane of barracks in just a second. LFY, you said it was about the team fight, and they are certainly making it work well.
Yep, I like their draft. I like their play. Laning phase was a little shaky just because of the Totem Bane combo, but they got out of it pretty even. I think that they were down maybe like, it was like 5 to 4 kills at one point. The laning phase didn't go nearly good enough for Faceless, I think, to kind of
Curse pretty good at breaking the refraction, at least early on in the lane stage. But definitely a good game for a TA, one of the better heroes against Slider, Life Stealer bombs, because if you've got refraction up, you block a lot of that damage coming in.
We have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you never have 2 games like that.
Not
Yeah,
usually.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, the game 2 you're going to react and be like, this was a major reason why this happened. Let's make sure that
You
even if you
can't-
lose 2 games in a row, you want to make
It's
sure you
impossible.
don't lose for the same reason.
It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I'm adamant that we won't get that. We'll get a much closer match here.
So the MP fans can stop watching the replays from earlier today and
Absolutely, they can stop putting that stomp of MP versus RGV on repeat, and they can get stuck back in. We've got Jackie Mao on the sun, so we've got Howie on the lifesteal. We've got SVG, Slada, Free Silverman ready to go.
the lanes. Lifestealer going down bottom, so Matu won't get perhaps the 1v1 matchup he wanted against Beastmaster. It's still a decent matchup. That's the thing where they wanted to put Matu, I think, and give more farm priority to the Timber than the Weaver, but he also doesn't really care so much about the matchup. While the Beastmaster is a good matchup, Lifestealer is also a good matchup for the Timber Sword. There's no real bad matchups for him in any lane at this point, other than if like a Silencer support was zoning him out with like Slaves or something. Maybe a mid-Silencer. What MP's plan is going to be, how effective they can be at shutting down the GH jungle, or if SVG is just going to prioritize a bit more during the lanes early on. But now he is headed down bottom.
And I mean, considering this mid lane, how is it? You were saying you expect this to go between the 2?
Totally sure. I haven't seen much Silencer versus TA. Like in my head, like Curse should be pretty good at breaking refraction. Mechanically, Miracle is like the play you'd expect to win, but the damage. Salve doesn't have refraction, so he can't just go too close.
Getting some full-on harassment in. Yeah, very early Salve in the middle lane. Ready to go in again, just with these glaives. Now that level 2's hit, Miracle will have refraction. But even with that, straight off. Himself taking a lot of damage. The creeps are moving in as well. Be careful, Miracle looking to get the side blade hits. Won't be able to cancel the salve though. Envy does get lucky with being able to salve up, so vice versa. Miracle in turn gets aggressive.
Curious to see if Liquid respond to this aggro lane, because I feel like they wanted to give more farm priority to Matu, or at least give him a safe lane, good matchup, but he's being tri-laned. I don't imagine sending Rubik down there really changes all too much. It's not going to make the lane A easier, so Matu's probably just like, I'd rather just get solo XP than have a Rubik down here doing very little. Getting kept at his tower. This is a pretty rough lane for Matu, but the outcome is that the other lanes are going well.
Straight in onto MSS here. He'll go for the immediate TP out and will be successful. Just towards the tower, of course. No need to go back to base. But does save himself from death. We saw in the mid lane, quite interesting enough, that the flow of the creeps ended up being it so. The Envy's being able to maintain a bit of a balance really behind his tier 1. So we've had at least one wave that Miracle's not been able to get any of his hands on. Of course, he's a TA. He's managed to make the most of that by just going straight to the jungle and picking up some camps. But this is, of course, going to mean that Envy will get a hell of a lot of farm in this mid lane. And we can see CS-wise 15 for 2 for the 5 for 1 because of the way the momentum had ended up in that middle.
The lane's even kind of pushing towards the tower. Miracle and TA isn't there for the time being, and Envy's got an arcane rune, a great rune to have for a silencer to throw spells.
Almost certainly spam Miracle out of the lane versus such.
Those spells, stuff on glaives. Already popped his shrine now, and has to be very careful because he's going to be walking to a side of this. Could be first blood.
Yeah, looks to be it with SVG having this wraparound. TPs will come through. Miracle does have the refraction back up, and they turn onto SVG. Miracle himself will get the first blood. Very nice turnaround. Perfect reaction from Kuro.
You weren't wrong, Owen. It was the first blood.
It was first blood. We meant Miracle was to get it all along.
Yeah. He had the follow-up refraction coming at a really good time. And that's one of those plays where a lot of people may look at it. It's not like anyone, like for a lot of players, be like, oh, he's a bit fortunate. Refraction came back up, but Miracle times that. He knows when that recast for refraction is going to be up, and nice little bait from him. Matu, who got aggro tri-lane to start, has suddenly found himself in a 1v1, which is...
Radiant team back. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining.
War Chief.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The Lina going up against the Invoker. Is it going to work this time around? You've got Baboka over on that Monkey King. His rotations were wonderful last time around, and again, you're expecting more of the same in this game.
I'm worried about Silencer. Silencer owns their lineup.
Yeah.
Badly.
Yeah. Silencer is definitely going to be problematic, to say the least.
I thought they were going to also pick a right-clicker BKB hero in the mid lane. By IG Ban. I believe last. Tia has one of the best matches versus. I actually think Tia.
And they decided. Did they decide against it or was banned out? You said
it was banned out. It was actually what a lot of teams use because you don't care about the burst, and Lina has a lot of trouble versus the refraction charge, and also their lineup's not particularly good at taking down refraction charges. Curse at a silent.
Well, off we start. They should get that sentry ward in range of the observer ward. There's one so close, yet so far away. So Invictus Gaming, we were talking about it in game number 1, just how great their vision game has been. Now, a little bit more of an uncharacteristic observer ward just off to the side of the mid. Should give a lot of warning bells at least.
So what Monkey King does, everyone's scared. IG 1, 2, 3 bounty runes. Oh god, Monkey Kings. What do we do, guys?
That's about, I guess, the only safe one. Is that when you feel a little bit odd with the pickup of the Phoenix? Because like, what's the Phoenix really meant to achieve? Like, what's Zai's real job? Like, we've seen Zai with these wonderful stun, initiating / control heroes. Now you get the Phoenix in the first 2. How did he make this hero work in their lineup of EG?
Cut down trees.
that's the secret.
Why are people picking Phoenix?
I don't know.
Sunray is okay, I suppose, but ever since it best, they have ways to deal with the egg. Even I would say Lina really fast attack speed and massive range. That's kind of your worst nightmare, unless it's a troll or a meat. Slightly worse.
Yeah, troll is what you were thinking might have also been coming up. Also note too that EG did try and split the lanes up a little bit and change things up by putting Arteezy on the bottom lane, and that leaves Universe on the top. Universe was going to get harassed out, almost guaranteed, if he tried to run the off lanes. They put Arteezy in that position instead. Crit, try to initiate into OP. The mana burn's going to do some good work.
Ooh, some good old Quas Wex Invoker.
No XL point early on?
Well, he was tired of getting dumpstered in lane by Monkey King plus. Much better build when you're actually afraid of early pressure. Universe, no mana for you, sir. No shrine for you. What does he do now? He has no mana.
It's a good question. Burning doesn't have a hell of a lot of life, however, so Consumable's going to have to start to be consumed up on the top.
Quelling Blade, Universe not chopping trees. I have seen teams just like chop down trees everywhere. It's like what Timbersaw dreams of if he did. Great skill set at killing trees. But maybe you can get Iron Talon plus Quelling Blade and just chop trees down with Battle Fury.
Could become
Octarine Core.
You become the hybrid Beastmaster. It's like dual wielding axes.
That'd be sick. Rate it.
Yeah, would be a fantastic pickup. Even then, you could probably even throw him into the jungle and get a little bit more experience at this early point of the game. It's not committing with just harassment cold snap. I don't think OP really cares too much about that. And this mid lane CS, it's 11-3 up against 5-6. So even with the creep wave underneath the tower, Sumail is still, again, behind in the CS. But I suppose this is to be expected when you go in the Quas-Wex build on the Invoker.
Yep, you know, wins most matchups. But I do like the Quas-Wex. I think realize how difficult life has to play a little bit against Alina. Isn't even anywhere to be seen. And it's like, it's not even worth my time. I can just mess with Arteezy if whoever's up here.
Yeah, and they actually just switched the lane, so Arteezy is on top lane, and Universe TP down to bottom shrine. So he's now on the bot.
Well, that's some... Yes, get this bear out of my lane. I'm happy to be versus Earthshaker.
The Centaur's already had a great lead. He's #1 in CS. Like, it's a 16-11 Centaur War Runner at the moment. There's a reason why both the Magnus and the Centaur were banned out in the first phase by EG last time.
You can't ban out X.
You really can't. You talk about the depth of the heroes of IG. I know OP kind of came under scrutiny a little bit with some of his heroes, but the real unsung hero for this team is still going to be XXS.
He should have been M. Or at least tied.
Yeah, next to Baboka. Those guys did so much work.
XX Baboka. The Monkey King's different this game. It's not blue.
Was he changing his gems halfway through?
You have different styles for the... Gets tired. Cosmetics matter, Toby.
Obviously it does to him. Or else he wouldn't be doing such a thing. However, the leader cosmetic, I think, is still one of the greatest ones. Like the Iron Man style costume for OP.
What about the Indiana Jones? What about the Indian?
Well, as long as we don't add a set to Conquer where he starts making the boulder roll down, I'm okay with it. Top lane, that's a good Sunray Q. Losing life way too quickly, so the silencer will fall. Even with the curse, EG commit heavily, but they do find the first blood on that safe lane.
Crit's getting a lot more done this game than... It is really important that he does. Because I mean, you can only do so much on the... Generally need to combo it with people.
The lane seemed to be a lot more simpler for him too. Like roll up towards the top lane, that's a perfect kick. Drop Baboka down. And now they may have just enough damage. Keep him on the ground, don't let him take to the trees, and Arteezy will find the kill.
That is how you deal with Monkey King. Apparently his styles unlock as you level up in the game.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
The stronger the king gets, the more royalty.
But he turns bluer. Purple.
Purple the royal color.
Yeah, maybe he's like purple on like level 3. But he has apparently 4 different colors. One for start the game. At level 1 ult.
As Crit getting involved once more. So it's good for EG, they find the kills, but we have to keep in mind that was kills on 2 supports. Universe is still very much behind, 18-0 against his counterpart at 38-21, and Arteezy's on the run. Burning has the second highest CS, and if he can claim with Shikuchi forward, he's going to take the life back. It's going to be Baboka who takes that life of Arteezy, and +2.
Don't make Arteezy bitter. He has low intel right now.
Right,
he's at 18 intel. I'm talking about his intel just in-game, Toby. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know if you thought like he became Samson, shaved off his beard, and then life just becomes instantly difficult for him.
Does it have some sort of magical power?
Well, if you know the story of Samson, yes, okay, Rock's missing, Tornado misses from Sumail, and because these abilities don't connect, OP may survive. He turns around and takes Zai out as well. Critical misses, and IG punish.
Nice Stampede usage too. XSS was ready for that one. But Zai was at that great range where you can turn no matter how Alina tries to juke. We're too close turn radius is a little bit too low. But he had plenty of stick charges, and he had a raindrop that wasn't even used because they missed all their magic spells. So that was unfortunate.
That's something EG just have to shrug off and focus on the task at hand, and that's murder. Baboka going to be their primary target. Have to keep that damage on him again. Keep him on the ground, but Monkey King takes to the tree lines. The fire sprites fly out, but he'll move up, he'll move down and around.
They don't even have a quelling blade on RTC. Chop down the tree. I usually see a lot of carries get quelling blade if you're against Monkey. Even if you don't need the plus damage versus creep, you still get it just so you can make his life potentially very miserable if you cut down that right tree.
Instead of relying on crit to kick the tree roots out. Crit's coming back up to the top lane. But it's still very problematic. Universe is forced off the lane. He's at 1,700 net worth to the 3.1k of the Centaur. That Blink Dagger is going to come up even faster. The fact that they had Stampede for that mid-fight was already like something EG was probably going to be accepting of.
Oh god, he already has Hood? Oh, scary. I wonder if he's actually going to take the mana regen, Helen. They often pair up the Centaur with the Crystal Maiden, so it's a no-brainer to get. Now that he doesn't have Crystal. Will he take the mana regen? Probably not. I've seen most of them. I don't know, you already have Hood.
We'll cross the bridge when he gets to it. For now, he's just enjoying the very much freedom of bottom lane, knowing that Universe cannot zone him out. The ES just doesn't have the kill potential at the moment.
He had to shuffle around the lane. He started off bottom and then went top and then went bottom, so you're going to be at a gold disadvantage because you have TP around and you're going to be at a disadvantage because there's so many creep.
That's why it just feels so much more structured and confident from IG. Like, even when the first 2 kills went the way of EG, it still feels like overall Invictus Gaming's laning phase is stable. Like the only rotations they have are the supports moving around to change things up. Exactly. Yeah, Crit was fantastic. He was helping out Samel in the mid, but the top and the bottom lanes is more chaotic for evil geniuses.
Oh, Boboka. What a clown. That's some good-natured in-game bad manner.
It's bad manners until he properly hits the stun. Samel gets caught out too close to the leaner, and then he's dead. Because it's the burst damage you get from Laguna.
They are smoke-inking him. Sumail will make a detour for that, but XSS. He has a Hood, though, and Stampede. This is not going to be easy.
Well, at least Samel's going to get the vision, and, well, Cold Snap, and Stampede gets off, starts his run up. Still hasn't even triggered the Hood yet. Crib will run through. Baboka is here, and the fissure from Universe, that still won't be enough. Jump down, and it's actually Zai who dies. EG are the initiators. Crit's on the run, but he has got a Scarab Beetle on the back, infesting in, and Burning will take the kill.
Downsides of Quaswex, no damage.
Yep. And that's the roaming gang from EG. Like, is that a low chance of working? Like, what really went wrong there? They had the vision on the Centaur.
They didn't ban Centaur.
Okay, yeah, that's... Unfortunately, this game doesn't function with 20 bans.
You asked what went wrong, Toby.
Yeah. Yeah. They actually banned they banned the Abaddon as opposed to the Centaur in the first 2.
I much favor XXS on the stun offlaner. He's really good at sitting things up. Yeah, consider about. But yeah, with the Hood first, it's just...
It seems so happy as well for him. Like, how many, of the IG games we've cast, I think there's only been 1 game where he hasn't had the one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, they do give him pretty favorable. I mean, last game he had Nyx doesn't. He was zoned out kind of early, but he still managed to catch up quite nicely. Definitely set up for... I think Q has been spot on with his rotations as it's sitting behind Senta right now. Think about trying to stop his... Oh, did he pick up a point exort? He has. So Invoker looks like a 4-4-1 build. Pretty unusual Invokers. I usually see 3 in Quas when they go for Quaswex. They either more Wex or Quas is quite a lot of Quas.
Burning's Invis is wearing out now. So he could potentially throw out the Beetles, just harassing Arteezy and making sure Arteezy never feels comfortable on this map. Something game 1 Arteezy had to get used to was the Clinks.
What do you take? Oh, he took the
But balance out the fact that you didn't have the CM.
Yeah. And Regions. never really have to. He doesn't have Tranks. That's actually kind of nice for him.
Do you change up a Lina build as well? Obviously, you're still going to go for the Bloodstone, but do you look for like more regeneration on her because you don't have the Crystal Maiden? We've been seeing OP mainly going for like the Aghanim Scepter.
Bloodstone gives you enough.
That's enough?
Yeah. I think you really need Shadow Blade 11. Kill the Invoker, which helped them win the game. You still do that.
Okay. Can he actually do this solo?
Oh.
He goes for the stun, but Zai is able to get the Icarus dive off, but Burning, he knows Zai can't go anywhere. So a kill is still the kill, the rolling boulder forward, but the kick, it's going to be right on target, able to do so. The silence held in place, the EMP burn will help out, and Crit is already starting his TP. Right underneath them as Burning was on his way into. Samel has to hide under Ghost Walk. They know he's there, but no detection for Invictus Gaming.
He does have an Arcane Rune, so Tornado's going to cool down way earlier than normal. Only up for
He's got no friends. Like,
They have no
he's got no
damage.
damage.
They have no damage. Where's the damage? A lot of setup.
Well, it's meant to be the Ursa, right? Like, that's...
Yeah, a little bit
he's-
from Phoenix, too.
Okay, you got help. Earth Spirit's on the way. He needs to get the proper kick, and maybe just with Cold Snap, it's going to be enough. Samel gets the solo kill. Unfortunately, Silencer is a lot more powerful and holds on to the intelligence. No +2 for Smart Invokers.
I wonder if Invoker's going to...
Radiant's bottom
He hasn't taken
tower
a
is
talent.
under attack.
Still kill.
Mhm.
A lot of the time I do see... They don't build HP. You get it from Scepter pretty...
Well, smoke up from the Ursa being purchased, so
He doesn't have lifesteal,
turns
though.
your attention a little bit towards Roshan.
How are they going to do it without lifesteal? They're going to take him.
I would say you could use Phoenix, but that's going to be a pretty obvious thing if there's a single Radiant Observer Ward around the pit.
The Fire Spirit's not as good versus now that...
Bottom lane, Blink is up, and goodbye, Monkey King. 4 swipes, instant enrage from Arteezy. And IG will look for a bit of like trade-off if they can take out the T1 tower. The kick goes off with a Stampede and Horv Stomp. Perfect! Catching out two. Phoenix as well as Samel. Samel's on the run. Silenced up. Can't do anything to stop it. Another double edge.
What a monster.
He really is.
They missed the Boulder Smash, though, after the... He tried a Tornado into EMP and Boulder Smash. Weren't able to connect Boulder Smash.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Run away. But yeah, great positioning by the Centaur and making very good use of his early farm. Ursa was not able to transition into a tower kill on bottom, and they're back to how they were a couple minutes ago, minus a T.
So both teams reveal the early Blink daggers. One team gets 2 kills, the other one gets 1. And
the tower.
And the tower. Not to mention, it was a support and a core for Invictus Gaming and just a support for EG. And IG are going again. Hey, why not? Yeah, you don't have Stampede. Arteezy's going to be close, but not close enough to trigger the smoke.
It's pretty unusual that he's farming right there.
But Crit's really close. The Boca jumps up, and goodbye, Crit. He was on a warding mission.
They're doing a really good job of controlling this area. This area is what you want to do. Ursa does not have a lifesteal, as they probably already figured out as he got on the bottom lane, but just need to prevent him from getting that first. They don't have a good Roshan lineup, but you still have to worry about them tanking with like Fords. Sumail giving Alacrity. Things are still possible, and Roshan almost IG's Bane last.
It's kind of looking to see IG having more aggressive vision, but most of it was, even with the smoke, yeah, and I think EG's looking for the same thing with the sentry wall they put on top of the shrine. They're wondering where IG left the vision after they went for the smoke.
Oh, he's going Blink hard?
What, straight into heart?
That's what he has on Quick Buy. Usually you'd see Scepter at this. I think even the ability to run over trees is very useful.
Oh, Samael. Tornado's going to connect. He's still silenced up, and with the Stampede running forward, there's your bonus damage and a quick jump to slap. The Boca kill secures on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Burning is on the run. Arteezy would like to catch up to him, but they don't have enough control. You've still got time-lapse available for Burning, and EG just cannot hold him in position long enough to kill him.
Trying to sneak Roche, bait out Sumail, force heroes bottom, he dies, whatever. IG's too wise for your shenanigans.
How do you even keep doing the damage on Ursa? That's almost a fully completed diffuser blade over on Burning. Like, how is Ursa meant to keep up?
Not sure, especially because
Okay.
he wants a Abyssal later. Pretty good, but you have mobility issues. Global Silence is even pretty problematic for him, not to mention Stampede. Let's see.
Isn't that when like you look at the Aghanim Scepter, you look for something to like to dispel? It's
usually I would say Basher is fine for him, so you can just get a lot of solo, decent for team fights. So, you know, if you get a lucky bash on the Weaver, he can't pop his ult. If you get a good bash on the Silencer, he can't. Looks like he just wants to pick up, perhaps Smeal. Smeal didn't lose any gold there. He fought his Staff of Wizardry. Yeah, all in all, economically, it was not that poor. Still looking for opportunity to get Roche. Been 18 minutes in, and only one attempt has been.
well, how do you still take Roshan? IG, you still don't know where their observer wards are. You committed 3 sentries around your own shrine, trying to find that vision from Invictus Gaming, and they didn't put anything down for it. And in fact, now it's just XXS just jumping straight through it and finding the Invoker.
That was so greedy. Tornadoing creeps right there. As soon as he did that and he saw the Invoker, he's like, what? Or and then he saw the Sentinel, he's like, what have I done? So Blink reveal from Earthshaker coming out pretty soon. I would say 18 minutes is a pretty good timing considering his start. But IG are unrelenting in their control of this top half of the map. They are just shutting down the Ursa completely. And Ursa, he hasn't been able to get many kills. He hasn't been getting Roche. And you do not want to be in a farm war as an Ursa at all.
Yeah. This isn't a war, man. this is a slaughter. You don't have Ursa with anywhere to farm on the map. You just lost your tier 2 tower. That aggressive vision from IG after that successful gank on the Invoker is now down. So even if you go into your jungle to farm there, Invictus Gaming will know about it.
They're mass TPing to the bottom lane. Looks like they're trying to make a move. Perhaps a Centaur.
You don't have the Blink Echo Slam, so there's no instant control on the Centaur. And Burning is also rotated up, so the Fissure will go on to Burning.
Oh, the Fissure just...
Yeah, but they brought everyone. It's like they want the fight to happen here.
There's still
5
global
heroes down for EG.
Q, is he going to be able to hit a clutch global? That is the question. Ready.
Are they going to bring everyone else down? Like, Lena is still not on the bottom lane. That's when you start, like, she doesn't actually have a TP scroll either.
It's a scary place for the EG.
It's like they try to force the fight, reveal the position early on. They don't get it. XXS actually thinks EG is further forward, hence he went for the blind blink into the tree line, hoping to find something that EG was planning, some kind of trap, but EG's already backed out after being the ones to drag the attention to bot lane.
He's just wondering what they're doing over there. It's like, there are just 5 over here farming out 1 creep wave.
Doesn't make sense, right?
It did not make sense at all. But they didn't the Lena and the Silencer didn't TP because they thought it might be another maneuver to try and drag them away from Roche. So they always have Roche in the back of their mind. They're not letting that slip. I do like that play and vigilance from IG.
And how many sentry wards been wasted by EG? They threw down another one looking for the Observer ward in the mid lane. But they're not finding, I don't think like, when was the last time we saw a Radiant Observer ward actually de-warded?
One of the benefits of having Monkey King, you don't need smokes to place Observer ward. It's kind of like old school Riki.
This is now just becoming the Baboka ward.
Yeah.
Every time he throws it down, and it's every time against the dire side Invoker of EG. And they're going to go for Roshan themselves. Double damage rune on Burning.
That is the best rune right now. They take this away from EG. EG have very few ways to make big plays into the game.
Icarus dive down. It's just to put an Observer ward on top of the Radiant Sentry ward that's already there. So if they want to get rid of it, they can do so.
That is really disheartening.
And now you're also going to lose the Earth Spirit in mid.
You lost your Obs. You lost your Roche. You lost your crit.
Things are falling apart. Like, at the seams. It
was completely unexpected they would be able to get down that fast. From EG's point of view, there's like no way they could do Roche that quickly. And they Sunstruck. Like, ideally, it'd probably be around, like, 40% health. They could keep their shrine and go in with tornadoes to sweep things up. But with the GD,
the TPs are coming in. They want to try and fight Arteezy. So Baboka starts with his stun, and then the jump down, throws out the ultimate. The TP is out. Arteezy
Oh, he didn't
Not
pop his-
able to complete in time, and no buyback is available.
That was actually a mistake on RTC's part. He didn't ult before he would have saved him for sure. But they did, I don't think they had any other stuns. They used global, they used hoof stomp, they used boundless strike. That was it. But that was a great silence though, because Boboka scouted out the Earthshaker, waiting for them to go on the Ursa. It's ridiculous how on top of their game they are.
Yeah,
right now.
they're really reading this map perfectly.
Plus 125 health bar.
And then you see him again. Okay, this time around, that's the better way to do it. Icarus dive through, find the Monkey King out of position, and Sumel's Sunstrike will get the kill.
Nice kill for them. Got to repel this Monkey King somehow. Still done incredible amounts of work.
Yeah.
Man, poor Zai, look at his net worth. Oh, man. 1,300?
Yeah, it's a very sad Phoenix. There's definitely no doubt about that.
He can hope for level 15 for 150 GPM.
You know, the really sad thing is, though, like we talk about, like, the kill on the bottom lane. Okay, you just killed off the Monkey King, but you're still killing off the support Monkey King while the top 3 net worths on the field all belong to Radiant's side. And, well, goodbye, Crit. He just got deleted. 15 Bloodstone charges now for the Lina.
Look at that mana regen, 26.
And now it's going to be bottom lane. Universe just jumped in, so Burning, hot on his tail, support's coming in, and with Diffuser Blade charge, there's just no way to run away. It's such a, like, there's no maneuverability for this Earthshaker. He still wants to get the Force stuff up and running, but he can't outrun a Weaver.
Not at all. Can't TP away either. Have the Monkey King there to hit with the Boundless Strike in case they try to mix.
Arteezy and Zaya are underneath the Observer Ward.
Centaur did commit for the Reaver, by the way. I'm pretty surprised he went for the Reaver, but
he's committing for heart. It's all in, man.
Yeah, they can't kill him. The only way they can kill him is if Ursa has a lot of uptime on him, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It seems to make a lot of sense, though, for IG going into the base, where OP and Burning can just sit on the back lines, and then this really tanky Centaur sits on the front line. It gives you your vision of high ground, and let's Lina do the work. Because OP's having the time of his life at the moment. No one's able to get close enough to him to really do the damage. Like, you're going to rolling boulder forward, get the silence quickly into Invis. Sentry Ward is down on the back lines. Silencer controlled up, but he's still got the global silence off. Centaur got there just in the nick of time, and Universe is now the one on the retreat. You can Sunray all you want, Zai, but Burning will stand its ground. He'll bring you down, and the sole survivor from Evil Geniuses will be slaughtered, and the good game is called. Not even 25 minutes on the clock. And Evil Geniuses, they admit defeat.
How do you ban versus IG? That was just plain flat out destruction that we saw coming out from IG. What a team. Boboka and XSS again.
He's perfect. Like, you can't take out both the Monkey King and the Earth Spirit within the first 2, and he's legit awesome on both, and then you've still got the issues of the offlaner. XSS is in there. OP's got his wonderful supply of heroes he can go for.
Vanguard first Ursa. Theoretically, it's not that bad versus Geminate attack on Weaver. Fast attack speed Lina, but
well, Chaos Meteor a little bit late on the mark. The healing is actually coming in enough from the Nuts, and they're able to turn this back around. Makes it to the Shrine in time. Burrow Strike not going to be enough to find the kill. So the team fight won there, relatively speaking, by Faceless.
Yeah, it was a pretty actually nice fight. Ice made some cool plays on Juggernaut. They really tried to set up and kind of kill him, but he dodged like the first set of attacks with the spin, and then he got tornadoed by the Invoker and EMP'd, but the second that he was down from the tornado, he managed to get off his Omni Slash and dodge a lot of not only the Sand King stun, but also the EMP. It did a lot, and then Storm Spirit kind of came out of nowhere with a double damage rune, and now he's got 14 Bloodstone charges. And also at the very, very tail end of that fight, when they were chasing up a hill into the Shrine, Invoker's very last auto attack on the Witch Doctor missed, which would have killed him, and Witch Doctor was able to enable the Shrine and turn around and throw a cask on the Sand King. And Sand King barely lived thanks to his phase boots. But definitely a nice fight for Faceless, and they really needed that. It would have been nice if Juggernaut could have lived and could have picked up some items, but Storm Spirit definitely got a lot out of it.
They are set up here onto the, well, Juggernaut, and the Sunstrike is going to find the kill. So you talk about it, a little bit unfortunate that you missed that one, and then they end up being able to find another. Oh, yeah. LPC bottom is going to get caught. This is more Bloodstone into the coffers of Jabs.
Absolutely. We'll see what Stormspirit can do. It's really unfortunate that Juggernaut's dying so much, especially as he kind of builds into this Battle Fury. He's like halfway to it, which isn't where you want to be at 23 minutes.
I mean, does it hurt his ability to take these fights in the late game? I know that you kind of are sort of going to need it to deal with CK,
yeah,
but
I think he feels like he needs to deal with CK, which might be the case because they have some AoE, but not the most AoE.
Over here, I was like, Monkey King is on the map, I'm sure, and then I saw a tree moving. Oh, right.
Clockwork did just finish his Blade Mail, though. Item he was in that kind of team fight at the Dire Secret Shop area.
Now, potential to get set up here. Tier 2 tower is going to drop. The movement in now. The rest of Faceless wanting to get in position to take this engagement.
Smoked up, fighting post the tower dropping. We're going to fight here.
Yeah, Monet, the first one to get initiated on. The stun is there. The, well, miss onto the Maledict. Storm Spirit jumps forward, able to find Ginseng. It doesn't end up being on any of those auto attacks. The Boundless are going to connect onto 2. That was not the initiation that they needed from the Storm Spirit.
Like just got ditched. CK ult is out, guys. Run.
They're turning around, and they're going to keep taking this fight. Burrow Strike onto 3. Sunstrike to boot. LPC, it's a big old split earth. The Omni Slash is there, but it's not nearly going to be enough. 4 dead, all of LFY standing tall.
CK is way too farm. He's got a Manta and his ultimate out and Juggernaut Omni Slash. Yeah, you can't even deal with the illusions.
God. What
that was
combination.
Yeah, they just kind of walked into CK and then they realized we actually can't do anything to CK. We gotta turn around and run, and Witch Doctor started throwing some spells, but realized he was very much out of position.
It was like you saw the casket thrown, and then he went for the Maledict and was like, all right, I need to get out of here. I'm done.
He was so panicked and worried that he missed the Maledict.
Right.
And then he just dropped his ward on top of the CK and realized, I actually shouldn't be here, huh?
Yeah.
So he just immediately canceled it and started running for the shrine, and it just was a fight that never really got started for Faceless, and I feel like that's kind of the unfortunate actualization of their situation is that they don't really have anything to fight, and Earth Spirit, has some nice team fight, but LFY just might be too farmed at this point.
14,000, almost 15,000 net worth on Super. He has been involved in so many kills throughout this game through stun strike assists and just straight up last hits. And you look at the farm, I mean, Sand King is almost ahead of the Storm Spirit, for goodness sakes. Sure, the 15 Bloodstone charges look nice, but they just don't have the damage. I'm not sure exactly where you find it from. Maybe you get more farm onto XY and that allows you to get that, or you just play the pickoff game and hope that you're able to get gold through comeback mechanic.
They gotta find some kills, which would be nice if LFY ever spread out, but I don't think that would be very smart of them to spread out at all, but maybe Sancty's going for something bottom here.
Oh,
Cancel
what? The cask? Oh,
the cask hit him?
Yeah, the cask hit him. It canceled the epicenter. They will still find the Juggernaut, though, and Ice is going to drop. Tornado comes out. There is going to be a magnetized now. XY getting ran down, out of mana, out of time, and is going to die.
Man, they can't catch a break. Well, they did catch a little bit of a break there with the epicenter canceled, but regardless, man. Ice spun that wave and didn't TP out, didn't spin. He paid the price for it. Thought maybe he lived there, but Sunstrike's been on point this game. Who has looked really impressive this series, not only on the Evoker this game, but the TA in the last game.
Yeah, how do you rate him in the sort of path?
I've always been a huge fan of Super. One of my favorite mids, and I've played against him so many times. Like, this guy's been forever. He was a part of VG Gaming with that kind of power team for a long, long time, and I've been playing against him in TI4. So yeah.
Well, In the meantime, they've been able to find and take down the taunting master himself. LBC, the Burrow Strike, going to connect onto 2. Sunstrike comes in, split between Nuts as well as Jabs, but they are still going to be able to run down these heroes in just a second. Omnislash is out, bringing CK to about half HP, but the turn, the right clicks, the kills.
Oh, the armor toggle.
Oh,
so much damage. 600 damage from Maldic there.
That's crazy. So they are going to be able to bring down that CK.
Oh, it's a super good fight for them. The Storm Spirit's back up now thanks to Bloodstone, but no, he didn't dust. He did dust. It hit, it hit.
XY, okay, they've got one. Looking for super, bringing him low. That is going to be a kill. Oh.
No, he's got a lot of regen.
Oh my god. Run. He throws out the tornado.
Might be dead now.
Hold snap. Monkey King is there. They're going to turn on to Jabs. Is able to make at least the start of an escape, but Sunstrike to finish. Super turned away before he even got the kill.
Evoker's a tough kill. That hero, once he gets his levels up, he is something else.
Oh, see, he's going back in now. Epicenter, Burrow Strike. Where? Oh, that's not where you need to go.
No. Other way. We're going home.
So by the end of the Storm Spirit kill, it ends up looking a little bit better for LFY. But you were mentioning that you felt like in that fight that it was pretty great for Faceless by and large before that point.
Witch Doctor hit Maldict on CK, which is probably the only way they can kill him. And they actually got a pick to start the fight. They killed Leshrac at the very, very beginning. So before the fight even got started, Leshrac died without them using very much. And then Juggernaut got a pretty decent Omni Slash. If he had the Battle Fury, he could have done a lot of cleave on the there, and maybe definitely would have done a ton more damage. But he's got the whole thing in his stash right now, so we're just waiting on him to finally finish that item and significant damage boost. But
okay. So you're feeling like Faceless, they've pulled themselves back into a fighting chance now. They're not playing as far from behind.
Definitely not as far from behind. I think once Juggernaut picks up that Battle Fury, they got a better chance. But Storm Spirit did just die twice there. Down to 6 Bloodstone charges now, as he was at like 15. So that's super unfortunate for him.
For
Hex, he's a Hex.
Yeah, they got it. They're on top
when
of them.
When did he get that?
That is super unfortunate. Absolutely.
Unbelievable today.
They got the Roshan next on the docket. Yeah, he is incredibly farmed. As Hex has a Force Staff, opted to go for the mobility item, the Force, instead of the Blink because of the Clockwork. But Juggernaut now in some trouble. He is so close to finishing off his item, but held back yet again.
I don't think he's going to get it. I feel like that the Battle Fury dream is over. Sell it and go for a different item. Maybe a Saint Yasha. That could turn around this game.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm making it up. It's fine. But
okay.
He's been trying. The Battle Fury is a distant dream, and he is just not getting very close.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's rough, and it's like that Blink Dagger on a Slardar or something else. You know, you're so close to it for so long, and it ends up really hurting not being able to finish that item off. Storm Spirit's going to do his Storm Spirit thing of, killing off the creep wave.
It just happened mid. We had a CK ultimate plus a Manta into backdoor protection. So they ended up doing about 500 damage or 600 damage to the tower, but kind of stopped there.
Yeah, it's a good play by Jabs to keep that lane pressured.
Yeah. Something went wrong there. Something didn't go according to plan. But CK he has enough gold for his heart now, so that's a thing.
How much is like? Because the other thing.
Look at the tree on top of tree.
Oh, roll in.
Monkey King was joking.
White likes to do that. The Chinese teams have been playing around a lot with the Monkey King.
The younger players are clowns.
They are. No respect.
They're just having fun. That's what Dota's all about.
Yeah.
FUN.
I will mention again, though, that Monet on the CK, it's a hero that feels like he's capable of getting out of control. And now with the 120 gold per minute talent on top of it, the hero that traditionally has trouble farming, you get that extra little added bonus to himself.
That is a nice talent. Yeah, I like that. That hero does look a lot better, especially once it gets to level 20.
You go Midas into talent like that.
Reality Rift pierces spell immunity or 20% cooldown reduction. Pretty good. I think you get cooldown reduction though. Yeah.
I think it's kind of
Next
interesting.
on mid, Star Spirit in big trouble.
I mean, they're going to push him back here and try and bring him low. It looks like it's just get out of dodge territory for Faceless, though, as they lift up onto the Clockwork, but Black looks to be the one that's left behind. They actually have found the Witch Doctor as well. They finish him off, though. Super still does have a Sunstrike in a second here if you want to try and throw it out. Cold Snap, any type of stun? Ah, there's Wayne. They're in his head. I know what's up. Actually, Reality Rift into the low ground, but we'll eventually bring him down.
Juggernaut. Finish the battle period.
Dream.
But unfortunately, there's a couple of 4,000 HPs KOs getting in the building. So they're not even going to come back and try and defend this. I wonder if the game ends right here.
Yeah, there's a good amount of duration still left on these illusions, and doesn't really feel like there's any great...
Maledict.
Okay, that's the start of something.
Oh, Witch Doctor, watch out, man.
The tornado is going to keep him alive for a moment, but still will end up falling.
It's fine. He's more minus 40-second respawn talent. He's alive again.
Yeah, makes it work. They're wasting their stuns on him. You fools. White, in the meantime, is going to get Orchided. Jabs on top of him. Sunstrike comes in, though. Isn't quite on the mark, but it doesn't matter because Monet is going to be able to can that kill. Burrow Strike connects onto 2, and now they've turned on to Black. Monet has Maledict, but they don't care.
Yeah, Jug's got buyback. I doubt they're just going to use it. Oh, points for the books, I believe.
The Ultra kill comes out from Super. They're going to give him the Rampage as well.
If you are a level 10 Witch Doctor, or a level 15 Witch Doctor, you could chain feed so fast.
I mean, he could potentially give a Rampage just himself.
He could. Yo, this guy good gamed with an emote. Holy shit. Monet, please have mercy.
They're loving it. I'm feeling like LPC, or rather LPC and LFY have really been enjoying themselves throughout this so far. Give me a little bit of a rundown, though. Peter, PPD, what's your thoughts on them going into the main event? Do you think they have what it takes to deal with the giants out of Group B?
I think LFY is probably...
The mid-end, yeah.
All kinds of weird stuff.
Pick up a poor man's and be ready to go. We've got it all here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a Spectre. Eternal Envy. Baffling people once more. And it could be brilliant.
Nothing's going
Spectre
on.
is...
Perhaps we're going to see...
We come out with an Enchantress, which was... It caught us all off guard. And it certainly caught IGV. Spoilers, if you haven't watched that game, close your ears. It was a stomp. And it's... It's an entertaining stomp at that as well. I would go back and watch that show, especially if you're an MP fan. But for now, of course, you want to stick here and get ready to watch this one. So, wow, here we go. Getting ourselves ready for the matchup. We'll be able to introduce both of the lineups here. We can see Liquid preparing themselves. And Liquid, in terms of what we've got, it's what the panel certainly expected. GH will be playing the Magnus. On the Amber Spirit, Matuma Man on his Lone Druid. Mind Control on the Core Legion. Kuroki. What's going to be, it seems like that very kind of solo support really. I mean, Magnus, GH needs items, it feels like. Kuroki, he's going to have a pretty much 4 cores that he's carrying this game as the support on the backlines.
That was kind of how the last game they won worked, where Miracle was playing 4 position Sand King, GH was mid Naga, and like there was Kuro down at like 4K net worth, while everyone on his team was at like 30K net worth. So it seems like the Liquid order has been readjusted. Kuro supporting the world. It kind of feels like a lot of teams have just adjusted how like player roles fit in their team. Like we've seen from MP, you mentioned the AUI Enchantress, where it's like, well, why is AUI playing a jungler? We saw it with Liquid, where they put GH in the mid lane out of nowhere. So very kind of unconventional stuff, not like in terms of drafts, in terms of players, where they're going, what heroes they're playing. Be strange. AUI's got Poor Man's Shield. I wonder if he's going to off lane, Lifestealer even. They've been putting MSS a lot in the safe lane, where we saw the safe lane Magnus a couple of games.
Yeah, we saw in the earlier series today, yeah.
It seems like they don't, I mean, is the top lane really the for Dire anymore? You've got the Shrine down bottom, so it was talked about a lot with the new patch, like where is the true safe lane these days? Some of the map changes. Jungle camps, there's a shrine you can play around, there's this shop down in that bottom lane, so maybe the dire off lane is a better place, the lifestealer.
And once again, kind of going back to really the lone druid, I mean, gods, this was a hero that was in an amazing place. Everyone was picking it. It was first top tier picks and bans, then it got hit, and then it got hit again to the point where, as I said, everyone's pretty much avoiding it. What is it that makes this hero so hard to play, do you feel, in the pros' eyes at the moment? Because of it?
Mostly it's the uptime of the Rabbit. That was the biggest nerf the hero received throughout all of the various nerfs and stuff he got. You know, definitely some really absurd things. The -50 became -40 second respawn time, but Rabbit uptime used to be 100%. Now it's 30 out of 45.
Do the math.
2/3.
45 divided by fine is 9 times by 20 is 180. I don't know where I'm going with this.
2/3 uptime. Yeah.
2/3 uptime.
Yeah, so it's not 100%. that's all I know. And yeah, you're not constantly Rabbit. It means you have to pick and choose when you fight. If it's about to wear off, you're probably telling your team, back, my Rabbit's about to... When Rabbit's not up, you're not all that scary as a lone druid. You don't have that super movement speed and all that. It does kind of change the hero quite a bit. Affect him.
Straight away, 40-37 in mind control to find each other as they both attempt for the warding mission to maintain control of this top lane. SVG gives KingCharlie a pat on the back. Himself did manage to head over, did get the observer ward down. Of course, also placing his towards that bottom rune spot. Liquid.
Will be just the straight up Magnus jungle, it seems. Iron Talon is there for GH. And no big surprise. This is like a greedy approach, but something that NP don't really have roamers. I guess Elder Titan with boot. Theoretically, roam and try and disrupt it. If you find him on low HP, you can maybe get some cheap free kills with the boot's movement speed advantage. Try and snipe some last hits as well. But dangerous invading enemy jungles because that shrine there is a heal, but also a TP location. So often we'll see like a CM or someone just carry a TP, and if someone like an Elder Titan can test the Magnus jungle, CM TP's in, there's your first blood, ET's dead, so...
I'm intrigued as well, on the topic of the Magnus jungle. Is it better then? Is it just more efficient? Why are we not seeing the Legion in the jungle and the Magnus in the lane? Is there a reason why you are going this way round than the other if you're Liquid here?
Yeah, the Legion's a lot stronger in lane. Jungle capacity-wise, Legion perhaps better, I guess you'd normally say. But Legion in the offlane is very durable, very hard to kill. He's got a lot of good defensive tools. He gets a ton of movement speed from the overwhelming odds. He's able to purge off things like open wounds. So the hero in the offlane is incredibly resilient. We've seen a lot from LFY. It's Jizing's most played hero, and he does incredibly well in the first 5-10 minutes at getting stuff out of the lane. Magnus, you can actually zone the hero. He's a bit squishier, doesn't quite have the same stats to play around and have the same great time there.
Interesting as well to note, of course, it is indeed Envy playing the mid, but MP switching the lanes around. Envy up on the top lane, on his own at the moment. Aoi is in the mid, did have the Wyvern come over across to help him. So who's this trying to dodge who? Who's getting the lanes that they want, do you feel?
MP kind of set these lanes up as far as they're concerned. Envy went for a really odd play with that pull through, but he gets it to the neutral camp, so he's going to be able to theoretically farm the neutrals as well as this creep wave, although he has to hit the last hits as well. Meanwhile...
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's kind of what I talked about. SCG, you want to come in and mess with the Magnus jungle? Well, Kuro's going to be there, and potential first blood could come your way, but with boots, you will get out of there.
Very, very speedy indeed. They do manage to get him out of their hair and get a bit of space for GH. Desperately tries to kick off this jungling. But of course, attention drawn here is going to kind of free up the lanes a bit more for the rest of Liquid. We can see in the mid lane already just the aggression coming out here from the other spirit. And SVG actually this time wrapping GH down low, but they've got the shrine. KingCharlie coming with the wraparound, and this time SVG's boots aren't going to allow him to walk that off. As first blood goes to the Magnus, and that is exactly what you don't want to happen. You may have stopped him from hitting creeps for the first minute, but you've given him first blood.
Nice when things kind of happen how you expect them to. And that's the CM presence that Elder Titan had to respect and didn't. He goes in and invents it out. He can just go right back, knowing that The Magnus has used the Shrine. Without that Shrine up, it's a lot easier to continue being aggressive. And
Oh, and he does. He's straight there.
Yeah, he's not put up. Like, you die like that, yeah, it's like, man, I didn't want to give up first blood, but you're also like, well, suddenly I'm a lot stronger because there's no Shrine to worry about.
GH having to skewer himself away. Got incredibly low there as the Spirit got thrown out. Will get himself back to safety.
Got to be concerned. You're like a level 1 ET just running around the map. You got to find levels somewhere at some point. You want to get at least the level 2 stomp. Perhaps be finding that from some of its bounty runes. Very unconventional laning setup for NP. The mid lifestealer does alright against the Ember, but the Spectre's kind of like a solo safe lane Spectre. Use that early pull to the neutrals to help get some extra farm. But since then is going to lose very badly in a 1v1 against.
I was
going to
say this can't be a pleasant lane once Mind Control's got a few levels. It's going to be very hard for Envy.
It's like peak of terribleness with the LC phase boots. Phase boots are there for LC. Good luck going anywhere near the hero.
Mid lane again, Owie. Moving in on Miracle with the open wounds. I mean, you can kind of do this, I guess, as a lifestealer. Trade it and
Go out again.
Gotta be careful, as you mentioned earlier. Maybe lack of respect here, really, for Kuroki.
There's a skewer, so TP is just not an option.
He could try for the deny. He's not going to get it. GH picking up a second kill. Thanks to SVG, pretty much this fast food order takeaway delivery service he's providing. As GH certainly getting fed in the first 3 minutes.
That one a bit unfortunate because it came as a result of a haste rune, which he didn't have eyes on. Only Radiant Vision had that bottom room, but nonetheless, you go aggressive deep in the enemy jungle, you're going to get punished here and there. And again, still level 1 at this point. Yeah, look, he's actually going to take over top lane while Envy jungles. That's interesting lane development. Definitely, to me, suggests NPC. This isn't like the game we saw earlier where Envy was Alk and he left the mid lane to the Winter Wyvern to go jungle to give the lane to a support. No, this is way too early for your lanes to break apart. This is very much a reaction to SVG's
mid
roaming
lane
fail.
Miracle falling incredibly low here as Owie. Nearly able to take him down. One more swipe would have done it, but he couldn't quite get there in range.
So yeah, the jungle Spectre, fastest or best jungler, but make do with what he can here. 2 points from the Desolate to try and speed things up a little bit, but this is not really the ideal place to be running your Spectre. And considering this was a 5th pick, it's not like you feel like you 5th pick a hero and you should have like a good plan or a lane for it. You should know that hero. If you're 5th picking a Spectre, you should be like, this Spectre game is going to be great. Like, it's going to have a good lane. Or if it's not going to have a good lane, it hard counters something. Yeah, it's pretty good against the Lone Druid, being able to get on top of him, but you just picked a Spectre in a game where your lanes are getting destroyed. So I'm a bit surprised by the fact they don't seem to have a clear plan for how to lane this Spectre. I guess the end result is not having a plan means they're sending it to the jungle.
And one of the lanes that we're still kind of yet to talk about is that bottom lane, as we just saw Matuma Man very much getting free farm. You mentioned across the board, lanes just looking very, very strong for Liquid. MSS is able to find a little bit. He's got 14 CS. He's getting the levels down there, but he's just unable to do anything in terms of slowing down this Lone Druid in this laning stage.
Liquid greedy with they had 2 junglers at various points. Kuro was jungling somewhere, and GH was jungling somewhere else, and they're winning the lane. They're winning lanes while jungling.
And top lane, they're just going to walk in here for the duel. It will be successful as Mind Control gets himself the tasty +10, and SVG really struggling to find a place this game so far with his 3rd death.
I feel like I've never actually seen a team win all 3 lanes while having 2 junglers. Like, pretty absurd. They're not even really roamers. Like, the CM are perhaps a bit of a roamer, but Magnus is a straight-up greedy jungler.
You can't lose lanes if you're not in them, gods.
Well, there's solo heroes in them. They just don't need supports to win their lane. That's the crazy thing. They've got 3 solo heroes. I mean, that's the thing with their draft. Legion, Lone Druid, these are heroes that excel in 1v1 matchups. No Jewel to kill him, but phase boots, there's a CM, Nova into Frostbite and Envy.
He should be. I mean, he's got the backup here. Oh my goodness! He's not fine. The nuke is too good for Mind Control, and he gets himself a double kill as well as they clean up 1437. Oh dear. Oh dearie me, David.
He was saying Kuro's lost his mind, but whatever he's on, it's
he needs to go.
Yeah, he needs to go crazy a bit more often because this. I don't know. It seems like NP are allowing it to happen is what is bizarre about it, but that's always been the NP kind of motif with the laning stage early game is they're very greedy. They try and...
Oh, hello. Surprise, surprise, Matuma Man. There's a lifestealer in here, and... can't get him off it. So MP, he gets himself the first kill on the board with a super surprise gank down there. Yep. Lifestealer and Envy turning up.
You need to get something happening. Every time Haunt's up, I feel like they just got to gank as much as Envy doesn't even have phase boots. He's close to them, but you got to find picks somewhere on the map. You can't just try and if you're just trying to passively farm your jungle back in the game, you're going to farm slower. You're going to get picked off one by one by Legion duels. So every time Envy's got Haunt, he's probably going to be telling his team, go find a pick off for me. I'll Haunt in. Even if you're trading kills, you gotta do something here. Very early use of the Infest as well, but you gotta try and salvage this absolutely atrocious laning stage. Mind Control's gonna have the fastest phase armlets for a Legion offlane you can imagine. And very good for the Liquid side, even with that kill onto the Lone Druid.
I mean, top lane, you see SVG's maybe thinking of getting into some sort of a position, but the two of them, they surely don't have the firepower to bring down this Legion. It's absolutely massive for this stage of the game.
Legion wants them. He's like, I'm considering a duel on MSS probably. SVG is there for the stomp. Dual combo breaker.
Kuroki in the neighborhood as well, certainly ready to help out Mind Control if the occasion arises.
7, sneak some bounty runes, a miracle with the danger rune, the haste. Picked up, this is a great rune to get an Ember 8 minutes in. Pushing for kills, and he knows someone's around his jungle. Bounty rune went missing, and I think they just had eyes on Wyvern.
Oh, meanwhile, top lane gods, they do end up getting the opportunity to close in for another duel. 301 victories now, Mind Control racking up on the Arcana, second one this game. Experience, man. He is having probably one of the best starts I've seen Legion have in a while.
Insanely fat. No one's going to be able to really fight him. I'm very good at just like going head to head with a lifestealer with when you've got that fast armlet. He's not going to be afraid of AOI at all. You know, the armlet toggle through any kind of damage if he's ever low against the lifestealer. Yeah, he's got a 9-minute armlet phase with another 500 gold. Bad for NP. So the solution's going to be, yeah, just continuing to gank with Haunt, Infest ganks, as much as neither Lifestealer nor the Spectre has like any kind of items that you'd normally expect them to have before they start rotating, like no armlet yet, just phase boots, no urn or anything on NB. You've got to make moves.
This is one of the Lifestealer carries you don't always think about. The Haunt Infest bomb.
Asking for an initiation down bottom again. Matu's.
Envy. I didn't. Miracles. I know.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, we're watching this kind of fancy footwork in the mid lane as Envy hiding in the trees. Miracle new.
Can't really kill Miracle. Haven't got the damage. He'll just remnant away.
Yeah.
He wants his teammates to initiate down bottom. Probably saying like, get a stomp on Matu if possible, but a lot of wasted time right now. Envy walks back, probably just shrine up and.
This is actually, painful moments for both Envy and Aoi. It's like, it's your two cores not getting anything done unless they can find a kill.
They want the big kill. They want the Legion.
Oh, that is, I mean, it is a big one. It's a tough one.
Yeah. MSS is going solo smoke, looking to initiate, but Mind Control is very aware of what's up. Either that or he's just going for a little shopping mission, but he's just backing off altogether.
Mid lane.
Top lane Mind Control has walked into MSS now.
And okay, there we have. There's the jump in. Have they got the damage to bring him down though with the Echo Sound? They're throwing everything at him. Mind Control just turns, brings Envy down low. Can he get himself out with the armlet toggles? Here we go, boys and girls. He walks in.
OG's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
What's the point in not doing it? So letting Jarex get a little bit of practice on this hero. I also do like the way that they built their draft. They now have the Nyx Assassin to counter the Ember Spirit and the Lina. So Ember and Lina are going to be, we can actually take a look at who's going to be playing them quickly as well. So the Ember Spirit is going to be on aggressive, and it looks like he might be going toward mid.
Mid with it? Yeah, I mean, most would find the safe lane the more unorthodox position, but...
looks like a safe lane Lina based off of his item build.
Very unorthodox altogether here, it looks like already for VGJ.
But yeah, they already have the, so the Nyx Assassin is going to be in the mid lane from Ana, and he's starting with the Poor Man's Shield.
Okay.
So the Nyx Assassin is very good both versus two of the major cores on the side of Vici, the Lina and the Ember Spirit. So he does have a lot of different ways to catch for that. And we have one of OG players on one of his most signature heroes that he's probably played one of the most, the Bat Rider, S4.
Yeah, he's gotten to already have a good showcase on his Magnus yesterday. Also notoriously known for his Bat Rider. We'll see what he can pull out here. Shouts, of course, to Wepas, who's going to be our obs for this one. But just to take it back a couple of notes what you were saying. First pick Monkey King immediately got me giggling. I already know and probably overpraised Jarex for how solid he is on his Earth Spirit, probably being the best in the game. So you give him a fun hero like Monkey King, and I just hope he can bring some new tech or be a little bit innovative. You know, show something funky that maybe other Monkey King players haven't done yet. Because right now it's all been about what, like Viposhka and Baboka and what they've been able to bring. But
here's one strat, right? Get a courier, so turn yourself into a courier so you're faster, so you can block the mid wave better. There you go.
Okay, that's some new tech I'm talking about.
That's I mean, a little bit, but it's a nice little cheeky play. OG does get some two nice aggressive wards in the enemy jungle, so they're able to watch the movements from the Tusk, and the Monkey King is able to play around that if Jarex does want to. S4 does, as we see, pull the wave, so he's going to be able to get himself a nice double creep wave for himself if he times it properly.
Just classic S4 here.
Yep.
We are seeing Jarex rotate towards that top lane now, and ROTK, as we saw yesterday, and can get a bit susceptible to being really punished in the laning phase. In fact, a lot of the games they straight up had to stack the lane and just put ROTK straight into the jungle. So he knows he could be especially a bit vulnerable in this particular game, and they have to keep a watch out. But it looks like they've been able to ping Jarex nearby as Warlock will rotate over to help ROTK.
I like this adjustment already. Last night we were a bit like, we were watching Vici and we were like, man, they just seem very disconnected with each other. There seems to be some stuff going on. But a lot of that actually was because in the laning phase, ROTK a lot of the games was going just straight to the jungle. So the supports the supports from Empire were allowed to just do kind of whatever they wanted. This time they have a different approach. They're contesting the safe lane, forcing the supports to stay up there. So they can actually just predict, they know what the lanes are going to be like, and they know that they have what they want as a setup.
And it's just so weird to see like a time when you think back, Vici Gaming, FY Fenrir, these guys were the bullies of the early game, shuffling, rotating through the lanes, being a presence, and we were witnessing them like at least the last day or so feel a bit more passive and reserved, kind of dealing with the situations as they develop. Here, putting more of an assertive tone in the laning phase seems to be a good uplifting note for VGJ rather, heading out of the gate. So, well, S4 is got a quick level 2
He's got
here.
6 stacks on FY already, but they do have a lot of burst damage to be able to bring him down. He has to be a little bit careful in the way he positions himself. So does FY. If he stands on Firefly for too long, he might just burn down quickly. Snowball coming through. He's got a lot of stacks on him, though, but got it to bring him down first.
Very nice. Now, he will get the return burn kill, but obviously the XP boost is going to be going the way for Freeze on this one, and VGJ securing the first blood makes it all the sweeter here.
It's a lane that we haven't really seen too often, but Tusk Lina, there's an immense amount of burst, and you have the setup for the Lina, so S4 does have to be a little bit careful on the way he plays in the aggression. But I think he got what he wanted, It doesn't really matter if he dies at the end there. He unfortunately doesn't get the experience, but at least he forces the wave. You know, he forced him to go on him, so the wave equilibrium gets messed up, and now he gets a double creep wave coming under his tower. So very important for S4 to be doing that. And he's going to be sticking to this. He's not going to resort to the jungle. He puts a bottle into his quick buy, so he's going to keep just pressuring that lane, force the Tusk to stay there.
An unfortunate misspill, some Kale on the keyboard here. Problems, I guess. No Tail is going to get back into the action. We'll see. Jarek's rotate back up towards his top lane. RTK has been able to kind of manipulate and pressure the pull camp a bit, but this time they're looking to maybe punish him. He's been able to kind of pull some of the creeps out and towards his side. It doesn't look like they're going to glimpse him back or go for any sort of setup.
Yeah, only level 2.
Yeah.
Not having the glimpse skilled up just yet. Jarek's only level 1. They don't really have the greatest amount of chase potential just yet.
But attention totally pulled away from No Tail. He'll get the lane to work with here, and Fly can just kind of be the babysitter and scout out. I'm wondering if Jarex is going to continue to plant himself here, or if he'll eventually try to make course elsewhere and maybe pressure the mid lane, because that panning out right now. Ana aggressive. Ana is up very well. 18-2, 17-1, edging a bit ahead, but in a matchup we don't get to see very often. It is looking pretty nice. Plus, look at this full wave going to be under the tower for Ana too. Yep. Very nice. Definitely
very well played from Ana. You might see Empress pull a little bit ahead in this matchup, but the natural base regen of the Nyx Assassin allows you to be able to stand your ground toe-to-toe for the most part, as long as you're pulling the creep equilibrium as he does use his flame guard, so you don't get burned too much. That being said, Freeze in the bot lane is actually struggling a bit on the CS department. The stickies are actually messing with his turn rate a good amount, and them going for the kill, missing a couple creep waves. He's only sitting at 8 on the safe lane. Lina, RLTK right now getting some pressure on him. They don't have Glimpse. No, they do. They have mana. He's got Fenrir there too for some backup heals.
Yeah. Okay, he's obviously going to be able to shrug off a lot of the trouble. But Fatal Bonds even do good damage there onto Fly. He'll have to sidestep it a bit as he waits for the 4-minute bounty rune to pop up. So getting back to this mid lane at Nyx Assassin, refresh. I've not been able to see it too often here. Where do you go? Like, what's the next step for it? Because you can obviously get a quick build up to your level 6. He's already level 5. Is it putting that Vendetta to use right away and maybe look for some setups on other lanes, or do you just take advantage of the lane while you got it?
They can just take advantage of the lane. They can come to his lane and gank for him.
That's true.
It's really dependent on where they want to make the moves with the first rotation from the supports. He's going to be going for treads too, so he's going for that scaling type of build already, rather than going for like Arcane Boots, which you do see very common on the Nyx. That's like a support or offlane thing. He's mid. He wants to be able to transition. He wants to be able to do damage. We'll probably see him go for, I mean, this is much later on, but the agility talent and all that. We'll get there when we get there, though.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, because there's that kind of spellcaster backup. We'll have to see what kind of options he does. 4.5 or so at about 5 minutes in. 9 lines he like to be with his full lane, but as he steps on forward, scouts out FY. Gets a few spells, but the creeps will be pulled back towards his tower here a bit.
Yeah, force the Firefly. Get him out of there.
Ooh. Careful there. Let's have the bottle, though. Back up a bit, but nothing to be too concerned. Still also sporting level 4, but okay. Did I speak too soon? Snowball in with the Dragon Slave, and that's all it takes. Ooh.
Immense amount of burst damage, and he doesn't have a raindrop picked up on S4, so he doesn't have that able to nullify. We'll probably see him, if he wants to keep contesting that lane, we'll probably see him pick up a raindrop soon, just so he isn't able to just get bursted down so heavily from that heavy nuke damage that they do have.
Little pounce right there from Jay, and they edge ahead now 2-1. Then Jarex had rotated through that bottom lane, gave a scouting ward, and it looks like a courier kill.
Oh, S4 again.
But at that same moment, Snowball in for S4, and they're going to get a second kill back-to-back. Jarex does get the finish on that courier at the same time. He'd been adventuring in those woods, getting that ward down, but yeah, nice swing both ways. Top lane, RTK now in a bit of trouble, but jumping on in is going to be aggressive, latches down the chains, onto Fly. Can they get the finish? It looks like they will. One more right click will come out, and it's going to be aggressive who secures it. 4-1. Hot start here for BG Day.
Very nice rotation by Aggressive. It's literally as soon as the Ember Spirit hit 6, he went toward top and just instantly makes the rotation to just gank the safe lane, putting pressure onto OG.
Also getting look like a few licks on the note possibly will take away that pull camp. Turn his business to the mid lane, I'm sure. There he goes with the TP. But at that moment, maybe Ana has stepped away from the mid lane, and now they're going to be the team possibly looking for an opening, and it looks like down here in the bottom lane, hoping for a grab, I'm sure, onto Lady Lina, but he's also crossing paths with a nearby support. It's FY. Need a +1. It looks like they're hoping to get Jarex over.
They want to get the bigger priority kill. They want to get Freeze here. They do have a offensive ward placed from Jarex earlier when he did that courier, so they saw FY rotating in. And
trying to pump fake, but jump in here. Nice snowball. But he will eventually roll into Jarex. They look to turn it back. Fly can't quite get the connection with the kinetic field. S4 steps in with the flight. FY is just drawing their attention all the way away from the Lina. It looks like he eventually should go down, but OG were not able to get that more precious prized pick on the Lina.
Took him a bit longer than they wanted.
Yeah.
A couple spells off the mark.
Leaves a little bit extra time for aggressive there in the mid lane, and obviously for OTK at top lane to only be doing 1v1 against No-Tail, which it looks like he's been pretty happy to kind of get in the face with No-Tail.
Yeah, he can do just fine in that matchup since No-Tail did have like the tri-lane split of experience where ROTK was only dual splitting it. They're tied up in levels, so they can both stand toe-to-toe versus each other.
So would you
quite
say right
nicely.
now this is seeming like a win for VGJ in the laning phase? I mean,
Slight. It's
very
slight. Just the only thing is because of S4 is a couple that extra death in the bottom lane, that secondary one where he tried to go very aggressive on top of Freeze. That one was a little bit. There's quite a big mistake by S4, but he's just trying to force experience, force pressure.
All right, level 6s are just about to come online for some of those side cores. Here comes OG with a rotation up here. The top lane, looks like they have 4 at attendance here to try to get something done.
Under a ward.
They're
Spotted.
already stepping back in a way as VGJ, as they will avoid the trouble altogether here. But look at this, it's aggressive rotating up there, so maybe they're going to hope to bait ROTK out. See if they can capitalize on that.
Oh, that's
a nifty ward.
That's a new one.
Straight on the side chop. It will spot ROTK. Derek's frantically jumps back out. I think ROTK is really trying to bait this one. Then rear. Now aggressive steps in. And there goes the Remnant. He's looking to get the grab onto Fly. Yeah, and as mentioned, with the chains missing, he'll just send him right back packing.
Oh, that's a lot of wasted time for aggressive. That's like a minute, over a minute that he was kind of just waiting there as well. And I think they expended a smoke as well when he was sitting in the back line, so.
He just stops and he's like, I'll just kind of try to find some farm with the jungle nearby and eventually rotate back to the mid lane. But a missed opportunity for VGJ. Now it's Ana back on the move. Gets hit with the LSA, then the shards. He's like, do they know I'm here? No, they don't. But he does end up moving past them and he's looking for the setup play. But
Sentry's down.
Oh, they just popped the sentry. He's going to look to run back. The snowball's already going to be there, though. They turn it back.
He gets the
carapace. Reflects it right back in
her
her face. Wonderfully played there from Ana, and they're going to get the kill. And mid lane, they will end up losing their precious Jarek's Monkey King because aggressive will be able to slash them apart. But
ouch,
favorable trade for OG on that one.
Yeah, Freeze just, I mean, the snowball duration, the stun of the snowball is very low on early levels. It's only 0.75, so he didn't have the timing window to get the Laguna, but Ana, with the preemptive play to pop the carapace and just gets a perfect reflect. Nice pickup there for him. Solo pickup as well. It's very important.
Bottom lane. We have a lasso now onto the Batrider, but they're going to be the ones making the move. Trying to tie up S4. Cards blast past him.
And still on cooldown. Okay. S4 knows this is up.
It's feeling a bit frisky here. Backups on the way in the form of the Jarek's Monkey King. Fly is getting toasted up here, but so is S4.
Yeah, FY almost dropped that one. Very close. Luckily that he had the 6 sticks charges to put himself into survival region at 40 HP.
Highest net worth still belongs on this one. Aggressive just kind of behind. No-Tail had been still residing in that top lane, continuing his grind to farm. Has the phase boots for now and is truck on 4. Surprising here.
Yeah, just the phase Vlads that we've been seeing majority of players do.
Things do get exciting once you get that ultimate online with a Monkey King ult, I'd imagine. See what kind of global presence they're going to be able to have. Lots of setup potential. Jarek's kind of flying through the trees on a Vendetta, and then that global pressure from the Troll. OG have strong kill potential as we begin to creep into the mid game here.
Yeah, that's actually reminded me of something I was going to touch on during the draft. That was another reason why I really liked the way OG's draft was set up. Is they have a lot of different ways of vision to be able to just scout where VICI's movements are. And Vici has a very team fight oriented lineup. Just looking at them, of course, the Legion Commander and the Emperor can kind of go for like these type of pickoffs. But for the most part, it is a very team fight oriented one. And with the Monkey King and Nyx Assassin and Batrider kind of scouting you out, OG might be able to pick and choose when they want to take fights and when they want to just be like, okay, let's just go for pickoffs, force reaction, split push, and go for like maybe like roast trades or something with the Troll.
Got to give VTJ's lineup credit, though. It looks like they do have some good counterfight in there. I mean, imagine a dramatic rock turnaround, a snowball clutch play. I mean, they could turn fights around very easily here. The flying courier, monkey courier, hiding and scouting. Slowly sees a certain little Fenrir here.
Scouting everybody.
Ana also creeping in. You're talking about the vision here. OG put it to display. Seeing a lone little warlock all by himself, but do they know the other VG members nearby? Now, if Y shows himself, little do they know, they are under the watchful eye of
Freeze
OG.
is already out, too. These guys are going to get dove. FY and Fenrir.
Is it safe to show ourselves in the daylight? They come out under the tower, but this is just feeling like sharks in water right now.
OG's like, are we getting baited?
It's like,
are we getting really baited? What's going on here?
No, can we get this done fast enough? Will they be able to TP in and counterplay us?
They've got 5 down there now, though. This is definitely going to be the aggressive move coming in for them in a second here. As soon as this wave pushes
I feel like I'm watching Nat Geo right now. They just eventually pounce onto their prey. Yes, they will. The move is made for Fenrir. Can they burst him in due time? They drop down the beautiful Stag Storm right onto the head of the rotating in forces from VGJ. Aggressive might be barely able to make it out from this one. Duel's already going to be committed. It's ROTK trying to hold on, trying to get the Jarek's kill. They will be able to burst him down, but ROTK will lose his own life. It's a 3-for-2 trade at this moment. Ana caught under the tower, eating some pot shots while Aggressive is trying to hide and avoid S4 here. S4 trying to dish out the stacks. Look at this buyback party beginning to come out from VG as they try to rotate in to make redemption out of it. They do end up losing out on their precious Ember, but then they'll finally get the S4 down. What a ridiculous long-winded fight all under and behind that tower.
They don't get at the objective, though. They don't even pressure the objective, really. The full HP, that was actually a very clutch press the attack by ROTK in that fight, though. Aggressive got lassoed, it got instantly pressed the attack off, and he actually ends up surviving for quite a lot longer. They don't really end up netting themselves any like other kills from it, other than the S4 Batrider who dove to try to get Aggressive. But yeah, there's a pretty formidable defense coming out from Vici, knowing that OG had all 5 heroes, and Freeze was not there. Freeze was like, he bailed right before anything even happened. He was just like, peace out, Fenrir, good luck, FY, I'm out.
Like, this is fishy. But how many buyback? 2 buybacks for that? Return play, I believe?
I do believe it was just FY.
Oh, just FY buyback. Okay.
Which is, I mean, he gets more from coming back at this. It's so early in the game, the buybacks are so cheap. He gets a lot of experience for picking up that S4 Batrat kill. Definitely worth it for him.
Now I'm going to think big picture here. What do you think about late game? Because you're talking about OG not being able to kind of get the objective done. Should they be pressuring to get these objectives done? Are they the team with the weaker late game and that they don't want this one to really pan out further? Or do you think that they should still feel pretty confident sporting what feels like almost a single core troll?
They have pretty good high ground defense, and they actually have objective takers. They have the troll to take buildings and to take Roche, while you look at Vichi's, they don't really have that great of building hitter. It's what they call Vina and the Legion Commander.
Oh, Jarek jumps to a tree. It's immediately taken down. He's insta-stunned and insta-killed.
First duel, ROTK, first showing of the Blink Dagger.
Wow. Quick hit and run right there in the top lane, and OG look for a response here. Rotations come out, smoke from the 4 as they begin to head up north.
So we kind of thought that Aggressive was going to go for the Veil build because of the massive amount of magic damage that his team just had. As I'm speaking that,
hold that theory because they've already made moves. Hog tying up ROTK just after he gets his first duel. They'll duel onto him and finish him off. Ooh, the shards barely missed the connection onto the proper no-tail target. The other side, Ana, good carapace onto Aggressive, but now they turn their sights onto him. Here comes Jarek trying to jump in, but no, the tree goes down and he gets stunned.
S4 cut his teammate's tree.
Now they're able to get the good glimpse back, looking to go for FY. They drop down the Static Storm onto his head. The stun's going to miss that mark, but will catch onto Freeze.
This is awkward for OG.
Super awkward, but we'll be able to pick it back to the high ground and avoid the extra pressure here. A lot of swings from both sides, but how many go down? 1 at the end of the day?
Yeah, it was just ROTK in the beginning of the fight, and that was it. But Warlock ult was expended, and they had to use Static Storm and like Vendetta, which are much lower cooldowns with that. I think OG's pretty happy with them not really losing any heroes after that kind of weird scenario.
Jumping on Twitch. Good stun connection. ROTK had just got back from that previous takedown, and they're going to look to bring him down once again, and they do. Rotations in. FY could also be the next target as he's snowballing in through this mid lane. Meanwhile, a chase on for Fenrir here. Ana in pursuit, moves in, swings once, gets the connection on the second time. Carapace looking to go for the stun on Aggressive, but Aggressive gets the finish onto Jarex. Now they're looking back for Ana, and they'll get that one too. Double kill for Aggressive this mark. S4 will head out the other side, and it's going to be a promising trade for VGJ as they go 2 for 1.
Oh, these are the dream games, dude. 11 to 10, it's 15 minutes. We just have kills nonstop back and forth. Everybody just running at each other, constant aggression. Even when the ults aren't up, this is just really good Dota right now coming out. And these guys just running at each other. I mean, the good Dota, I mean, entertaining Dota.
Non-Alchemist Dota.
Non-Alchemist Dota. Very good wards coming out from OG, so they're always able to like read the plays that are kind of coming out from Vici there. They're always kind of getting the vision around the Roche pit. You can tell that they're setting up the fight there. Get this replay really quickly here. ROTK, unfortunately, it's brought down right after he respawns. FY tries to go for an aggressive play here. Fly makes a play on the left side here. Alan actually here holding his stun. He gets actually the 2-man stun onto Freeze, but
Yeah.
Aggressive coming in with that nice triple remnant, able to clean up while S4 cleans up Freeze as well.
Fenrir got a
Some nice
decent
trades.
fatal bonds, and it did soften up OG a lot, but they just didn't have any way to kind of get those clutch finishes. I mean, losing one of their DPSs and ROTK at the start of the fight certainly doesn't help, but...
and we did just miss Jarex actually dying in the mid lane too. Aggressive just with a haste rune runs in and just brings him down very quickly.
Well.
So, as I was touching on, Aggressive is not going for the Veil whatsoever. He went rush for the bots so that he could get involved in the fights as quickly as possible, and then he's going back for a Blade Mail.
Okay.
So being able to
A little
deal
bit of
with
old, a little bit of new.
Yeah, a little to deal with that raw physical damage from the Troll Warlord, he's able to just pop the Blade Mill.
Like that?
Pretty good.
Okay, here comes OG now. Creeping on FY. Close. Dropping down the ward here to get some extra. Peeking into that mid lane. FY Fenrir, the dynamic duo. Oh god, Fenrir does get spotted. They hit him with a Thunder Strike. They could glimpse him back into a safer spot to go for the finish, but they didn't commit on
beautiful Static
in.
Storm.
That Static Storm right on top of the head of both him and FY will allow for the easy double finish. Did I speak too soon? Turn back Snowball, jumping for RTK, but the Carapace stun locks him in his place, but they'll still get the finish of the dual damage going the way of RTK, but he will not survive much longer. They Turn stepping in, securing a mega kill streak as he slashes back onto OG and now runs right back at him. It's going to be S4 stepping off once again with no tail as it's a 3-for-3.
The place that they took the fight, though, I mean, it's a 3-for-3 trade, but they're not getting the objective that they want. Like, they want to be able to set up for those kills, get the kills nice and freely, and then pressure the tower easily. But that's not happening because Vici's responding instantly, and now Warlock ult's going to be up again.
Yeah, I was going to say that was also done without the benefit of the rock, too. I mean, Vici are very good at just getting quickly at attendance and being able to take strong counterfights. So.
Yeah, I had thought that they were going to glimpse him back so that they took the fight in a little bit of a different position here, but...
And for them, though, they get the beautiful double Static Storm. RTK's waiting on the outside, and then Freeze is able to come in cleanly. FY takes a bit too long to go down, but at that point, it just gets a bit awkward for OG.
That Carapace again onto the Lagoon. I did see that Weapus was trying to indicate that to us during the fight as well.
Aggressive hitting him from behind right there also just really hurt. Good shot in. Now look at this. ROTK, adamant, right to the Monkey King. Flexes his muscles. Now he's sporting sweet 30 extra damage. Okay.
Ana
jump
with a
in.
3-man stun.
Mini Ravage right there from Ana. Finds himself a chains though. Right under the tower. Rock gonna be committed for it. Okay. Ana steps back. So I guess they're gonna like, oh, we got the rock out. Let's go for the tier 2. OG.
They don't really have one. They don't have good building hitters though. I don't think that they can really go for this one too easily. There's Glimpse too. They really have to watch the way that they.
Liquid's turn to pick. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Will he roam as we've seen him with the Sand
Got
King?
a poor man's shield. Going mid.
This is very, very interesting indeed. He's he's going to be up against a Juggernaut in the mid lane.
That's
so
alright.
you've got the range melee advantage in terms of the length of that staff.
The range melee advantage.
You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. It's just funny hearing.
I mean,
it
I want to say as well, I think you can probably hit him outside the range of the Blade Fury. I want to say.
Probably.
You can reach across the blades and hit him without the Blade Fury touching you.
Yeah.
If you're able to kite him out.
300 range. We see like a boots rush rather than going for a fast bottle. I mean, both Jug and that approach. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this mid lane goes.
I mean, he's what kind of backup? I mean, IGV. Do you think they might send someone to sit there with Cicada, or do you think they'll just kind of let him deal with that matchup on his own?
Some silence or harass could come in. Super's also theoretically meant to be helping secure the safe lane, which is a tough lane with mind control going for the early poor man shield. Can't harass him so easily with Weaver right clicks, but yeah, Slaughter dogfights, he can roam around, look to run in, get some crushes onto Miracle, set up some Blade Fury harass, so what dogfights can do with his Slaughter. But similarly, Sand King is not going greedy. We're not seeing like a jungle mag, we're not seeing GH jungle. He's got boots first, he's going kind of an aggressive Sand King this for a first spot at top. He's going to themselves into the trees and hoping that Centaur pushes up with the wave and gets a bit greedy. Often Centaur will expect like only 2 heroes to be around. He also bypassed the Observer Ward, so I may not have seen Sand King in the neighborhood. So Chance that in July gets too aggressive here and gives up the first blood.
You can see in the middle lane, Dogfights is going to be the one to come in and help out Cicada, and in fact straight away getting a fair bit of harassment with the body blocking as well. Miracle's in trouble. They're going to move in for this, and that's going to be where the first blood ends up happening. And indeed, in return, Liquid, can they get this? July still has the Who Stomp, only gets it onto the Sand King though, and it looks like that won't be good enough to save him, and indeed it won't. But at the end of the day, Vitality the first ones to secure the hit in the mid.
It was a good setup at top, but Sand King not being around the mid lane means there's no response to Dogfights just swooping in and setting up what was a pretty free, straightforward kill on the Monkey King. So you asked if he was going to get help against the Monkey King, and the answer is very much assuredly yes. Cool. Himself off to a bad start. Powder already with boots, bottle queued up. He's good farm.
Cool. We'll get the stacks up now. So got that extra bit of harass. If Cicada comes close, indeed Cicada doesn't want to get hit. At the same time, they're trying to use it to sort of bait Miracle into a false sense of security potentially. Dogfights, sprinting in and out, looking for some sort of a crush, but GH there with the rotation if anything goes down.
You don't get the bonus damage on denies, do you, from Jingen, or how does the Jingen
I want to
work
say,
with
I
deny?
think it does use up a charge.
Okay, but you get the bonus damage. You wouldn't get the life steal, you know? You're
I should know. Yes.
You're a slack.
I don't know.
You're a Monkey King picker. You're down there with the
I'm
the
pretty sure
riffraff of Dota
it does
2
cost
players.
a charge. We'll see.
Yeah, I was hoping he went for a
now.
deny, and I'd find out there, but do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's like like Kunka's Tiebreaker where it doesn't use up the splash.
Yeah.
I know.
Jeez,
One
solo
control.
kill.
Waltz is in, and with a quick skewer slow to pick that one up and
Goes
dog
for the
fights.
rune. Didn't go for it.
With that, in fact, Miracle will have to be a little bit careful. And they'll obviously know that that Invis rune is there on dogfights. So no sentry, of course, in the mid lane. Miracle has to be wary of this. Very apparent of Cicada's movements, and as soon as Cicada starts to go kind of aggression in tendencies, yeah, Miracle should know.
Do Blade Fury, so extra damage from that spin if you can get in close for it.
Going for the crush there.
Still fairly close to tower, so
yeah,
you don't want Jug tanking tower shots while he's Blade Fury down at half HP already, so.
Well, their eyes on GH instead. Level 1 with that Burrow. The courier! It's going to be a bit of a courier bait. Dogfights. Holds GH back away from it. Hits the crush. Any further follow-up? We did see in July relatively close, but didn't end up coming the full way around. Focused on just clearing up these stacks. Himself these early levels and early farm here safely.
Coming back in though, he knows that this is what Injuly's doing, and at least try and keep tabs of him, try and leak some XP where possible, but still level 1 Sand King. See him getting the farm in the jungle, will hit her level 3, perhaps even getting second point in Aura or Nova, we'll find out. Getting that early Aura helps your team a lot. Your entire lineup benefits a lot from this. Perhaps controlled a little bit less than others.
But lane, how's he getting away with this? Mind Control is going in fully ham, and each and every time killing off at least the support. And in fact, oh, hang on. Very, very close to Paparazzi being in danger as well, but I mean, you do give a kill to the core, but you're getting solo kills on your own and instigating the action.
Mind Control's I'd say he's almost been the stand-up player for Liquid this tournament. So it's been the most consistent. He's always getting a lot in his lane. He had a really good Legion game we saw. But even the games where they're losing and struggling, I feel like Mind Control is always playing very well.
Mid lane. We go on to Miracle there with the first crush and the Blade Fury follow. Miracle falling low. The Fairy Fire comes out. Cicada's going to look to chase. Has got those phase boots in a second. Miracle starting to salve up. Turns around, gets one hit, two. There's the control, and he builds up the Jingu. Takes the kill.
Why is he chasing that? I guess he's banking on the phase boots, but Monkey King has very high base movement speed compared to a lot of heroes, and he was chasing very recklessly into a
Look at this
boundless
bottom
strike
lane.
zone.
I can't believe what we're seeing. The third time Mind Control's just waltzed in and killed the Silencer. I mean, he is giving up kills to Paparazzi, so twice I'm starting to question if that's worth it for him.
Yeah, it's a bit more borderline. Yeah, he's also spending a lot of time dead, so he immediately comes back to lane, gets a kill, but then dies, so he's not getting CS, he's not really getting a ton of XP out of the lane, so that death probably not quite as worth it, but ultimately still really keeping the Silencer busy in that lane. creating some good space for his team to work with.
And I mean, you're letting the Weaver kill you, but at the same time, you're drawing him away from the CS. I mean, you look at the difference at the moment between Matumba and Paparazzi. It's certainly there. 42 on the Troll, and also on the borderline of taking a tier 1 as well. So Matumba Man, certainly with the freer opening, and in fact with this scan as well, they've hunted down in July, hiding in the tree line. And that's going to be a bit of a kill involvement from Matumba. He'll make sure that he gets the tower, and also turns across looking for the kill, and he'll pick it up as well. So gold, gold, gold going the way of this Troll Warlord.
Really good stuff for Troll. Towers, kills, CS, he's got it all. He is rich right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good. Gonna make a move, it looks like, through this enemy jungle towards the mid lane. They are lurking around, although Cicada on the Jug, not the easiest here to gank by any means.
The level 3 Blade Fury, the phase boots as well. Very hard to get those stacks built up with the movement speed of this Jug. They begin to count. It's coming back across towards that mid lane. With James, you said, hanging around, but doesn't look like they will be able to see an opening middle. And then, about in July, neighborhood. A bit of a wraparound here. They hits from in from both sides. Do they have the control on damage? That's the question. In July still has that Who Stomp. Dogfights is coming across as well to help out. And with that, July's going to be fine. And a good TP in here from Paparazzi, looking to get involved. They look towards the easier kill first. Surrounding Kuroki. They'll take the CM. They get Matumba as well. They've got another crush if Dogfights can close the gap. Still a good amount of time with the sprint. And in fact, Matumba Man misses the slow onto the Slardar. GH is there to try and help out, but Paparazzi jukes out the stun. Matumba Man will turn, though. Gets the kill. Paparazzi, though, again, he should be able to clean up, and he does. A double kill for the Weaver. So Matumba Man at least getting something on the way out, but it's Paparazzi that he's getting some big kills this game. A couple of kills on the Magnus, and now turning up top and taking down Matumba +1.
Yeah, made a really nice sidestep there. Sanking went for the two-man burrow, kind of anticipating Weaver just to run in a straight line to go for the kill, but Weaver dodges the burrow strike while getting the kill, making sure that he does. If he gets caught in that, perhaps Matu survives. I don't think Weaver dies. He had a lot of one charges, but very likely would not have been able to get the kill.
Got a bit of space down bottom whilst that was all going on. From CS. I will now actually head down here to look to pick up farm. Paparazzi, of course, already just in space up top, so just on the map it offers. Miracle as well, interesting. Phase boots and has queued up the Echo Saber, something that we're not really seeing Monkey Kings do, but I guess that's because we've been seeing this position for Monkey King that pretty much always just goes straight for the Basher to get it as soon as they can. But in a core position, the Echo Saber, I guess, certainly more favorable, just to have something a little bit quicker, have those extra stats, and mean that you can get something done before necessarily waiting for that big pickup.
Yeah, it's a nicer build up, and you know you're going to get the Basher. The thing with the support
eventually.
one is it's like, well, you may only farm up one item, so you'd rather have a Basher than the Echo Saber for that. But Dan's Miracle, pretty good spot in terms of how he's recovered. That jug dive really was a bit throwy from Cicada, bluntly, but still, like, he managed to get the early kill and lose a bit of his lead, but effective on this Juggernaut. This Ventos had a rough time. He's struggled the most. Hasn't got his level 6 yet. Less farm than the support Sanking. What plan is there for recovery? It looks like he's going to take over the safe lane now that Weaver's getting more active and roaming around. Present on the map.
Yeah, I
Super
imagine
like,
so,
good
yeah,
try,
try
so.
it.
Next coming in. And yeah, I imagine Liquid are pretty happy with the state of things. Matu can start power farming through the jungle, the Ancients. He's got Empower to work around with. Level 1, just having some cleave. Full there. Gonna go straight into a casual Morbid Mask as well. Don't even. We're seeing a lot of Vlads on Troll. But definitely this is the best series that benefits from lifesteal. Jungling for Roche. Sometimes you get the casual mask, save it later to upgrade to Satanic, or you can go for the early Vlads.
Paparazzi as well. This game, obviously, Weaver, one of those heroes that a lot of variance in terms of just build up the Dragon Lance first, and I guess it makes sense just that have that early bit of tank as well against a lot of control. You know, this Weaver was picked into a lineup where Liquid certainly have ways to catch him.
Stuns and all the stats he can get. Probably should pick up like a casual Blightstone or something, slot for it, but money elsewhere. And yeah, I mean, as it stands, I feel like Liquid perhaps slightly better off in the laning stage, but things will change very quickly when Blink Daggers start coming online. You've got two good Blink heroes on the Radiant side, Magnus and Sand King, two good ones on the Dire side, so it's going to be how the team play the mid game when it comes from the big initiators and how well they can kind of enable their core. Troll's very reliant on the Magnus and Sand King to set up kills for him, otherwise he gets kited around. Doug may be a little less reliant, but still important to have that set up for him. Weaver definitely not so important, but Weaver needs the control to protect him. Was Dota? Being very smooth, you were saying?
We have, yeah. There's one delay really yesterday where we had on the second stream. RG versus RGV. It's new, one of those two. I think IG versus Newbee. Little bit at the start, but must be lag issue. But for the most part, the PC's here. Hasn't been to see any issues really from the players with them.
Everyone just assumes I go to shit. Kind
of. It's true, and I think people will be disappointed because this one's been pretty smooth.
Yep.
So
the track
unfortunately, the memes can't be made here, boys.
Their track record's not awful. It's just they had one really awful.
Yeah, they've got a lot of offsetting to do.
Last DAC wasn't perfect, but it was still a good event. That was the one where.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, people remember good things about that.
It was. I mean, the games were really good. The results were. There were some hype matches. I remember it was the DAC where Charlie had to go to IKEA and buy a bunch of chairs.
Oh, that was the chair one, wasn't it?
That was the chair one.
The chair one. We've got good chairs. The chairs look really fancy this time. I like they're kind of golden rimmed gamer chairs.
I'm gonna complain we didn't get jackets. Even coaches and managers
dude, those
got
jackets are so hype. Those kind of gold gangster bling jackets. We need some of those.
That's if you want us saying good stuff about your events on air and.
If we had those jackets.
Twitter.
Yeah, I think the coaches got them, and I think the managers as well.
Even at PI, many players get them.
We had to buy them. I think I bought a jacket last. Doesn't have my name on it.
Get the Sharpie for. Put like a highlighter.
OD pixel. We might get goodies in the main event. I remember Shiva was saying that last DAC they were giving out. Oh, you weren't there, were you? Because you did the remote coverage last time, right? There was a remote.
Shiva
and she was just here for interviews.
Sayori, I think, was there doing interviews.
Because what you covered it from LA.
From LA. Summit House Hub going on at the old house back in the old rough days.
I'm trying to remember if that. Yeah, I remember tuning in. Yeah, you had it was with like Suns fan was casting.
Suns fan and Syndrome
Suns
were there.
fan and Sim were there.
Bruno was hosting, I'm pretty sure. That was back.
Oh, Bruno was.
Bruno was
there.
he was the main host.
Oh, was it?
Sure. Was that Bruno?
Was
that was Bruno's last event, maybe, or one of his last.
Oh, his last hosting DSC. I can't remember him hosting it.
He had a whiteboard too. Bruno
Did he?
With a
that was
at DAC. We're keeping track. We're just keeping track and scores and points of something. I can't remember what. I'm pretty sure. Suns fan cast a game with a horse head on. Maybe I'm thinking of the GI qualifier hub.
But Bruno wouldn't have hosted that, would he?
No.
Yeah, Bruno was. Yeah,
Bruno was had Suns fan and Sin casting there. We did some weird thing, I remember, because the finals was like, oh, we all want to cast, so we'll alternate. So game one, we had one casting.
You just switched to each
switched
game.
to every game, and everyone was like, this is the stupidest thing ever. Let's just choose someone next time. It was like, it was a good event. That was back like in the EG Grit rivalry days. Vici also did really well that tournament. Back when Black did really well. He got second place.
Oh, was that when he was playing with Vici?
He got second, and then
so he's
right
got
after that
a
event,
good DAC track record.
Yeah. Well, has he now after Faceless's stage run?
That's only the group stage now.
Okay.
Everyone goes through to main event.
Yep.
There's still time to turn it around. Make your way back to that final.
He is on level with 7 other teams. 8 of the 12
True.
teams are lower bracket teams.
Yeah, and I imagine Vici probably did quite well in the group.
Format.
It was 1 year ago? 2 years? 2 years ago. Yeah, it must have been 2 years ago. Yeah, it was before I was casting. You go.
He's
Super.
reconnected
Oh, he's
a couple
reconnected a
times.
few times. Okay, I've only just noticed that.
Yeah. So I just picked up.
This
is my one.
You've got a disease now.
Whoops.
Muppet. There we go. We're back in. He's going to try. Are we going to get a pause again? Super. Is he lagging? See if he misses any CS, then we'll know.
How fast does he click
How
the bounty
fast does he
ring?
move? You know, that's how you can tell.
That was a pretty low delay bounty
A
ring
little
pickup.
Carle there. Good. We're in. We're back and we're good. Mid lane, Miracle is actually not good
Oh,
here.
wow, look at that damage though.
That's a lot of days. Ooh, he's dead. One more touch. Oh, he doesn't get it off. Oh, yes, he does. Oh. They both end up going down, but suddenly here comes GH and Mind Control and Timmerman with the absolute total annihilation.
Easy peasy.
Vitality. I don't think they were expecting that. I think they probably just come back after that pause. And Liquid were more prepared than IG Vitality were to continue.
Normally after a pause, you're like, okay, there's a post-pause truce where it's like, all right, that was just a pause, guys. Let's
where you work out where
farm
everyone
for
is.
2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
No fighting because we just had a long pause. But nah, Liquid are like,
Liquid are straight
screw
in.
that.
And they might find more here. Yeah, just plug over the burrow straight down Super. We have been focusing that down the mid lane.
Very active, pushing towers, roaming with his team. Playing this, not playing this farming control, much more active, roaming around.
What's the, as you said, just the casual mask and then the SMY standard stuff.
Bit more late game oriented build, not going for the Vlads. Keeping the casual mask is like, hey, I want to build a Satanic later on. And also just not team pushing item.
Up and a beeline for this bottom lane. They know that no RP, not necessarily the easiest of fights unless they can find someone out on their own.
He might get his level 6. Good bounty ring. The epicenter.
July 900 towards that blink. Magnus, mind control after that great little fight he had in the mid lane. Is dog fights, I'd imagine. Still a little bit further away, still halfway. Some space up on the top lane. Really easy as you put to my man in the best position so far this game. Clear 1,000 ahead of Paparassi's Weaver.
Got some good farm. Just go back to the jungle. Just farm away. Just be a quiet little potato farmer. Wait till he farms up enough to go fight with. Perhaps even just wait for an RP cooldown. He's happy to just be left alone. His little farm. Little hellbears and take what he can.
BH has nearly got his blink actually.
It's going to beat
That's going to be the first one.
Centaur and Slaughter to the punch, which is... a game like this can be a big deal. It means you're the ones who kind of control the tempo. You get blinks before your opponent, so you can start smoking around, finding picks, jumping, getting the jump, perhaps slowing down IGV's blinks if you get some key pickoffs on them.
Miracle trying to be a bit proactive here up on the top lane, but not got any vision here on this high ground. Where, of course, that he's around, getting himself out. Does have to be careful with Cicada dog fights in the neighborhood. But just drop a stun out.
Level 5 on Slaughter. Leveled. Gold kind of is an alright place. Machu going to continue pushing towers.
A lot of pushing power here. That Empower and Mind Control backing him up as well. Top lane. We'll continue to keep eyes on the rest of IGV. They'll finish it off. More money into the pocket of Matumba as he gets the final touch.
The ash out of your backpack, mate.
Oh, yeah. Efficiency, come on.
He'll notice, but it's a matter of how long.
There we go. He switched it over now, taking the Quelly Blade away for it. Miracle. Maybe, yeah, he's calling him, he's pinging behind the trees.
Position to be in. They can get the jump on the silencer.
So we can. Let's see what we
Magnus
can do.
without a blink.
And there we are, straight up with the ultimate and the stun, holding super within the Wukong's command. Roguepoise comes in, takes a fair bit of damage now with GH blinking forward, finds the burrow strike. They found a second liquid. Takada will come in with the Omni Slash, but it will be shared and mind control. Gets the RP onto 2. GH comes in with the epicenter as well. Takada will be fine with the Blade Fury to duke out the damage. They've picked up a third as Injuly to fall as well, and Liquid, they aren't done quite yet. GH once again blinking into position with a follow-through burrow strike. Takada will get taken out as well as Liquid very, very easily clear up on this top lane, getting that bottom tower and protecting the top one.
Great initiation with Miracle. The ulti with the Boundless Strike, getting Silencer instantly killed with the help of a Shockwave, and Slada tries to go in and contest it, but he sprinted into a Wukong's command, takes extra damage, got hit like 3 or 4 times instantly, and just melted. Got destroyed. It's not a fight for him to take.
Very, very good for Liquid. Of course, that last fight allowing mind control. Get his blink complete. He'll cure that Midas next. Miracle, a few hundred gold away from Saber completion.
Scary pickup when you consider what he can do in the Wukong's command team fight like he just did. He's going to have Empower as well.
Mid lane here, we're going to see the setup, the burrow strike into the skewer backwards. Do they actually have the physical damage to bring him down? And no, not at all with these 3. Don't quite have the punch to take him through the Blade Fury. Need that Troll or the Monkey King, really, if they want to try and bring down Cicada like that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Kill opportunity.
Dire's structures
Now poised to perhaps Drake get in this bottom lane. RP coming up soon. Paparazzi has to be... There's so many things that can kill Paparazzi's game.
They've got a lot of answers for it.
2 blink stuns. There's a Boundless Strike with a long range stun. There's the bash from the Troll, a Frostbite. Good game for...
Haste.
That is it from the GH. Epicenter back and available. And good kind of timing with mind controls RP.
Ultis, yeah. They'll be ready to go. Take any kind of a team fight now and fight the scary of the 2 that stands. Doug is very underfarmed, underleveled, only level 9. Scraps to put together towards his Diffusal Blade, but I really feel like that's going to... I mean, there's no item that I'm like, oh, that's going to turn around Jug's game. Regardless, it feels like similar to the Wii, but there's a lot of things that can kill him. These blink insta-stuns, and there's no good, reliable save. You can silence, but if you're already stunned and being right-clicked by a Monkey King or a Troll, you may just die during that silence.
This smoke instantly getting dispelled from Miracle hiding on the tree line, and IGV's play will be foiled. Quick in reaction though, Liquid smoking up behind the cores to try and catch IGV off guard. They've continued to group together IGV, heading towards the top lane now. If Liquid can find this wraparound Matumba with the D ward, and could, they could go Roche with the Empower. It could be still a little risky. They've got...
It's not really risky to the extent that team fight is just scary. I mean, IGV can come. Like, they don't care if IGV know because they're happy to take a team fight right now. Monkey King will scout out the heroes coming in, puts himself on the cliff. He's ready to fight, and I think contesting this Roche in the RP epicenter Wukong's command is just nightmare waiting to happen. That's something IGV can do, and that's with a global silence. I feel like the silence pick just doesn't work because even though they've got global silence, they still can't initiate easily.
What can they do? Injuly's got the blink. He's going to have to go for it blind. He's going to have to go for it quick, and he's not. It's already gone. They've got the Aegis. He will still jump in after Roshan's been taken down, and Liquid, they don't only get Roshan and Aegis, they get a kill as well from Matumba. And they may not be done yet. Miracle already with the chase down. Here's the 2-man stun. The ult's out, the slow onto dogfights. They pick a second. Liquid getting everything there that they could hope for and more with IGV turning up on a silver platter.
I feel like even if they get there early in time to contest the Roche, it's probably an ugly fight. A really well-timed global silence is the only way that fight can happen for them. They global as they blink Centaur stun and instantly delete a hero, but Jug doesn't have it. They don't have a good follow-up to Centaur. He blinks into the pit from the north, and the entry to the Roshan pit is to the south, so his entire team have to like work their way around to get into the pit. There's no Jug blink, there's no... I mean, Weaver can Shikuchi for some extra movement speed, but there's no follow-up for Centaur because of the angle that they initiated with. It's very difficult to take that fight.
And with IGV coming around as well, they don't even get potentially one of the objectives they could have. That tier 1 at the top lane still standing. Very low as well. Liquid can deny if they head over there. go for the blind stun, but stop point. Nonetheless, Liquid bringing the creep wave round. They still have those two big RPs, the big ultimates, the RP and the epicenter. They're feeling very confident with this push. Aegis, of course, still the man yet to be touched.
I just kind of chomp trees.
I was like, where's Miracle? There he is. He's here. He's this tree on the tree. I was actually looking. There he is. He's going to go straight up for the ult. They're ready to fight it. GH with the Burrow Strike onto Dogfight. Silence has already been taken out, and they're also going to lose in July. Matuma Man surviving by the skin of his teeth, and it's another 3 easy kills for Liquid. It's Vitality just getting caught out visioned. Miracle's positioning, just allowing Liquid to set up for these plays and making it very hard for IG Vitality to come out and hope to form some sort of a defense outside of their base. Double sentries are out for Liquid. A little bit of a misplay, but of course it doesn't matter with the lead that they have, the pressure that they've got going on. They can afford to waste a sentry.
What's 100 gold? Crew's not getting items anyways this game. He's playing that hard support. It's been the case for some time, it feels like, with Liquid, and, well, a very convincing push from Liquid. They don't get a T3 tower, but they take the T2, they take the fight. They back off. They've still got Aegis in hand and pick up a couple more big items to work around as well. Magnus is going to go for a mech for the team, so a bit more team-oriented. I mean, if this is GH, I'd be like, whoa, that's a surprise. But it's mind control. He's doing what's needed for his team.
And I guess kind of similar to the situation yesterday where we saw the Timber build one. It's going to be very nice against the Silence if he goes for the full Greaves, and he's already got those Arcanes. So yeah, indeed, very likely. Yeah, he's got the full Greaves too, though. That'll be nice to have. Top lane, RP straight up, take every kill when they can, as Liquid, of course, in a position where they don't really need the ultimates now for the team fights. They just have so much of a power edge. Kuroki will be taken down. It's just a CM, and of course, Mind Control is already well out of that.
Really ideal to trade 1-for-1 when you're ahead this far, but bigger a problem with still support. EM and Liquid pick up a Shadow Blade now in Miracle. He's more elusive tools to play around and be pesky with.
He's the Desolator as well.
The Troll?
On the Miracle, yeah.
He had Shadow Blade.
He did have Shadow Blade queued up.
Coming out.
Yeah,
Okay, no, he went Deso.
I guess he changed his mind after the cash and floats on the top lane. Kind of getting caught out here. The Global as well. GH has tried to come in to help him out, but in a little bit of trouble here. They'll lose the Aegis. GH getting surrounded. Mind Control doesn't have that RP, of course, because he used it for that top fight. Miracle does have the Wukong's command coming in. The skew onto 2. They've cleaned up to make that 3. Again, Liquid coming out on top in these team fights.
His damage output's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, with the Desolator, it is absolutely ridiculous. Desolator in power, getting the Wukong's command out on the playing field. There's just so little Vitality can do. I mean, people on the internet will say walk out of it. You can't walk out of it if you're dead.
Yeah, if you get Boundless Strike, you die. It's just 2 seconds.
You're gone. Yeah.
He did 2.5k damage that fight, and all of it was done during like the duration of his Boundless Strike. So that is absolutely brutal stuff. He's got Empower. He's does absolutely insane damage, and that was such a quick and easy Rex for Liquid to follow it up. The game has slipped out of hand very fast for IGV.
Which is, for them, quite upsetting. As we said, this is the game that they need. They need to win both of these games against Liquid if they want to have any hope of being able to align themselves into that upper bracket. This game is lost. Game 2 could see a bit of a clown fiesta. You know, the chance for both teams to test something out before heading into the lower bracket of that main event.
It feels like the Monkey King mid was a bit of that. Like, not so much clowny, but it was like experimental. And you're not really showing anything. Like when you're picking Magnus, CM, like everyone knows Liquid plays these heroes. So I was like, oh, they're revealing their strats. No, they're just picking the same strats that they're picking every game and that most teams are playing. The Monkey King mid, perhaps if they thought this was a serious strat, perhaps they're showing something. But or maybe they just thought it might be good, let's test it. And it proves that, yeah, it's pretty damn good with Empower. Also the Troll attack speed buff.
Again, just
time to tap out with how much damage these heroes are doing. Battle Trance, Empower, Monkey King.
They will indeed do that. IGV realizing that there's no way back into this one. Liquid just pretty much running away from this game since the start, getting ahead in farm, making the superior rotations. Jug was struggling the whole game really to ever catch up and be a core that could stand on par with what Liquid's.
Reserve time. OG's turn to pick. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dazzle.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer.
OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
OG's turn to pick. Naga Siren. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Jay already with the first game win, the first team to get a win against OG in his tournament. As you said, of course, things already set in stone for OG being in that top seed, but things do matter still for VGJ. It'd be nice to get a better seed even in that lower bracket. Could allow you to make it to that next round, stay alive, cash in even further higher in the prize pool.
Definitely.
It all matters, man. So they're going to be playing with everything they got.
OG's got very like Naga lineup. You know, they're very dependent on this Naga Siren to just kind of carrying them. I mean, that's usually what it comes down to when you pick a Naga Siren, so it's not really too unexpected to last pick Naga, but Vici has the heroes absolutely to deal with the Naga Siren. PA with Empower. PA is already kind of a, I can't say like a direct counter to Ember, but it's pretty damn good because Ember's a very low armor hero, so he's susceptible to getting bursted down from that. And Naga as well, when you have the cleave, you're able to bring down those illusions super quickly, etc.
Is it
as well as the OD, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, OD Arcane Orb, I was trying to think of the last point that I had.
Is it going to put PA in a bit of a position where she might be forced to go into an earlier BKB because of the song and all those kind of antics right there, so you can get away from possibly getting locked down with the follow-up black hole and such? Or is it still her to play like more burst heavy? How would you play like and build up the PA in this particular kind of a game?
I have not had the luxury of watching too many PAs lately, but I think BKB could be pretty decent this game because of the amount of like wombo combo that there is coming out. But that being said, too, he does have a lot of different ways of save for himself. So BKB doesn't allow him to get astraled. It does let him. He still can get graved and all that, but we'll probably see him just go for more like stat items first before he tries to go for that one. You don't really ever want to go first item BKB unless you're at a detriment.
So what they have here,
aggro try.
Yeah, is aggro try set up here for PGA to really pressure into OG. While OG have S4 straight in the jungle for his Enigma, and they're letting Jerix take the off lane to, I guess, get some soul XP. He can always hide within the trees to avoid some sort of pressure. FY will probably try his best to stalk him and see if they can bring him down from that tree. But they all get a decent share of XP, it looks like, and there's not really too much from BTJ to pressure the Enigma, so he's got pretty free time in the jungle here.
Yep, trade-offs. I think Vichi's happy because they're like, okay, RLTK is going to get free levels and farm in the top lane, whereas in offlane he would be struggling a bit. Just trade off while S4 is going to farm, but that being said, the OD versus the Ember matchup. OD does win that by a good amount. I mean, Ember can farm, but you do start getting pressured once he gets a couple more levels in the Astral because you just keep getting right-clicked over and over again and denied because he is obviously a ranged hero versus you. That being said, Freeze does get chained under the creep wave, takes a little bit of harassment damage, but Astral harasses Ana just right back.
Bit there. Garrick's obviously going to benefit from a little bit of solo farm here, taking away the aggro onto himself, manipulating with the help of that shapeshift, but does secure now his level 2. Watching over S4 nearby. It looks like FY kind of invaded a bit. I think he might have just planted that ward down so he can kind of oversee what's happening on the S4 side of things in case they maybe want to consider a future invade. Just trying to keep tabs.
So yeah, always keeping an eye on him is great. Just seeing how well he's doing in the jungle. If he's low, maybe you can walk in and just get a free nice kill. Just watching if they use the shrine. They now know the shrine was expended as well. Notel getting just some trade harassment from aggressive bottom lane.
Yeah, you know, he's with Fly on the Wyvern, not known as the best laner. I mean, whenever the curse right there is up, the Arctic Burn, there it is. I was like, curse, not curse, I know. Whenever the Arctic Burn is up, which is a ridiculously long cooldown, you can definitely put in a little bit of damage there on the opposing laner, but it's a long cooldown otherwise, and you don't want to be spamming out the lane with your splinter shot, so it's a bit awkward at the start for a Wyvern usually.
As long as Fly can do the timing properly, where you pull, you get your pull done, you go use your Arctic Burn, pull resets, you go back, pull again, Arctic Burn resets, you keep doing that kind of thing. You can work really well around it as a Wyvern.
Yeah, you can make a good little rhythm for yourself, but BGJ did want to kind of press the Wyvern on the side. It could be a bit troublesome for him, but here, Breeze taking it to Ana right now.
Going for the double no build to just secure himself the lane a little bit more, but that being said, Ana is actually winning the mid lane in overall last hits, but Freeze does have a couple more denies over him.
Much expected there. Here, obviously, might try to go for potential opportunities. Looks like he did put a level into the poison in case they
First
see
rotation coming out.
to go in.
FY is going to be going for this mid lane potentially, but Freeze has no mana, so he just got right clicks to follow up. So they're probably going to try to just chip him down a little bit more and then walk in with FY.
Force him to bottle, if anything.
It's going to be a really tough kill, yeah. He's already got the Flame Guard and everything. He should be okay.
It's a long stock here from FY.
Maybe FY just camping the rune.
Yeah, 4-minute rune's going to be coming up. I bet Ana might just head up north for it right here. And then maybe Freeze could catch him. And that's when they're going to make their move. Oh, they try to sandwich between, but look at this. Ana turns back onto the Odeon head, and that's when FY is going to have to step in to help him out. Looking to time out the burrow. He does wait for it and does get it done. The patience from FY pays off.
That was like very good patience. Didn't even show himself going for the rune either. And then yeah, Freeze walking down, trying to make it look like he's like, oh, I can die here. Ana, go for me. And yeah, that's what happened.
Swing in here at each other here. Jarrett's ROTK.
Jarrett's getting a lot of levels up here, though.
Yeah, I mean, if this was like a core farming offlane Monkey King, it's like, swinging it against the Magnus is probably not the worst thing ever for him. And when the Sand King's not around, he certainly will feel a lot more comfortable.
He's kind of acting as like he's acting as the offlaner entirely right now. Level 4, saving his last skill point, deciding if he wants to be that, just going for the Boundless Strike or not. He's definitely just still deciding what his role is going to be just because he is farming up there, so.
It's definitely a different approach than they had the previous game, obviously.
S4,
where he was just looking for
Invis.
setups, but yeah, first early rotation. Normally suspect these maybe when he has the black hole online. You don't really suspect the rotations from Enigma before that. As they hustle and looking to go for it, he pops out the Eidolons, gets the stun onto FY.
Oh, they cut the tree,
burrow,
the skewer.
But they catch down Jarek's here. He's going to be stunned up from falling off the tree.
No mana,
tries
though.
to retreat out the other side, but as you said, they have no mana. Jarek's could hide to the tree. Go for the TP. Oh, but they ate the tree!
It.
Oh, well played from ROTK. That's one of those things, like, did he have the mana to spring after that tree leap? I mean,
he had the mana to spring down, but he didn't have the mana to TP right away. So he made the choice. It's either I, jump down and I keep running around, or I just do maybe a slight misplay there by Jarex.
Yeah, it's tough though. But hey,
good prediction. Oh, good noticing of ROTK to know exactly which tree it was that he had to cut.
EQJ had their Wheaties this morning, man. Playing pretty good. Another strong early game already for him. It's only just 6 minutes in, but
all 3 lanes farming.
Yeah,
very well.
Farming very well. FY again. Hanging through this mid lane, and as long as he remains off the radar on us, definitely kind of scratching his head here as far as his commitments. But here they set up with a prison. Is he going to follow with the
Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Oracle.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut, so we should be seeing Gasaran taken towards the mid lane. Shield head off. Liquid actually making a beeline towards the bottom. I think. What if they go for any sort of early play? Yeah, GH has got one. Could they want to go for something to start off with. Get in position to do so. At the moment, just paparazzi down in the neighborhood there. Zone. And there's the smoke. Liquid. Catch him out. Of course, still yet to skill, and we'll have that Blade Fury almost certainly, unless they can chain control him, but only really the stun from GH. So if they find this Jug, it's going to be a hard one. They may get someone else if they head over towards the left. In July on the low ground. Could get the bat.
See him.
Yeah, this is the kill. In July, much easier target than the potential Jug they could have walked into. We have it. Liquid with the first blood. The smoke successful.
Going to Miracle, he would have loved that kill. Probably even through the, through the Sunstrike, no one was going to land, but would have tried to time it with the last hit, but Shrine's up. One of the nice things you can do as Invoker is throw those Sunstrikes, and the Shrines in your base are active before the rune spawns, whereas the Shrines outside your base don't activate until minute 0. Full mana for his lane, since we have mana for 2. That's half your mana pool. What are they doing? Kuro. Get it too. It doesn't do anything crazy.
Kuroki. These courier snipes.
Radiant's courier has been
Classic. Well, that's not exactly how you expect an Oracle to be played, really.
And GH is there too for harass. Good playing mid.
With certainly the start that they would have hoped for.
Tri-laning Cicada. Alright, they don't want to play a Naga game. They're like, this Naga is going to get removed from the game.
With a Sunstrike as well. And okay, not bringing him down low enough.
But he doesn't have a South, because that was on the Courier, so very tough lane. Has a Shrine, which is nice and all, but using that Shrine very early on, just to give the rats is not. But top lane, Tri-lane.
Matthew's on his own because of these support movements from Liquid. And IGV are able to punish that.
So IGV have done the safe lane back, giving him a 1v1 against Control on Legion. Not great matchup for Legion, but also an okay one in that he can get rid of the sticky charges to press the attack, but when you're getting rid of them, sometimes if Bat's on top of you Fireflying, you're taking a lot of damage and you still get chased down. He can just re-napalm as soon as you purge him off.
Top lane Matsu should have a bit of an easier time now that Kuroki and GH have turned up to try and gain back some control of this safe lane for Liquid. Lane Cicada being forced back to Shrine. Miracle doing very well in this matchup thanks to that start that is we're able to grant him. Top lane. Just round dogfights. They've got the slow. They've also got a Burrow Strike if necessary. Miracle. He's going to be the one smiling though, as will be able to get that last touch, pick up that gold for the kill.
Nicely done, and up to level 3. Cicada doing alright now that the supports have left his lane, managed to getting at least some CS here and there, but this is typically a matchup Naga actually can hold her own and beat Invoker in 1v1. Invoker does not clear illusions at all, and he struggles against the Naga, even just in terms of the laning stage, but with the support help, that is not going to be the case now, at least.
Top lane towards Paparazzi. Dogfights is there as well as Super, and with the control on the Blade Fury. And they do it now. The magic resist there, of course, from Kuroki as he grants it out, and that's actually going to be enough, it looks like, to save Matuma Man. Seeing the strengths there of the Oracle. Same time, the mid lane Miracle throws out a Sunstrike down to in July. I mean, he's already starting to have the opening for one of those dream games. 2-0-1 on this mid Invoker at just before the 3-minute mark.
There's no doubt in my mind, best Invoker player in the world. There are some really good Invoker players. We've seen Sumail show it off. We've seen other players highlight their Invokers here and there. No one touches. Just finding the Sunstrikes early on. If he gets off to a good start, that is a dangerous thought forward.
Top lane be continuing to pull together this aggressive tri-lane. We saw Kuroki and GH in the neighborhood. It's very hard for them to successfully finish off a kill on Matuma Man, but they're stunting his growth. They're keeping his farm down.
Still an Ursa though. It's not like a key hero to shut down. Not like it's not a good catch-up here in that sense, kind of like we saw earlier with the Clinks, like you shut it down early, like he can't really farm his way back in, but you don't need big items as an Ursa. You need a few small items like a Phase, a Blink, a casual Morbid Mass so you can Roche, and you can do a lot of damage and start ganking. So because of Ursa's, the lack of necessity to farm big items, I feel like focusing on shutting him down over shutting down like the Legion or the Invoker may not really pay off for IG.
Top lane, Dogfights could be in trouble. Does still hold on to that Spike Carapace. Will use it, but GH has the Burrow Strike to follow up and allow Matuma Man to get in. And this looks like in the mid lane, Miracle got his full hit with Cicada. Cicada falling low. Miracle has got those 3 points Nick Zork for a Sunstrike. Damage that we've got with Malamade, 225. It wouldn't have been enough Cicada does have backup at dogfights. Mind Control's actually come across with an Invis rune. Has 2 points in the overwhelming odds. And Cicada could be in a whole lot of trouble with the cold snap coming through as well as the punches from the two of them. As Liquid get themselves another kill in this mid lane.
Expected gank. The offlaner who shouldn't really be leaving his lane. He's got a 1v1. You don't expect that Legion to move, but he found the Invis rune. Having the rune ward meant that he sees an opportunity to get a key rune with a shrine heal. Actually go and find a gank opportunity. Bit of play there coming out Troll. Miracle. Continues to excel in this mid lane, close to level 6 already.
He's actually moving around the offlaners, the solo laners. Injali is headed up towards top. They have the Paparazzi down bottom. Mind Control doing a good job at forcing and harassing back. He with wards out though, so Paparazzi should be fine to man up. Mind Control also himself getting low, but in fact the nukes bringing Paparazzi down low. Miracle will try for a stun strike. Catch Paparazzi. Heals up. Engage.
Gonna be annoying. Test this Naga jungle, knowing that Naga's completely vacated the lane, but Scam is even there to cure it. It's gonna happen, but swing towards bottom lane if he wants.
Lane in July. Looking towards Miracle. I mean, okay, with the stun and control from Super, maybe they can have a go. Do they have detection? They don't. Miracle just casually walk his way away from that one. And time for the 3 members of Vitality. You can get Kuroki though. It's very deep at the moment, and the wraparound for Super, surely they can. He tries for the TP out. Super has got the cancel. Indeed, they'll get something at the end of the day, and good news for Cicada as well. He's the one to pick it up, but again, Miracle hitting these Sun Strikes. GH was there with the setup Burrow Strike onto the Juggernaut.
Wasn't even with a duel. I was thinking, like, oh, was that a dual Sunstrike? That's a great combo that Liquid are going to be able to play into fairly soon. The sniper from the mid lane, finding kill after kill.
Going to be close to the 7-minute or so Midas timing. He's just a couple of hundred away. Looks to clean the Ancient out.
10-minute Midas as Invoker. Incredibly fast, and it's going very well for Liquid. Definitely showing the kind of form I think more expected Liquid to be in and coming into this tournament. They had a rough group stage. They will be starting the lower bracket, but looking to go out with confidence.
We have it. Cool. It's complete and on the career on its way out. Bottom lane, Mind Control putting some pressure on the tower. Pratsy turning back up. Does have some backup as well in the form of Super. Mind Control's going to move in, look for the duel. Matuma Man's there as well as the Stun Strike to bring him down, and they'll get it. Successful duel, and Super, of course, has revealed his position. Liquid, they are searching for him. Super has actually managed to juke them. Put themselves a little scared as they see the TP coming in from Dogfight, so they won't get the CM because they get that important Jug kill. Again, getting the Sunstrike on target and making sure that the duel's successful for Mind Control.
Got that Midas up now. They'll fall back, shrine up, another duel in 20 seconds time. Very short cooldown on duel is one of the nice things about this spell, and that's going to enable them to continually just look for these pickoffs around the map. Matu's he's had it with top lane. He doesn't need to be there anymore. He's ready to go fight just with phase boots alone. He's got the Sunstrike support. He's feeling confident enough to start ganking.
They can find this mid. Paparazzi's headed over there. He's been having a tough time down bottom, and he feels the mid lane may be safe, but he's got to be careful.
Radiant Ward, I believe, saw them. Mind Control poked his head out, and yeah, Matu will now as well. But the important thing is here, Naga has no control over the main jungle. Can only jungle around that secret shop area, so there's only 2 camps there which she can realistically use. It's not really being all that feasible. And Brita's still going for this. They want to dive behind. Okay.
GH and Mind Control, very deep. Super. It'll be a very, very easy duel if they want to go for it. And they actually don't. Mind Control's going to hold on to the ultimate. Will be lassoed. In fact, with dogfights coming around as well, Mind Control's out and down. Would have been worth using that to just get that bonus damage, but I guess was anticipating that he'd survive and might need it for something bigger.
Yeah. Bridge doesn't have Sandstorm here.
So 7 stick charges, and that will be enough to bring him up for a Burrow Strike. Should just be able to play his way out now. The movement speed's too much from Paparazzi with those phase boosts. Now IGV but to take down 2 at Liquid's cores. So Liquid, yeah, as you mentioned, we're just sitting very, very deep there and relatively split up as well around that tier 1 and ends up hurting them big time.
Yeah, and they've got Sunstrike support, but that's great for pickoff. It's not great for taking 5v5 engagements, and that wasn't even 5v5. That was like a 2-man in 2v5 kind of scenario. The entire IGV team rotated in for that.
What a lane, mind control in a whole world of trouble. The rotation comes through from Dogfights, Paparazzi in July as they'll run him down. They'll almost certainly bring him down as well. Trying to keep himself alive with the heal, but the Firefly chase down will be enough. Paparazzi able to get the final touch. Some good fortune for the side of IG Vitality, with Paparazzi starting to get himself involved in a couple of kills after being beat down pretty heavily in that bottom lane to start off with.
Starting to bounce back with a few key successive kills. Jace comes in just to snipe a bounty room, but he's still level 4. Miracle's going to rush at drums here. Interesting different build from him, going for like a very early game cost-effective stat item. Not making the big jump for the Ag Scepter, suggesting... I mean, he's so far ahead, that's one of those things where when you're ahead like this in levels, you actually maybe want to fight more. Typically, Invoker's just playing a more AFK farming role because he doesn't have such an easy lane. But with this easy of a lane, Miracle wants to join his team, wants to fight, and the drums will enable that. The Ag Scepter will come next, but doesn't feel any need to rush the item.
Vitality actually with the 4 of them in the mid lane. They have got the setup. TPs will be coming in. Can they save him? They can't. Miracle's already taken down. Juju for mind control. Look to try and save GH here with the heal, but it's not going to be enough. And Paparazzi really up in his game as these fights start to kick in. 5-2-1, getting himself fully involved. And that massacre as well, taking down Miracle. He was having the best of starts in that mid lane with the Midas timing and such, and IGV able to hit him hard.
Like Kuro's just not in the right places to save these targets that are getting gone on. First at bottom lane, he TP'd in, wasn't there in time. Next at mid lane, his TP was on cooldown for a few seconds, but part of playing Oracle, and I think maybe saying Kuro's just not used to because he hasn't played the hero in a while, is just being in the right position and anticipating where those ganks are going to be. And neither time was he there for the False Promise, the Fate's Edict turnaround with the Purifying Flames heals. So if he was in position, he could have saved either Mind Control in bottom, Miracle at mid. And I feel like he hasn't been that effective on this Oracle so far. He got given the safe lane for a while to get his fast level 6, and he hasn't been able to use that at all. He's getting some deep wards down, but he can't just get wards down. He needs to do more. Okay.
Great a little play from Miracle again. I mean, didn't go for the straight, predictable one. Paparazzi tried his best to duke it out, but ended up walking straight into it.
Miracle, his game continues. 5-1-3. He's got the drums, going to have a point booster soon. Mind Control will be rushing the Blink. No Blade Mail, no Armlets or anything before that. And with the Invoker in your team, this is typically the build you want to go for. You don't need any damage items when you've got Sunstrike to back you up.
Blink is now Timberman, so we're ready to start to try and find those pickoffs. Carter doing towards that relic. 2.5k gold, nearly taking down this tier 1 as well, so still be able to make good timing, and we can see that's second on the net worth. It's still a good pace for this Naga to be hitting. Fight's getting some vision on Liquid under the cover of Vendetta. The situation, and top lane Timberman will TP in. Looking at Cicada, will initiate. But Cicada has the Song, doesn't have enough mana for the Song and TP immediately. No way that they can close that gap. Blink already have used, of course, from Timberman with that initial jump in. Be themselves actually bringing Dogfights and Ninja up towards the top lane. Vendetta again available in 10 seconds. They themselves could look to try and catch out the bear.
Necessary that Matu TP'd to stop Naga getting the tower goal, but potentially dangerous position if he's careful here.
Fight's very much ready to go. If Timberman steps a few inches too far away from this tower, he will be in a lot of trouble. Back off. He's going to come around into the jungle. Dogfights. Looking for the perfect setup. Gets it. Vendetta into the stun. Follow through control with the lasso from Injuly and IGV. Again, really stepping it up, getting these big core pickoffs time after time. Liquid starting to kind of struggle to find those pickoffs themselves. Miracle has headed down bottom. Will look to make a play onto Paparazzi. I mean, look at the damage this Invoker does. My goodness!
Who needs Sunstrike?
What the heck?
You don't need to land a Sunstrike when you can do that.
Alacrity. It's a good spell.
He's got max Zord already, so yeah, I guess that explains that. Your Invoker is level 14. The next highest level here in the game is level 10.
With that Alacrity doing what? Close to 300 damage. A right click there at 14 minutes in. It's a strong hero. Especially when it's in Miracle's hands. To the pit they go, Liquid. Take one hero off the map. Will have smoked in. Question is, only the spidey senses of IGV going to be tingling to check it out? And it looks like probably not. It's already down to half health.
You know, Matu doesn't have lifesteal, so they're not expecting this to happen, perhaps.
They've got this though, the false promise and the press the attack, and look at that. Tasty, tasty heals. Straight back up to full health with the combination of those two spells.
Typically you see the Ursa Rush blink, and you know that Roche is a little bit tricky to do. Still possible, but yeah, same ease.
Top lane GH just trying to chill out and work his way towards the blink, but the eyes of IGV, they're closely upon him.
Got up to 4.2k, he's got the relic money, he's close to Radiance.
Very, very good news for the Naga Siren. And as you mentioned, definitely a game where if the Naga Siren does get out of control, there are some issues in terms of some of the core matchups. Ursa mentioned not the best hero for dealing with a farm Naga. Of course, they do have other answers. You know, Miracle is going to have a lot of control and burst with these levels that he's getting on this Invoker. Still, you never really want to deal with a Naga Siren that's got a good Radiance timing, and that certainly might be something that the Liquid will have to do so. 16 minutes and just 200 away from the recipe.
They want to speed things up now, get chain pickoffs using the Legion duel, the Blink with the Aegis. They can play super aggressive with this. Invoker, he can play a bit more farm split pushy. Like, he wants to be solo pushing a lane with the Forward Spirits, I imagine. He's got the double Forward Spirits up, but the IGV being the aggressors here, trying to catch Liquid, or at least GH, because he's just trying to farm his Blink up, but he may get punished for that aggression.
Trying to find dogfights into the tree line, but GH hunts him down. Mind control. And to pick up the dual damage as well. Miracle gets himself involved. Makes sure that he is also able to get a bit of a cash bonus from that one. With the Ags now complete. 17 minutes. Drums, Ags, and Midas all in the bag here for this Invoker.
Oh, very, very big. So far ahead of absolutely everyone else in this game. The Naga by a pretty big margin, but hopefully can change now with the Radiance. The farm will speed up for the Naga Siren. Be mindful of if you choose to start taking some more objectives and trying to shrink the map as far as where IGV can farm.
Matu with a double damage, ready to fight, jumps in, and CM, not a chance for Super.
Paratu. Deep spot here at bottom lane. Yeah, he's already trying to back up out of there.
I mean, Miracle has been getting so much space as well. He's been sat on this bottom lane for the last few minutes, just farming the waves.
Likely get this T2 tower fairly soon if IGV don't make a big response for it, but don't think they necessarily need to or want to. They're happy just farming the top jungle, the top side of the map. Got this Naga Radiance. Don't try and rush any fights now that you've this item timing at a pretty decent stage of the game.
Matuma Man and Mind Control looking to make a jump. Dogfights is there with the Vendetta, has their eyes on him. Knows the position of Mind Control. In fact, can't go for anything though. Mind Control does have friends in the neighborhood. GH is there. Matuma Man still very, very close around. Bottom lane, Liquid get that space for the tower as expected. Miracle now with the Boots of Travel. Recipe on its way. Will then be looking for that Link Sphere, which it's got a very nice against a lot of the stuff really from Vitality. The lasso initiation and the burst damage that Dogfights would have been hoping to do with that mana burn as the game's going.
IGV really want to go on Matu. He's got an Aegis. They smoked into Team Liquid, but the first hero they saw was a hero they just can't go on. But they cancel the smoke gate, get out, and Liquid say, oh, we know where they are. Let's smoke into them.
I'm interested to see if this time Miracle comes around to join for the team fight, and certainly looks like the maneuver will suggest so, as the full 5 of Liquid looking to try and catch something out. Paparazzi Very careful about how he comes out the base. It looks like IGV are aware. Dogfights, yeah, heads out with a Vendetta. Very nice. Immediately scouts out that action was being looked for from Liquid. So IGV will be safe at avoiding it down bottom. Mid lane, though, Super was left on his own, and Matuma Man quickly in, bringing her down once again.
I'll on that one. 4-4 CM. It's better off sitting back in your base, giving your team Arcane Aura. About the hero's role for now. Miracle bottom, nice tornado. We'll find Nyx.
The line's been drawn as well. Liquid, they know Cicada's in this area.
Miracle's dying.
Get him. And Cicada's out of there. Great bit of play for IGV. Cicada was, I mean, he was so close as well because Mind Control walked up and he was halfway through about to lay down the duel. Song just too quick from the Naga.
And Miracle had the sentry there. He tried to perhaps bait in the Nyx and go for a turnaround kill. Many heroes there for him to mess around with. Jug on the slash. They're willing to throw all the spells they had to make sure they got the kill, and sure as hell do.
Ended up getting the money. Paparazzi did as well on the Jug, so very, very nice for him.
Shadowblade. This is this is an okay Shadowblade game. You need to find picks. Invoker's split pushing always. It feels like a game where getting a Shadowblade where your Naga's pushing out lane, so it's a lot easier to use an item like Shadowblade to find pickoffs as a result.
Up top, talking about pickoffs, IGV move in to find another. Matuma Man will jump in. He really wants that Crystal Maiden, and he will get it. GH comes in with a Burrow Stroke, trying to help Matuma Man escape. Still in July dogfights, and the Naga in the neighborhood. The Jules there from Mind Control, though, and they find the big kill, taking out Cicada. Paparazzi Shadowblading up. We'll look towards Matuma with a Blade Fury as well. He should get at least the Ursa. No, Matuma Man getting away on 6 HP, finally falls. They'll get the kill, but GH still playing around with dogfights. We've got Mind Control and Lyrical. Miracle chasing down Paparazzi, healing ward gone. Pain Room picked up, Paparazzi, no way. Wait, I say no way, he's got a Shadowblade, they don't have detection.
I'll go sentry now.
Okay, there we go. Kuroki turns up at the time of need. The support items. End of the day, Liquid do end up coming out on top. Vitality tried to sweep around, get those kills. Liquid were able to fight back thick and hard.
In the Ursa, not the biggest deal though. Naga at least went down early on in the fight, but has respawn now. Yeah, so Naga goes down as well. So yeah, definitely not the fight IGV were hoping for, losing all their real important heroes. Dog, Naga. Liquid able to bounce back, find some kills immediately upon Invoker's respawn. He's close to level 20 already. Hunted a little bit by a Bat Rider. Bat Rider definitely needs friends if he wants to go for this kill.
Has got a Nyx relatively close by, but already away. Miracle. To safety. Paparazzi though. Blade, an immediate blink out from Matuma Man, not wanting to mess around with the Juggernaut.
Shadowblade's Mind Control has one as well. He'll be looking to hunt around, fish for kills. Set Miracle up, possible.
Could find some here, but there's a lot of heroes on IGV available to turn it around. Does he want to jump? He does. Straight in onto Paparazzi with Matuma Man's backup as well as the Sunstrike. They can take him down before they lose any lives. And in fact, looking to go for more dogfights, tries for the TP out. He will make it. Nothing to cancel it.
No bash, proc. At least 2 or 3 times there.
Dire's middle tower is under
Gate.
attack. Radiant's
To try and maybe push down this tier 2 as they to form up. No Jug for 20 seconds. You want to fight. Set up onto Matuma. The man turns, hasn't got that enrage for another 15 seconds, in a lot of trouble. Back up there for Kuroki. Can they get him out? It doesn't look like they can, or maybe with the second purge from Mind Control. Matuma Man TP's out and he'll make it back to base. Kuroki will pay with his life though. And Cicada seeing if he can chase down for more. He needs to get in range of Mind Control with this song, and he will. Nice gap closer there from Cicada, but the Mind Control blink just in time. They'll check the tree line, but they're off the mark, and Mind Control, he's going to be fine, and backup's turned up. GH is there, along with Miracle, a quick deafening blast to the face to bring down the Naga Siren, and they're not done yet, Liquid. In July, in the tree, but Super with the ultimate. Dogfights control as well. Miracle, he's falling low, and Super with the freezing field. The damage is enough. They brought the Invoker down. GH is out as well, and at the end of the day, is the turnaround on the turnaround as IGV coming out with huge, huge kills, bringing down Miracle. Liquid have got to be careful. I mean, it
Heroic Crystal Maiden Freezer Field.
That was
turning it
so
around.
much damage. It must have been done there by Super.
Yeah,
Miracle.
more damage than any of his teammates in that fight, according to the recap. So very important stuff. Miracle was throwing all his spells first at the Naga and then into the trees at the Batrider that he just ignored the CM next to him, which normally is fine. Like, you don't expect to have to worry about that CM, but she just moved Freezing Field, and Miracle had used his Tornado, used his Cold Snap as well on the Naga Siren, so didn't really have instant access to any disables, and taken out.
Troll. For a setup. That is the real Naga Siren. Do have follow-ups. Sakata could be in a lot of trouble here.
There's Sunstrike though, so not. He has the damage without the Sunstrike.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Brett Cardo as well in terms of his progress. Manta style, mind control. He's underneath a sentry. IGV. Once again, this game very, very even.
Themselves in it with the Naga farm and finding a few key kills. Time again, Miracle's died a couple of times. Despite all the kills and how well he's played, those deaths give a lot of comeback money when you're that far ahead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
CM has that Glimmer Cape done as well, so that these freezing fields could become an issue. Finds the right positioning. Just pushing out the bottom lane. IGV look to group up mid. Ready in July on the sidelines, looking for the angle to get that pick off. Liquid come in for some sort of a defense. Question, Dogfight's Vendetta up. Look for setup, Matuma Man, if he comes forward to this wave, could be deadly. It's like, no, IGP already have backed away. Elsewhere towards this top lane where Miracle hiding in the tree line. He's going to try for a solo kill potential onto Cicada. The cold snap stopping him from being able to get the song out, and there we have that combo.
Key little play from Miracle. Solo kills a Naga, can't sleep with the cold snap, and gets out of there immediately. Brutal stuff as Naga.
Oh, poor old Super. Oh, no, the Glimmer Cape. Oh, sorry, just the Shadow Amulet.
Even better.
Enough to save him. Yeah, he could stay there forever. His mind control has been duped, but we'll be fine. Does have a TP as well to get out when it's a little safer.
Shadow Amulet's a rated item. Sometimes, like, I upgrade to the Glimmer Cape, I'm like, man, I wish I still had my Shadow Amulet for per-man biz.
Good play during this time. Straight into Roche once again. Aegis into the hands of Matuma Man. If they're ready to go again for one of these pushes mid lane. Towards the bat. Bat's out with the blink. Cicada's just TP'd in. Get the initiation. Looks like Cicada will, of course, use the illusions to push it out a bit. He heads back to join the rest of his ranks. Liquid still sticking around, of course. Mind control, ready to grab anyone that dares to come forward. Which should get this tier 2 at the least. As well on the map, Dogfights, just cleaning out some camps on the top lane, as well as Super to pick up levels towards that level 12 for that second point in the ultimate. And Cicada down bottom, 1500 towards that ultimate orb.
Yeah, that key split push timing. Still won't have an Octarine call for quite some time, and what Liquid can do as far as objectives now with Aegis in hand. Pretty low in health, and may look to finish like a BKB before too major, but Miracle continues to farm and accelerate. 22, almost 23 now. It's 23. Octarine core queued up as his next big item.
That's crazy. 5k ahead of a Radiance Naga, and a Radiance Naga that got that Radiance at a decent time to come. This is an insane amount of farm on Miracle, and it's going to add up to even more there. The setup from GH and the damage issued off from that Sunstrike gets him involved in yet another bit of action.
Feels like outside of the Naga, the rest of the IGV team can't farm. That's often what happens in these Naga games, and one of the downsides of the hero is that it's Naga who has to push out every lane, takes all the farm on the map, takes all the jungle, and then there's heroes like Nyx who have a blink, but you really want to have a blink, a full stuff, an Ags eventually. This game could go 40-50 minutes, and I don't even know if Nyx would be able to farm an Ag Scepter because there's no farm on the map for him, and he didn't go for the Midas. It's definitely a game where I feel like Midas's would have paid off. even heroes like Batrider are going to struggle to get further items because there's so little farm on the map to take for yourselves. Jug, his net worth has suffered as a result, so very tricky game for the IGV supporting cast and other cores that even get much.
BKB's closing in for a few of Liquid's cores now. Chinbatu looking for it before they go for a big aggressive play halfway on the recipe. But on mind control, yeah, it's full BKB out. Oh no, yeah. No.
On Courier?
Oh yeah, he's got the Ogre Club instead. He's got it. He's got the full BKB ready.
Paparazzi. Sunstrike.
What Vitality can do in terms of high ground defense if Liquid do come in hard with these pushes. Cool, ready to go straight up to the high ground. Fight's holding him back. He's just dropped.
Force a glyph. And mind control's not even worried about having to get off the tower during the glyph.
Not at all. That BKB and the heal and the back of a Kuroki that we have immediately coming in with the perfect timing, the false promise. There's the combo from Miracle, trying to force IGV back, but Paparazzi with the Blade Fury moves forward. They've got the Burst Strike and the Jewel onto Skada, the Naga Siren's out. 60 seconds, buys back immediately.
Still got Aegis, they can still lurk around if they want to. They've used false promise, Kuro needs to be careful.
Timmerman tries to turn, but the net and the Frostbite holding him back here, falling down low. The heals from Kuroki. Once again, protecting that Aegis for as long as they can. Sleep is there. Blade Fury as well to make sure that Timmerman can't blink his way out of this one. And he'll almost certainly fall down the once, but the damage here from Miracle as the Tornado flies in will dispatch off the Nyx Assassin. Surely no, the healing ward keeping him just alive with those one charges. He'll actually get his way out of there. Injuly's not going to be as lucky as the bear jumps in, rips into part with the claws, but Liquid is starting to fall low once again with this freezing field super, killing Matumbaman nearly as he just waltzes off as the Enrage. GH back in with a Burrow Strike to take Cicada down a second time this team fight. It is a dieback on the Naga Siren. No Naga for 80 seconds. He did indeed, took an Omni Slash to the face and he's out for 90. Throwing his life away to the blade of Paparazzi. It's a lot of money for the Jug, and with that kill, it'll be enough to force Liquid back. They won't get the racks.
Regret that blink in, but crazy to think they actually, Liquid lost only an Aegis before that Miracle dive and bit of over-aggression. He really wanted to commit for the kills. If he gets that Jug kill there, it's probably racks and even the game. Jug didn't have buyback, I believe, and a lot of buybacks had already been used for the rest of the IGV team. So yeah, even with the hold, they lost a tier 3 tower. You can take shrines, you have to use buybacks.
Jug, yeah, both the
Bat and Naga.
The Naga
buyback, the big
died
one.
a second time, yeah.
I mean, that's nowhere near worth it for IGV and still looking fantastic for Liquid. That Miracle death at the end. He's going to have level 25 with Octarine Core when he respawns. He's got a Tomb of Knowledge waiting for him, and brutal stuff for these next coming fights.
And another little freebie. More damage from Mind Control. And CM caught out and trying to be taken down by Liquid. However, a healthy plus 76. Sagrada. We're going towards that Octarine. Well, indeed, with that dieback, it's a bit of a pipe dream away from him. It's a lot of time.
Dogfights might be able to snipe a Courier. He's put down this ward. I feel like you're putting down just to snipe Couriers. Whole point of that ward. Get it.
It was just a tome on it though, nothing massive.
Miracle was sending it there to buy the Octarine Core, but he can walk to the shopping for once. And hey, guess what? He doesn't need to walk to shop. You're getting racked. You're winning the game. Who needs Octarine Core? Not Miracle at the time being. And Naga is not even in position to defend. 5 seconds before she has a TP.
Fights hits the stun onto one, but quick reactions there. They jump in with the Jewel. And they've got the damage to bring down in it. They do indeed. He's out and down. Good lasso, bringing Matumbaman away from his team. Jay's trying to run in with the epicenter. Gets the follow through Burrow Strike after the Blade Fury wet. And as well, out on the side IGV. Triple kill for Miracles. They bring out the CM. Buyback will be there from him. The setup with the sleep, but what do they really have with two? The big damage dealers out for a good amount of time. Can't quite get the kills, but once again they temporarily push Liquid back. As yeah, look at the creep cutting from this Naga. So that's both mid and top consistently pushed out. But the bottom lane creeps are in, so that backdoor protection is of course down across the whole base. themselves in onto the mid-racks as they pick up themselves up a second set.
There's no lasso. They can't initiate without Nyx or the Batrider lasso. They just, all they can do is stand around idly while they lose a Rax, and that's a second lane. That makes this game very challenging for IGV at this point, and if Liquid want, they'll swing top, try to get that tier 2 tower. Don't have the Aegis to play around anymore, but they've got their 6-slotted Invoker. They are close to being full ready to go. Not much left for IGV at this point. Even with a Naga Siren, it doesn't really feel like a game that she's going to be able to stall out. There's not enough farm on the rest of the IGV side to really... You're not really buying time for anything. It's progressing nowhere other than delaying the inevitable.
And as we mentioned, this nice for Liquid in terms of, well, obviously can't make it to the upper bracket, but may put them in that position to have that third place if tiebreakers do end up occurring. It does resolve on it rely on a lot of other results going certain ways. Maybe the chance the series win certainly does look to be the case here, unless IG pull off some sort of amazing comeback.
For Liquid, it's just going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, it's nice and all, but you kind of wish you had these performances earlier on in the groups. Yeah. Get a win or two early on, it gives you the confidence, and it's so easy to work off a good start to the group to win the group. That was like OG and IG. I mean, yeah, these are teams that are in good form to begin with, but you win early on in your group, it's much easier to win those later series. For Liquid, it's come a bit late from them.
Go top lane. Liquid take another tier 2 and are now in position. Finish off that final set from IGV, but IGV, they'll do their darndest. They're heading back. 3 of them at least so far. They'll keep Cicada and Paparazzi down on the bottom.
I gotta go right. Guys out.
Play it safe.
Yeah, why not? Top lane's still pushing out if you want to deal with that. If you want to head that direction. Miracle can push out mid and bottom if he really wants, but one of the things about Naga is that while she clears creep waves, she doesn't actually hit buildings incredibly fast. So they can kind of ignore it. Well, the Paparazzi does hit buildings pretty nicely, but they'll just glitch. If they get Megas, it may just be game over, and Miracle's going to head back to defend anyways with his Tornado.
Who else is up here as well? It's Cicada. Okay, Cicada's headed back now. And in fact, the opening here, Lasso, bringing Mind Control away, does have the Aegis. They'll pop him once, and then pop him again. Capri's still there with Pyro Strike. Mind Control instantly with a blink out, but along with Miracle and the rest of the gang as Liquid will claim the Megas. Miracle, BKB'd up, finds the final racks.
Miracle cancelled the Jugs TP. He went back to defend, Tornadoed the Jugs TP, and then right in front of Jugs' face, TP to the top lane. So it was a bit of like a BM play in some ways. I mean, it was the right play. Cancel his TP. You don't care about losing a Rax. You've got Megas, and this Jug is stuck here. He's fueled up now. No TP to work with. Great play from Miracle to secure the game and get Megas and realistically take game number 2. They'll won't GG just yet. They're thinking, hey, we got Naga, we can push out lanes, but they'll soon find this game is not heading to a pretty direction.
I mean, Matuma Man falling a little low, but does have the cheese. They will be able to walk it off. What's the noise? I mean, these little illusions bringing them down to half. And they are holding on IGV. As you said, they do have the potential to push these lanes out, but it's still such a tough game for them.
Push the lanes out, but at what point do you win a team fight or take any more lanes of Rax or really eaten up the game? It's like not coming their way, but hold on, they'll see what they can do. Refresher from Miracle, he's going to be going to that 6-slotted status. Just the blink in his backpack for now. To have some fun and show off a bit, I imagine, at this stage. Does need to be careful, doesn't it, buyback, but...
I mean, yeah, you never know. If Liquid are able to throw this game, I will be incredibly...
Died right now. I don't actually think...
Is it throwable?
Miracle dying without buyback, they probably don't even lose a Rax, because the rest of the heroes are strong enough that they can fight and hold pretty well, and Mega Creeps damn hard.
Miracle with his DD. Rest of Liquid ready to fight. IGV's last chance here to do something about Liquid taking this series 2-0. What can they do? Who is going to be the first to jump in?
That's good, Gem. We'll see Miracle.
other side over the tree line. And July looks at the jump, finds the potential key one here, as they can bring the Oracle out. Already trying for the combo, but the Spike Carapace will hold him back momentarily, Miracle. Epicenter, everything coming down to Scudder, but he has got buyback. BKB's already popped by Liquid. The IGV can try and find some sort of a catch. Who have we got here on the back lines is dogfights from the high ground. Liquid still being a little tentative outside the base. They know they haven't got this Oracle. But they're major savers. Dogfights. Still very careful how close he goes. Knows that SK does have the gem. There's the blinking. First stun onto Miracle. Can't get anything to follow through though. Natuma Man's going to want to jump in. Paparazzi pots the Manta. We're being forced back here by the illusions of the Naga Siren.
Face down.
Oh yeah, dogfights with the blink forward. Has the further control. Nice wall. Certainly slowing them though. He's struggling to really close that gap. These illusions with this Radiance, they certainly do hurt.
Be pretty pesky to continue pushing, but Kuro's back with Greed. He'll heal everyone back up. They're ready to go,
jump
right?
immediately in onto Injuly. Injuly's out, just back available. Onto Super, to slide his way away. Does still have the Glimmer Cape, isn't going to make it, but they do have this Omni Slash on Commander, but the last bounce way of Paparazzi can't finish off the Legion. The refresh is there from Miracles. He looks to style on the jug
Double
with the
BKB.
second deafening blast. And indeed, GG is called. At the end of the day, it's all too much for IGD. 36-17. Liquid will take the series 2-0. Of course, doesn't get them to that upper bracket, winners bracket. Be in the lower bracket for sure, but maybe, if our maths is correct, they can still.
Behold the horn of
So with Liquid, where they put GH in the... And yeah, you know, maybe get some cheap free kills with the Boots movement speed advantage, try and snipe some last hits as well, but it's dangerous invading enemy jungles because that shrine there is a heal, but also a TP location, so often we'll see like a CM or someone just carry a TP, and if someone like an Elder Titan can test the Magnus jungle, CM TP's in, there's your first blood, ET's dead, so...
I'm intrigued as well, on the topic of the Magnus jungle, is it better that? Is it just more efficient? Why are we not seeing the Legion in the jungle and the Magnus in the lane? Is there a reason why you are going this way round than the other if you're Liquid here?
Yeah, the Legion's a lot stronger in lane. Jungle capacity-wise, Legion perhaps better, I guess you'd normally say. But Legion in the offlane is very durable, very hard to kill. He's got a lot of good defensive tools. He gets a ton of movement speed from the overwhelming odds. He's able to purge off things like open wounds. So the hero in the offlane is incredibly resilient. We've seen a lot from LFY. It's Jizing's most played hero, and he does incredibly well in the first 5-10 minutes at getting stuff out of the lane. Magnus, you can actually zone the hero. He's a bit squishier, doesn't quite have the same stats to play around and have the same great time there.
Interesting as well to note, of course, it is indeed Envy playing the mid, but MP switching the lanes around. Envy up on the top lane, on his own at the moment. Aoi is in the mid, did have the Wyvern come over across to help him. So who's this trying to dodge who? Who's getting the lanes that they want, do you feel?
MP kind of set these lanes up as far as they're concerned. Envy went for a really odd play with that pull through, but he gets it to the neutral camp, so he's going to be able to theoretically farm the neutrals as well as this creep wave, although he has to hit the last hits as well. Meanwhile...
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's kind of what I talked about. SCG, you want to come in and mess with the Magnus jungle? Well, Kuro's going to be there, and potential first blood could come your way, but with Boots, you will get out of there.
Very, very speedy indeed. They do manage to get him out of their hair and get a bit of space for GH. Desperately tries to kick off this jungling. But of course, attention drawn here is going to kind of free up the lanes a bit more for the rest of Liquid. We can see in the mid lane already just the aggression coming out here from the other spirit. And SVG this time around bring GH down low, but they've got the shrine. Kuroki coming with the wraparound, and this time SVG's boots aren't going to allow him to walk that off. As first blood goes to the Magnus, and that is exactly what you don't want to happen. You may have stopped him from hitting creeps for the first minute, but you've given him first blood.
Nice when things kind of happen how you expect them to. And that's the CM presence that Elder Titan had to respect and didn't. He goes in, invents it. He can just go right back, knowing that the Magnus has used the Shrine. Without that Shrine up, it's a lot easier to continue being aggressive. And
Oh, and he does. He's straight there.
Yeah, he's not put off. Like, you die like that, yeah, it's like, man, I didn't want to give up first blood, but you're also like, well, suddenly I'm a lot stronger because there's no Shrine to worry about.
GH having to skewer himself away. Got incredibly low there as the Spirit got thrown out. Will get himself back to safety.
Got to be concerned. You're like a level 1 ET just running around the map. You got to find levels somewhere at some point. You want to get at least the level 2 stomp. Perhaps be finding that from some of its bounty runes. Very unconventional laning setup for NP. The mid lifestealer does alright against the Ember, but the Spectre's kind of like a solo safe lane Spectre. Use that early pull to the neutrals to help get some extra farm. But since then is going to lose very badly in a 1v1 against.
I was going to say, this can't be a pleasant lane once Mind Control's got a few levels. It's going to be very hard for Envy.
It's like peak of terribleness with the LC phase boots. Phase boots are there for LC. Good luck going anywhere near the hero.
Mid lane again, Owie. Moving in on Miracle with the open wounds. I mean, you can kind of do this, I guess, as a lifestealer. Trade it and...
Go out again.
Gotta be careful, as you mentioned earlier. Maybe lack of respect here, really, for Kuroki.
There's a skewer, so TP is just not an option.
He could try for the deny. He's not going to get it. GH picking up a second kill. Thanks to SVG. Pretty much this fast food order takeaway delivery service here he's providing. As GH certainly getting fed in the first 3 minutes.
That one a bit unfortunate because it came as a result of a haste rune, which he didn't have eyes on. Only Radiant Vision at that bottom room, but nonetheless, you go aggressive deep in the enemy jungle, you're going to get punished here and there. And again, still level 1 at this point. Yeah, look, he's actually going to take over top lane while Envy jungles. That's interesting lane development. Definitely, to me, suggests NP. This isn't like the game we saw earlier where Envy was Alk and he left the mid lane to the Winter Wyvern to go jungle to give the lane to a support. No, this is way too early for your lanes to break apart. This is very much a reaction to SVG's roaming.
Mid lane Miracle falling incredibly low here as Owie. Nearly able to take him down. One more swipe would have done it, but he couldn't quite get there in range.
So yeah, the jungle Spectre. Fastest or best jungler, but make do with what he can here. 2 points in the Desolate to try and speed things up a little bit, but this is not really the ideal place to be running your Spectre. And considering this was a 5th pick, it's not like you feel like you 5th pick a hero and you should have like a good plan or lane for it. You should know that hero. If you're 5th picking a Spectre, you should be like, this Spectre game is going to be great. Like, it's going to have a good lane. Or if it's not going to have a good lane, it hard counters something. Yeah, it's pretty good against the lone Druid being able to get on top of him, but you just picked a Spectre in a game where your lanes are getting destroyed. So I'm a bit surprised by the fact they don't seem to have a clear plan for how to lane this Spectre. I guess the end result is not having a plan means they're sending it to the jungle.
And one of the lanes that we're still kind of yet to talk about is that bottom lane, as we just saw Matuma Man very much getting free farm. You mentioned across the board, lanes just looking very, very strong for Liquid. MSS is able to find a little bit. He's got 14 CS. He's getting the levels down there, but he's just unable to do anything in terms of slowing down this lone Druid in this laning stage.
Liquid greedy with they had 2 junglers at various points. Kuro was jungling somewhere, and GH was jungling somewhere else, and they're winning the lanes. They're winning lanes while jungling.
And top lane, they're just going to walk in here for the duel. It will be successful as Mind Control gets himself the tasty +10, and SVG really struggling to find a place this game so far with his 3rd death.
I feel like I've never actually seen a team win all 3 lanes while having 2 junglers. Like, pretty absurd. They're not even really roamers. The CM are perhaps a bit of a roamer, but Magnus is a straight-up greedy jungler.
You can't lose lanes if you're not in them, gods.
Well, there's solo heroes in them. They just don't need supports to win their lane. That's the crazy thing. They've got 3 solo heroes. I mean, that's the thing with their draft. Legion, Lone Druid, these are heroes that excel in 1v1 matchups. No Jewel to kill him, but phase boots, there's a CM Nova into Frostbite and Envy.
He should be. I mean, he's got the backup here. Oh my goodness! He's not fine. The nuke is too good from Mind Control, and he gets himself a double kill as well as they clean up 1437. Oh dear. Oh dearie me, David.
He was saying Kuro's lost his mind, but whatever he's on, it's
he
needs to go. Yeah, he needs to go crazy a bit more often because this. I don't know. It seems like NP are allowing it to happen is what is bizarre about it, but that's always been the NP kind of motif with the laning stage early game is they're very greedy. They try and...
Oh, hello. Surprise, surprise, Matuma man. There's a lifestealer in here, and just can't get him off it. So MP, he gets himself the first kill on the board with a super surprise gank down there. Yep. Lifestealer and Envy turning up.
You need to get something happening. Every time Haunt's up, I feel like they just got to gank as much as Envy doesn't even phase boots. He's close to them, but you got to find picks somewhere on the map. You can't just try and, if you're just trying to passively farm your jungle back in the game, you're going to farm slower. You're going to get picked off one by one by Legion duels. So every time Envy's got Haunt, he's probably going to be telling his team, go find a pick off for me. I'll Haunt in. Even if you're trading kills, you gotta do something here. Very early use of the Infest as well, but you gotta try and salvage this absolutely atrocious laning stage. Mind Control's gonna have the fastest phase armlets for a Legion offlane you can imagine, and very good for the Liquid side, even with that kill onto the Lone Druid.
I mean, top lane, you see SVG's maybe thinking of getting into some sort of a position, but the two of them, they surely don't have the firepower to bring down this Legion. It's absolutely massive for this stage of the game.
Legion wants them. He's like, I'm considering a duel on MSS probably. SVG is there for the Stomp dual combo breaker.
Kuroki in the neighborhood as well, certainly ready to help out Mind Control if the occasion arises.
7, sneaks some bounty runes, a miracle with the danger rune, the haste. Picked up, this is a great rune to get an Ember 8 minutes in. Pushing for kills, and he knows someone's around his jungle. Bounty rune went missing, and I think they just had eyes on Wyvern.
Oh, meanwhile, top lane gods, they do end up getting the opportunity to close in for another duel. 301 victories now, Mind Control racking up on the Arcana, second one this game. Experienced man. He is having probably one of the best starts I've seen Legion have in a while.
Insanely fat. No one's going to be able to really fight him. Very good at just like going head to head with a lifestealer when you've got that fast armlet. He's not going to be afraid of AOI at all. You know, the armlet toggle through any kind of damage if he's ever low against the lifestealer. Yeah, he's got a 9-minute armlet phase with another 500 gold. Be bad for...
Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Reserves remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirit.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Medusa.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
place, but it does make a lot of sense. This is not like the IG Lina, right? This is a bit different. They're running a Lina with a safe lane lifestealer. This is a very early game focused lineup and does not extend very well into the late game. So NP are just looking to be able to play pretty defensively, just having a big tanky core like Dusa sitting on the front lines and basically having this hero serve as a blocker, right? And Newbee aren't going to be able to take towers very easily with Medusa sitting in front and the rest of the team sitting behind him. So I think this kind of fits the way to be able to defeat Newbee's a very aggressive lineup that they've drafted.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting play, too, because SC, we think about the way that he's sort of progressed in the mids. Before it was like the flashy players, the Invoker, the Storm Spirit, running in, making plays. And now it's sort of changed over to more of these farming-intensive heroes. And if he does get a little bit too aggressive, maybe step out too early in the early laning phase, a Monkey King Boundless Strike into Lina Light Strike Array, that's a pretty easy way to pick him off. So he's going to need to make sure that positioning is on point. We have the Monkey King Courier coming out to start the shenanigans early on here, but I'm very excited to get into this one as a smoke play.
An early smoke, wrap up a delayed smoke to try and get in there and take that bounty rune and ideally get a first blood as well.
Looking for Eternal Envy. Kaka charging up, walking forward. The slow is there. They have the Arcane Curse as well. U9 going to get a couple hits, but the crush should dissuade. Well, any more action? Maybe not. Envy is going to go down. Faith found him, but this might end up being to their own detriment as Kaka is starting to drop low as well. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah,
1-for-1 exchange already.
You get the 1-for-1, but it is the first blood going to Newbee. There's nobody blocking their safe lane, which does mean it's going to be very favorable for their aggro tri-lane. Creep Equilibrium should be in a pretty good spot. I'm kind of curious. I wonder if Envy was thinking about leveling Mana Shield as he got initiated on. Obviously, it's not ideal. You really want to be able to have your Mystic Snake out there. It's a good farming tool and a good harassing tool as well, but maybe, just maybe, could have saved his life if he used it early.
Oh my god, I pontificated for so long about it, SC Medusa. My goodness gracious, how embarrassing. But SC Lina indeed is going to be the one who's trying to find the kill. Still the same thing kind of applies, that if it's Envy that's moving too far forward, you find a kill there and you help build that momentum.
It's okay. When you were talking about that, I thought you were referring to the Alchemist that they were drafting for him and stuff, and I was with you. You know, your overall storyline was correct. So this aggro tri-lane, though, very smart by NP. It does leave them an awkward situation. I was about to say, Sand King should be able to do okay against Magnus, especially as Caustic Finale gets leveled up, but U9 really doesn't want to deal with an aggro tri-lane in his face, so they're going to try and swap things up.
Monkey King again in the mid lane onto Envy. The right clicks are there. Mana Shield, even though it's leveled, not going to help him. So this early aggression coming out from Newbee, already making plays.
Yeah, this Monkey King Lina combination. I know you're casting a different series, but at the time I was watching, it was the IG game where they ran this Lina Monkey King 2 times in a row, and it was really good. It just destroyed Evil Geniuses. And so
the thing I like too, that's Poor Man's Shield that he picked up for the Monkey King as well. So he can take a little bit of damage coming in from the creeps, and since he tends to be going in deep, almost near where the towers are.
Yeah, it'll definitely help out a bit. There's not much you need to get on Monkey King, just a little bit of tankiness and kind of good. So once he gets to like level 3, that's one of his big peaks. The early laning phase. He's already set SC off to a very good start. Envy's like, yeah, he's died twice, but he will be able to recover, I think, in his laning phase. Medusa is just one of those heroes.
You were back under tower. Kaka taking some extra damage from it. I don't know if the Poor Man's Shield ended up doing too much there, but he doesn't end up dying after getting skewed back under tower by MSS. Bottom lane, KP already there and going to be able to bring down the Dazzle. Faith helping him out, but KP gets the salve, and that will mean he is able to escape.
Yeah, it looks like NP, they tried to get aggressive and kill Faith's Face Silencer and just couldn't quite finish him off. And then because of that, he turns around and gets that last word onto 1437. Unable to use the Shell of Grave on himself as a result. Magnus is going to be very happy with all the farm that he's getting. NP, even if the Deuce is having a bad game, MSS is off to a great start, and I think MSS is one of the big reasons that NP is such a successful NA team. This guy is a fantastic offlaner, and if you get him a strong start, and I think that's one of the complaints I've had about NP in the past, is that they are so reserved and defensive and pretty farmy on their other 2 cores. It kind of leaves MSS out to dry sometimes when he's their big playmaker.
They have caught eyes onto Kaka here. With the Bound to the Strike, though, they should be able to create that little bit of separation. Yeah, I like the idea that they're sticking him here in the safe lane, making sure that he's able to get a little bit of farm, a little bit of help in from the Dazzle as well. But likewise, Newbee rotating a lot of heroes up there, and
Yeah, I think what MP really wanted to do with their aggro tri-lane is put pressure on the Lifestealer, which is fantastic. Lifestealers are very dangerous here. We've talked about this time and time again, right? The Lifestealer's just not a hero you can fully counter. So they kind of try and stymie his early laning phase farm. But it's also, I think they wanted to be able to force Kaka into a try versus try scenario and not have this Monkey King moving around. But Newbee just kind of played it defensively. They just rotated with U9 whenever they could and kept Kaka ganking that mid lane over and over again. In fact, he's setting up once again as Lina's going to come back into the lane, see if they can get another gank on him. Lina's not quite level 5. Maybe they'll wait for one creep just for that extra bit of nuking power. Oh, miskill. Faith goes down in bottom lane.
Still, you know, you're seeing that there's just so many threats around the map. Even for NP, if they do just sit in that static laning phase down there, a Vengeful Spirit in combination with the Slaughter, that's a lot of damage that can come out. Does look like they're setting up for it again, going on to Eternal Envy. Creeps are there. There's a TP rotation in from Dazzle. It looks like that's all Newbee wanted to force.
Yeah, NP got the successful scam on the Monkey King as he rotated around on the left-hand side. So NP did kind of have the heads up. They're ready to go with the TPs. So as it is, NP, what they're really hoping to do with this lineup, I don't know, it's going to be completely on AUI and MSS to be able to do a lot with their Magnus Vengeful Spirit combination because they did do an aggro tri-lane, the supports are going to be a bit underleveled. And I'm not sure if Slaughter is going to be able to find the space to be able to get that quick of a Blink Dagger.
There were a couple of wards placed down there. I think that the one in the mid lane might have actually been, it's within sentry range if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is.
So that's going to be possibly 2 wards dewarded now by NP. Their vision is going to be pretty heavily hemmed in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, that sucks quite a lot because you really want to keep your eye on the Monkey King. It's why I see some teams like draft an actual scouting hero against Monkey. Dive onto Faith.
Going for him again. They're onto him already. Boundless Strike trying to keep him back, but the heal bomb's going to stop it. Now looking for the Solidar. They are going to be able to stun him up and bring him down.
1-for-1 trade-off. It's still like forcing attention. Like the fact that Monkey King is bottom lane is a win. As long as Envy doesn't die to SC here.
Oh, he just leveled up level 6, but he doesn't have the mana.
Yeah, unfortunately. He did, like, he was bottling through the tower hits and everything, but just couldn't quite get it fast enough.
Would have loved to be able to pick that up, but still Newbee forcing him out of lane. You see that right now, the Lina 25 and 13, it's having a great time compared to that Medusa. Let's mention the kills.
I think what NP are going to have to do quite a lot is protect their mid tower. It's one of Deuce's specialties, though, as a hero, because she does get so tanky once you get level 7 or 8. You have those higher levels of mana shield. In Newbee, meanwhile, they need to find some ways to get those kind of deep ganks that catches NP off guard and transition into towers. They don't really have very good tower hitters. That is the one thing that's really missing for Newbee. They have a very aggressive lineup, but they don't necessarily have the, we win a team fight, we take, 2 towers and maybe a melee Rax. Like, it's not that kind of lineup.
Wow, early swap. KP breaks it up. That's actually going to be a lot of damage down. They end up committing the Grave onto the, well, Vengeful Spirit, but already dead is 1437, and they're going to take the Venge to boot.
Yep, Newbee, some early grouping up. Not terribly surprising. Newbee are very good at making full rotations of almost their entire team. They're just leaving U9 right now up at the top lane. You want to give the Lifestealer enough time to get his armlet before he starts becoming more of an active force. And in fact, I would say in this game, he may even continue to farm until KP has his Blink Dagger. Because what Newbee need to do is they need to hit their timings really hard. They can't afford to mess up too much. Again, it goes back to the lack of tower hitters, is that they won't be able to quickly transition through objectives. So when they do get their timing, they have to oppress NP near flawlessly.
Well, and this is the trade-off right here, too, is that you bring all those heroes, you don't even manage to take down the tower, and Envy gets free farm as well as the ability to push out a lane here. Aquila's turned on, SC's going to rotate back in and be able to push out the lane after the fact, but all this chip damage, it's good stuff for NP, as it does look like SC is scouting out that ward. Although it did just expire the sentry, so they're going to need to bring out another one.
Another nuke out there. Envy doing a good job of trying to chip away at SC's mana to make sure he doesn't have a full wombo combo worth. So if he does, again, you can see Kaka's kind of waiting there. If he does get a surprise gank
from the Boundless Strike from Monkey King, and it doesn't leave SC to be able to output his full course of damage.
So these first 9 minutes, Newbee a little bit ahead in terms of kills thanks to the Monkey King. You do feel, though, with this lineup that you need to make a lot happen early on, right? You can't just go into the late game on par with the Medusa and Magnus. Or would you disagree? You think that Newbee is okay?
It's definitely NP should be very happy with the way late game goes. They have a big team fight ability in RP. They have a great scaling late game hero in the Medusa, and even Vengeful Spirit, Slardar, and Dazzle all scale relatively well into late game. These two supports actually do a lot in late game, the Constant Crushes and Corrosive Hazes, as well as like Shallow Grave and Weave are always valuable, even going into the mega late.
Up here top, they're going to be able to find a kill onto Aoi, so things going, and again, more pickoffs for Newbee. Still questionable if they're going to be able to take a tower off of this, but it looks like that's what they're going to do next at the very least.
Yeah, SC deciding not to rotate back over to mid. He's leaving faith to that right now. They want to get that global silence up. AP, see, he's level 6 right now, just 600 gold. I'm thinking what his blink time's going to be, and whether or not he needs some extra help from the rest of Newbee.
In the area here, just everybody contesting this 3 stack of creeps that we've seen. Good disjoint there with the Sandstorm, so KP will not get gone on.
Yeah, Sand King's really good at being able to juggle big creep camp stacks. Ooh, this is global silence.
They've got MSS in the area as well. They might try and turn this. There it is. They're going to be able to drop the RP. Can they find any more, though? SC very low. Will they be able to find that kill? He's walking away. Skewer is going to manage to take him down, so they take 2.
That global silence. MSS just sitting there with his invis. He's like, come on, come on, come on. You just spamming the R button, but they did not have the damage, or they at least weren't fast enough with the damage to be able to finish off the Medusa in time. And a big turnaround play there from NP. NP, I think this is what they usually win games off of. They play pretty defensively, and they know how to occasionally set up these big reaction plays. So when the enemy team gets aggressive on them, they're able to just kind of either outnumber them or outposition them.
Speaking of outnumbering them, NP need to be a little bit careful, as everybody from Newbee TP down there. It did look like one of those TPs got canceled. So
yeah, I don't like this mass TP usage too much by Newbee. I think it is one of the big strengths of theirs in the laning phase, but as we're starting to get out of that, and we also know that NP is going to be splitting up and trying to out-split push them for a large part of this game, these mass TP usages really killed Newbee's mobility around the map, especially since the TPs did receive that nerf recently, upping the cooldown another 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's something to think about. When they were in their heyday, you know, dating back to right before the Manila Major, it was all about that mass rotations, and we'll have to see if they can adjust their game plan, or possibly even just, you know, make better usage of the initial movement from the map to put them in a position where they don't have to respond in that way. But a smoke gank moving in towards the bottom lane does not look like NP is going to run into anybody of consequence as pressure mounts towards this tower.
Yeah, they would have liked to get the, like, this is a classic smoke into safe lane to try and get the pick and turn it into a tower kill, but Newbee know enough about this game that this late, the safe lane tower is kind of a death trap, and they don't want to be around that area too much. So it is, at this point, like past like 10 minutes, and the tier 1's still up, the only heroes that are going to be there are the disposable ones. You know, like a 4 or 5 position support that just wants experience or something like that. You'll never have a big core kill down there unless it's backed up by multiple heroes.
Yeah, well, Envy is still around here, which is maybe a little bit scary, but looks like Newbee are not wanting to try and go deep for that one, at least for now. There's a lot of vision in the dire jungle right now with these observer wards in the area, so maybe they're going to be able to make something happen. Like, Envy is completely exposed in this jungle, nobody nearby at all. He does realize that there's a couple of Newbee heroes in the area as Sand King was spotted, but
yeah, Newbee want to be able to see the potential rotations by NP to defend a safe lane tower if they choose to do something like that. Obviously, they just got to read that Dazzle is now behind the Medusa, and they also want to see the Medusa when she's rotating from mid into jungle and leave a potential opportunity for SC to get aggressive there. And obviously needs more than just him, right? This Medusa is tanky enough, he can survive through that blast.
And threw the weave on him there as well, just to make double sure. There's still a lot of movement by Newbee, but not a whole lot happening over these past couple of minutes. It feels like all of their moves have either been countered or they've met that impenetrable wall of Adusa that can't really do anything to. Do you think there's a problem?
You're going to be punished even more pretty soon. Envy's going for this build, the Blade Mail build on Dusa. Wow. I think I've seen this before from Envy. I think he just really likes the stats. If you look at it, like every single one of those stats is value. You're never going to get bursted down entirely by magic damage. So the armor has value. Obviously, the intelligence is good for more mana pool. And then the early bit of damage is something that Dusa is often lacking, right? Because you see these Dusas and they go Manta or Lincolns, or in case of Mushi, Manta and Lincolns, and you just have no damage whatsoever. So I think it's like a nice source of early output for Envy, and then it's just another way to dissuade the enemy team from going on you.
Absolutely. And you talk a little bit about the extra damage buff that you get from the Magnus. Things are going to start to look at least not like a completely useless hero through the first initial phases. Not to mention you also have Stone Gaze, which is super value in a team fight. So how does Newbee try and deal with this then? Is it just focus on every other hero? Because it feels like this is a lineup that wants to be hitting its stride pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it's, again, it goes back to that, like, they have to hit their timing really hard because of the way they drafted themselves, and they didn't really give themselves an out for late game, and they're going against a very defensive team in NP. What and Newbee have to do here is make sure they get every single one of their items for these cores where they reach the real big peak. So, like, Bloodstone on Lina, Blink Dagger on SK, Armlet, and not Echo Saber, looks like an earlier Deso for U9. Get those items and then just lay into NP over and over and over again. You really just have to keep up a very high tempo game. Because what they're doing right now is you see this early game, right, Gabe? And you see, like, these heroes should be getting aggressive, but what Newbee are afraid of is failing to actually connect well enough. Inconsequential kill there on Dazzle, but it will probably get that tier 1.
It actually is kind of interesting, too, because the Lifestealer decided to go for a Midas before finishing off the Deso. He just had it delivered to him on the Courier. So I guess that it's, hit that second item pretty hard as well. Looks like Monkey King's going to be able to TP out of there. As
maybe if, well, they need to kind of start moving towards Eternal Envy right now.
There's a wraparound that they've got, possibly.
Oh no, they missed.
The Burrow Strike was not there. SC trying to run away. The Crush connects onto two of them as the Lifestealer jumps out, and it does look like they're just going to try and back out now.
Well timed by NP, and they may still have because the Infest Bomb is gone, they could still take this tier 1 tower.
Magnus has his Blink Dagger as well. Sand King obviously has completed his. Up on the high ground, Epicenter is ready, is going to burrow. All off the charge, at least for the moment. That's the Blade Mail down. Monkey King ulti as well. The Global Silence to follow. They are going to be able to bring down Envy, but won't be able to go for any more. I still think that's very much worth it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of ultimates used. The Global Silence is a particular one, but Envy is the most important hero on the side of NP. So it's not a bad fight for Newbee. I don't think it's terrible for NP either. Like, they got that mid tower. They're not going to lose any big objective off of this. The rest of their team is still going to be able to farm up at this point. So Newbee they're grouping up, but I don't feel like they're getting an amazing, like a whole lot done. And I think this does kind of lead into U9's thoughts of going to Hannah Midas, right? Is he's trying to give this lineup of theirs that doesn't have a whole lot of longevity some added benefit thanks to the items. It's kind of covering that weakness.
You also see here the Bloodstone just finished, and I mean it's quite it's a pretty decent timing, I would say, on it relative to where their team is at. They're ready to start fighting continuously as that Boundless Strike hits. And I mean, do you think that it's that big of a deal that he went for the Midas right now? Would you have rather him had like a Deso and then start moving around, or is it?
It's more about how the team feels the game is going. I think that it's a little bit of individual player preference, but it's also about, like, what have we accomplished so far? And I would say Newbee haven't accomplished a whole lot in progressing the game real quickly. Oh, nice pick on Monkey King.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy one. Kaka didn't drop.
So again, I think it comes back to we're not on our trajectory to be able to close out this game when we really should be our strongest. Like, it's going to be kind of hard to hit that window. So let's make sure that we do scale well enough into 40, 45 minutes.
because Lifestealer still has, like, Lifestealer is still a big threat 50, 55, 60 minutes in. It's just unfortunate that Medusa is the antithesis to Lifestealer.
Absolutely. And see that she is actually going to go for the Midas as well, so picking up a little bit of the Chinese flavor. This is what we saw going into the tournament, absolutely. And it's dropped off a little bit, but still very much impactful.
I like this choice by SC. I was looking at this. I don't think NP is going to give a whole lot of opportunities for a Shadowblade pickoff for SC. We've seen this over and over again, Bloodstone Shadowblade. I think this game, much better to try and transition into that right-clicking Lina that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So instead of the Shadowblade, he's going to pick up the Force Staff a bit earlier. Not sure if it's going to be the full Hurricane Pike. I also don't know if like Aghanims is still the pickup for him. I'm not sure.
Meantime, Newbee are looking to find a kill. Does not look like they are going to be guessing in the right decision.
I believe Faith is also going Hanamize.
All right.
He's got 1,700 gold, and Silencer is a scaling support that kind of turns into a core late game if you can find that farm, so.
All right. If they do get all these Hanamidases online, does that outscale the Medusa?
No, it doesn't. It's still like NP will still have this hard lock on late game, I believe. But what it does mean is that the game is no longer over, let's say, at 45 minutes. It's now over at 60 minutes for Newbee. Like, because they have these Hanamidases, it gives them, they're not able to be as aggressive and as effective right now, here in the moment, but they will be more effective at 35, 45 minutes because these heroes have an extra, like, 5k gold on them.
And, you know, Cap, we were watching that game yesterday, the LFY series, I remember, and it kept on feeling like you have a strong window, and then you miss that window. You don't take that chance. You don't make the move. Is that something that you'd be at all worried Newbee getting into a trouble with?
No, Newbee's not an LFY team, right? Like, they aren't making the moves right now that I would expect. Like, if I was in this position, I'd feel super pressured. I'd be like, guys, what the hell are we doing? We got to run at them, right? Yeah. But I think Newbee is not the kind of team to get spooked. They're playing passive, but they have a plan for it. I didn't see a plan when LFY did it. I was just like, guys, you kind of need to do something now. Newbee do have a plan with these Hanamidases. I think they are very active. 25, 30 minutes. They're going to reach a serious, many of their heroes. First and foremost, I think NP's playstyle, because they play so defensively and they do oftentimes have their late game being the enemy team, what it does to other teams is that it puts pressure on them and they want to get aggressive, and that's when the mistakes start happening and positioning. He punishes that really well.
Right, that dude showing up as well. They're going to kill off the tower. MSS jumps forward, catches that RP, going to pull him back in as well. They have the Stone Gaze, going to use that. I was wondering if they were just going to skewer back instead. But they do end up using both of the big ultis for NP.
Lifestealer's still big targets, so it's kind of like the earlier time where they blew everything on the Medusa. It's kind of worth it just because those two heroes, Lifestealer and Medusa, are the most important heroes for each team. So look at Roshan now. We're low death timer on Newbee, and you also have a death timer on C in the upcoming team fight, so they should not take that kind of risk. I would be very happy if I was NP and where they're at. This is an interesting choice, though. Medusa is actually thinking about going for a Lotus Orb next to be able to purge off the silence. What he wants to make sure wind go on him, he's able to be able to take away that silence in some way and pop the Stone Gaze. Now, most people would say, okay, but that's what Manta is for, right? That's the Dispel. But he seems to have this idea. Again, it's a little bit of stats. It's better armor, maybe. But it's also, he's trying to make himself that it really hurts Newbee when they target Eternal Envy, right? They're going to have Blade Mail and Lotus Orb. You know that Lina is going to be throwing that Laguna Blade. When they go for this combination, Blink Burrow, Global Silence is used. Lina's going to use everything on that hero. He wants to try and make sure that Lina doesn't feel comfortable doing that.
So here's a question then. As the game goes on, there's so much armor and plus armor built up on NP. We might have to hold that thought. Roshan is going to go down. NP thinking about going for this, the Boundless Strike. It's Newbee that might be the ones that try and take the fight. There's going to be the Stone Gaze already out, but the Infest Bomb still waiting to pop out. They have not decided to go for it as of yet. Global down. Nicely done. Pulling back in that Monkey King and taking him down.
That Stone Gaze was beautifully timed by Envy. Now the swap.
Swap onto SC. He's going to be dead in a second, but there's the Burrow Strike and the Infest Bomb jump out. RP drops to turn it again. They are going to have Lina back in an instant here, though. U9 getting healed up again by the Bloodstone Death, and does look like the SVG stun. Almost able to bring down U9, but he was able to get the target off for a second. Still drops down with the Aegis. Silencer is going to die as well. Light Strike Array, but can they bring down this big tanky Medusa? Trying to run her out of here. Do have the open wound, but the Force Staff's not going to be enough. They've been able to control the Magnus as well. Get the stun, mid-skewer away, is going to end up trying to TP out, but does die. So NP lose 4.
Remember that instant death timer that I was talking about for SC's Lina? It's hard to remember because it is a very new thing that you have to deal with as a team. NP, they won the initial fight and then they kind of pushed out for more with that swamp back and everything. They killed SC, but the problem is that guy's going to come right back, and he definitely helped clean up that fight. He got off his Laguna Blade. He actually recovered all the Bloodstone charges that he lost from his initial death. So
it looked so good to start, but
yeah,
maybe
they get that kill and they get a little ahead of themselves, I think, in some ways.
Yeah. I think that also the heal back up onto U9 gained him to full HP after the duration of the RP had ended.
Yeah. It's not a terrible fight for Newbee. It's absolutely not. Like, they were so close to being able to really wipe this fight, but NP, ultimately, I think it was kind of like a wash overall. They could have come away better if they just taken those like 2 kills and backed away, but still.
Do you even go for the Lina first? Do you just wait until the end to kill off Lina?
Well, it's not really up to NP most of the time. They're not really going to be the ones initiating for the most part. They're mostly going to be reacting to whatever Newbee does.
Need to react pretty quickly here. Eternal Envy getting gone on. Doesn't manage to get the Stone Gaze off in spite of that global being dropped, and now the jump forward ends up getting bashed immediately, which gives the rest of Newbee time to walk away from the RP. Burrow Strike connects onto 2, now trying to find more. Light Strike Array connects onto 3. 1437 trying to figure out who he wants to grave. He takes Owie's, keeping him alive, but that means that Eternal Envy falls, and Owie's going to die regardless. Double kill, now taking more. They're all over NP. Newbee. Good.
Yeah, remember when I said you have to hit that timing really hard? It just go, right? They just won that, or they had that like back and forth in the mid lane, and Newbee immediately look for another fight because they're not really cooldown dependent. There's like Infest and Epicenter, Laguna Blades, 50 seconds because he's now level 19. It's really not much more than a minute for most of these abilities for Newbee just to kind of keep going again. So they made that aggressive play. NP again kind of got ahead of themselves. I think you'll watch, they get off a really good Monkey King ultimate, and Envy doesn't need help right here. But MSS still chooses to blink in alongside SVG, and they're going into a Monkey King ult.
That stun as soon as MSS jumped in as well. Really unfortunate, but nonetheless, it's looking quite good for Newbee at this point in time. Is there anything that they need to be really worried about? Maybe getting too over-aggressive, thinking about high ground, and then throwing away this advantage they've built, or do you think they're good to go?
No. They should absolutely be a little bit nervous about that. NP were winning probably the first 15 minutes of the game, I would say. Maybe even 20, just because you look at its even net worth, and I would say that's the advantage to Medusa strategy. But Newbee did have that plan, right? We're still waiting for them to drop that execution in the mid game, and you know, they have such good teamfight heroes, so many ways to initiate and counter-initiate that we knew they were going to get hit really hard. And sure enough, all of a sudden, boom, that's their moment right there. They jump up to an 8K gold lead. What they have to make sure is that they just don't get ahead of themselves. They've got these hand of Midases. Remember, just, you know, you're going to be able to prolong your effectiveness in this game because of those pickups. So just start controlling the map first and foremost. Make that 8K gold lead into a 12K gold lead, 15K, just by controlling the map and limiting the farm for NP.
Likewise, though, you also hit level 20 with Lina, and that means you can siege from further away without putting yourself at risk. Attack range, damage, everything for her. 17 Bloodstone charges is building back now. Is that into Silver Edge completed as well? Yeah. This is looking pretty good. I think that probably just Roshan and then at least testing high ground, or possibly just going for a big smoke gank. And if NP get caught out, then you've got free access.
Kaka's also getting a Shadow Blade here. So I think they really just want to play off of controlling the game and seeing if they can win NP. They inevitably have to go for split push plays and that sort of thing. Try and catch them out. Once they catch NP outside of the base, then boom, that offers an opportunity for them to go high ground. I don't think Newbee will ever be in a position where they feel comfortable just 5-manning into NP while NP has 5 waiting on the high ground. I think that's just a little bit too risky.
Okay.
NP are not comfortable enough with this game position for them to just sit on high ground. They'll always have to push out, and Newbee are going to find pickoffs like this one.
There it is, right immediately onto Owie. Never had a chance as the Monkey King ultimate comes out, stacking those stuns together beautifully with that ward placed up on the high ground. I really do like the talents that Medusa has. She's just going to get that 600 mana one that she ended up going for at level 20, which does make her incredibly more tanky. But it still does run into this issue where what's this hero really going to do? Like, the damage you got from Blade Mail was nice in the early stages, but it's a little bit lacking. Maybe, I don't know. What's your thoughts?
As Medusa as a carry really doesn't become super scary until like 45 minutes. And even then, with Newbee's current net worth lead, I think they'll still be able to contest Medusa at that point. So NP they got to buy time for Scotty to be picked up by Medusa, and then maybe he picks up a Butterfly, depending on, item choices of Newbee at that point in time. But just try and build up. An AC could even be in his future. I'm not sure if other members of NP are going to be able to build one. That armor item would be rather effective versus this Lifestealer.
They've got so much forms of different armor. You've got the Greaves, you've got Dazzle Weave, Vengeful Spirit here as well, plus and minus abound. Just needs to find the correct fight for them, or I guess hold out as long as possible. So, controlling the map to the best of their abilities. You do see the Radiant wards inside of the Dire jungle, but likewise, Dire been able to place down a couple. Vision over their own jungle as well.
Yeah, they have some pretty good information, but you can see whenever they do farm like this, NP are pretty good about their positioning of their other heroes. You could see SVG right now, right? He's farming neutrals, so he's still being efficient, but he's pushing forward to make sure that if there are smoke rotations across somewhere to gank the Medusa, he'll be the one who pops it first. Lose your Slardar, it's not that big of a deal. And if nothing comes along, then SVG's still being efficient.
Yeah, they're sort of building a wall, encasing the Medusa to make sure that Envy does not get taken down here. And back to home, farming a little bit more. There was a scan down in the bottom. Radiant able to spot out that heroes were here. Though it's unlikely that Newbee are really going to try and move all the way across the map to kill off these guys.
Because of the loss of those that big team fight in the bottom lane, NP lost enough tempo in this game and also enough of a net worth lead to Newbee's favor that I think NP actually have to try and go for a smoke gank push out, because this gem is going to be very problematic for them. With Newbee controlling most of the lanes and having better team fight possibilities, right, just because they have such good initiation, it means that NP is going to feel very crowded in, and they have to clump up a lot just because they have no vision down. They don't really know what Newbee's up to unless they're showing on map, shoving down a wave. So they need to take that gem away from the hands of Newbee. I'm just not quite sure how they're going to do it, like how they're going to set this one up. But I don't think they can just sit on their laurels and wait.
Well, they're all standing under boards right now as well, and immediately they jump onto the Medusa. Envy is just gone, and maybe going to lose the Dazzle as well. 1437 getting right-click to death. Will get a first-hit bash. Not that it would have mattered anyways, but those are a couple kills that feel very painful at this stage.
Yeah, at the very least, they need to get a gem for themselves. If they don't take away the gem from KP, then they need to get a gem for themselves to make sure that when they do kind of split apart like that, Newbee aren't reading that, but thanks to aggressive wards like in their jungle that are currently there and seeing the opportunities for fast pickoffs. Pickoffs like that are kind of what kill your game, because now Newbee weren't able to feel comfortable going high ground before, but now they can take tier 3, maybe even force buyback.
Well, and this is a difficult question too, because do you want to buy back on Medusa, kill your chance at farming? He's relatively close to the Scotty, and
I actually don't think he buys back here.
Yeah.
If you buy back, I don't think you ever recover as the Medusa.
a little bit wondering if Newbee were going to think about going for a second tier 3 there, but it seems that the choice is instead going to be take down these shrines, make sure that you establish further map control and dominance. Newbee running away with this one.
They certainly are. Boy, it happened so fast. Like, I said that it's what it needs to happen, but Newbee they surpassed my expectations.
So another movement by NP, want to smoke out, see if they can catch somebody. It is all of Newbee sitting up on high ground, though, across the river. Then Ancient Black Dragon. All right, we haven't seen him hanging out for a while.
I wonder why. Maybe he just wants to be able to have some sort of
breaking the
vehicle
smoke?
yeah, maybe kind of like push out and make sure he can't really be jumped. There's no opportunity for like the smoke gang to come out and like for them to be able to RP Lifestealer and skewer him back because he's in a dragon.
Yeah. I think that smoke was read pretty well by Newbee. They knew that NP wanted something to happen, and so instead of holding out, you know, a support to dry, they instead send the Lifestealer inside of the Ancient. It does mean that there's not an Infest gank possible right now. Sort of a bit of a sad part of it, but
yeah, and that kind of damage is not hugely impactful right now. Newbee are the ones who control the game. They just have to make sure they don't make a misstep, and NP, like, I would absolutely think that NP is feeling desperate, and that's where those kind of aggressive smoke pushes out comes from.
Medusa probably feels very safe right now because the Scotty is done. There's, you know, weave on him as well, but maybe a little bit far away from his team. We'll see if they can get here in time to save his life. He's going to pop the Stone Gaze. Luna Blade already goes out. Envy just going to be able to be force-staffed away.
The Stone Gaze used. This is a good opportunity for Newbee to try and catch.
See, looking for the kill. Burrow Strike onto one. Catching and killing 1437. Maybe going to be able to find more. Force tap to the high ground, but KP is wrapping around from the left side of the map. Kaka gets a bash. Is going to be able to find a Light Strike array. Another stun to follow. Magnus is going to die. NP lose 2, and there are no buybacks on those heroes.
Yeah, this could just be the end, just because the Stone Gaze is on cooldown for 60 seconds, and so is the Magnus. That RP is on cooldown for 60 seconds because of his death timer. So at this point in time, Newbee just barrel down the bottom lane, take a second lane of racks. If they get any pickoffs, I think that's probably 3 lanes of racks in the end of the game.
Look at Kaka. He's all the way back there by the space. And, well, there's the jump forward. Going to be able to catch the immediate counterplay, and the global silence dropped. Is not looking quite good at all for NP as Medusa going to be brought down here in just a second. I do believe Shrine is super value on Medusa, but not value enough as Newbee came to play, taking down another. BKB pop for Aoi isn't going to be there. Epicenter finds that kill, and GG is called.
Well played by Newbee. They read this game incredibly well. They just stayed very patient, waited for them to really hit their window with their mid-game action, just took it to NP really hard, and then they did everything they needed to control the game, right? They didn't go, oh, let's go high ground, let's just 5-man into them like idiots. No, they controlled the game really well. They picked up that gem, they killed all the vision, and just waited for NP to
Surprise! Oh wait, oh no! They lost the gem because of that. Oh my God, Rubik has a gem too.
Right, they now got both of the gems?
Oh, that's a disaster. Oh my goodness. I was like, why would Rubik carry the gem? And then I realized he picked that up from the Dire side. Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, that's really problematic for Empire to say the least, because they can't buy a new one either. It's not a solution they can end with money.
Gem is by far the best solution to do a Shadow Blade Spark. Dust is just unreliable, and if you have sentries, he just eats them because he has a gem of his own. He doesn't have an Iron Talon. Oh my God, that is so devastating for Empire. I feel the pain.
Do we actually get our our cooldown timers back on the shop at some point?
I don't know.
I want to check when it.
I think they just bought it. Let's just say they bought it at 24. Probably with it there. I think they bought it right before.
They definitely didn't have it for the 5 before.
Slark with Arcane Rune. Yummy. Tasty.
Gonna go hunting. The Dire Observer and Sentry Ward is down. It can be so difficult as well when you do that. Like, just because you know that one Shadow hits it, you're gonna lose both.
Hits what? Oh, yeah, but what else are you going to do? Not place wards? That's a losing proposition if I've heard one.
Yeah.
Want to go back to the 1K MMR bracket? Play with no wards? I guess you'd be really good if you were there. I'm so good. I can play without observer wards.
Wow.
It wasn't.
Just wow.
It wasn't directly at you. It's at them. It's like Empire. Do they want to play without vision on the map? That's so incredibly difficult. You can take offense if you want. You're simply inferior to Empire.
I am an inferior player. Nice pickup. Hoof stomp as well, and you can say goodbye to that Earth Spirit.
Man, losing the gem, that they just can't do anything. They're trying to place wards and they just die. They have no idea where anyone is on the map. They could be smoked or just shadow bladed anywhere. And now the supports are just in this pickle where nothing good is happening for them.
And that's the scariest thing too. Like you want to engage. The Invoker's got the team fight control. You got the Stampede to disengage. You got a Hand of God for the extra save. Even though Ice is not having it at the moment, he used it to save his creep army. That was his priority at the point. But then you got Shadow who could just hunt, and with a Sunstrike, he's got practically a guaranteed kill on anyone but the PL.
BOTN on top. He does have the fresh completed Lincoln Sphere Ghost
leaving.
Ooh, nice guess.
They're checking the corners. Chappie very wisely moved and then TP'd back.
Nice play, though. So what do they need to do now? They probably just need to wait. If they wait for the gem, I think they can make plays, but the problem is that they wait too long. Oh, Dire has you scan, no one's up there, so they can maybe place a ward. But Observer Ward is already scouting all them out. They are out of smoke, so that is not good for them. But this is their home. This is the shrine.
Faith is waiting for
so
it.
Many good fights.
He sees so much. Horse Stomp, John Ford, Sunstrike's down, and he even leaves him to the mercy of the Sunstrike. Chappie running in. He'll have to trigger off the shrine. They need the extra life, but then Tornado, Meteorite, and Deafening Blast. Barrett just cannot be involved in the fight, but the Storm is the big thing. Will it be enough to hold him here? Not really, actually. They bought back on the Earth Spirit, and Faith Beyond gets in for another double stop. Shadow on the run out of here. Needs to keep the gem. A quick pounce forward. He's got 3 seconds until he's going to have his invis back up again, and no mana for it. So the gem is down the deck, picked up by the Centaur, but he doesn't have the life to survive. Innocence jumping forward, taking out the Clinks from the fight, but then it's still not enough. He'll go down to 3 hits from the Clinks as Chappie has himself a triple kill. Gems are on the deck.
You would think that they wouldn't want to fight on the shrine. That is, I'm pretty sure like 3/4 of Empire's kills have come from that one shrine. And it was a really good buyback by the Earth Spirit. Y also bought back. But they lost the gem, and now Empire in a pretty good spot.
That's a good, as you can see, the economical and experience swing.
Hey, let's
got a long way for Empire.
Let's go to Shrine. Maybe they'll fight us there, says Empire.
And Wings were happy to oblige. At least Blink was able to get himself back out again and keep that long kill spree available. But he didn't give that over and is now starting to work on his own BKB. Try and deal with that disruptor somehow. Chen, they're looking to do the catch up, and Tornado will hit the perfect mark. Even double damage room being stolen by Faith.
Gem. No gem, sadly.
They still have the other one, right?
I believe so. I see one on Shadow, so Rubik passed him that one, and the Slork had. So Roshan is up very, very soon. A point of contention certainly for both. Clinks can sneak it in quite easily with the Dezo.
See the lines being drawn.
Sneak it in quite easily too.
They want the tier 2 tower down. Before you go for Roshan, it'll be the best situation if you can possibly take a half-decent fight. Just enough that you can go in and take out the tier 3 tower. So if Wings can get that out of Empire and away from a shrine, then this Roshan becomes a hell of a lot easier for them.
Roshan not up. Could have potentially been up though. Looks like he's going to spawn at 11? 10 minutes 30 instead of 8. 8 to 9 would have been really good for Empire. And no Sunstrikes or anything out. I'm surprised they aren't really that worried about the pit.
Oh, wondering what Wings are thinking. Like, you take out the tier 2 tower,
The bottom lane's pushing in. You still haven't seen Empire for so long.
They're worried about the Rosh.
The tier 3 towers being attacked, yeah, and rightly so. The Sunstrike, there you go. But Roshan's not up and Empire's not there. They were all huddled together inside their own jungle for a while.
That's because they were waiting for Rosh. Both teams were waiting for Rosh. Ah, man. Empire would have loved it if they could. It's not happening today.
Even a simple thing, like pushing at the top. I can't believe that T1 tower is still alive when you've got a Clinks on the field.
Yeah, he could have backdoored it.
Yep.
But it would have just forced it.
But would have forced some kind of movement out from Wings. That's the other positive thing. But right now, Chappie, looks like Bloodthorn is on his wish list and he's managed to complete it. Very expensive item, and it will be his third major one.
Bloodthorn. Gonna use that up. Likely Slark. Slark.
Has he got a way to trigger the Lincoln Sphere on the Invoker? I suppose you can get Disruptor to use Glimpse and then follow up into the Bloodthorn.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Invoker also does not have BKB.
Yep.
And it's not going BKB.
He was. It was definitely. I'm fairly certain I saw it in Blink's quick buy, but it looks like he's changed his mind.
Yeah, he thinks the Lynx is enough. So, do I see any smokes? I see one smoke on King R and one smoke on Y. This is a really good time to smoke, right before Rosh. You want to be able to win this fight. This is a super, super important fight for net worth. 7,500 in favor of Wings could get really out of control if they win this next fight. Chappie in place to pop the smoke and potentially pop his BKB at the same time.
And where's that gem? The Slark is farming mid. He doesn't bring the detection, but hops on forward. Sunstrike is down, and Batrider gets nailed. You're going to steal the Storm of all things. So Rubik now has a great AoE controller. They wouldn't even need to use any major abilities to kill off King R as well. The chase, it goes forward. Shadow, he finds the target. He actually found Chappie. Dodges the stun. Chappie starts his BKB TP out. Is there enough damage? There is not. So Chappie will survive. But 2 heroes down. Stampede had to be committed by Wings.
I wonder why Clinks left
that was all. But they're instantly moving for Roshan.
Clinks, he was in a good position to pop the smoke, and then they could have taken the fight, and Slark wasn't even there for that fight. But because he left, Batrider just died. Because there's no one there to pop the smoke. The shrine on the top that has been the death of Wings so far has come up again, and I start seeing the TPs in. Batrider can come in too. They want to take this fight.
And the timing is going to be perfect for them if they're going to get in close. There's your extra TP. Chen Creep's going to scout out Chappie. If he waited one more second, he potentially could have consumed it, but one more second and Roshan's already down. Now Stampede, they found FN. The real one as well. They put the penitence on him. Now BKB's trigger from both Shadow as well as FN. The run out needs to happen. Chappie realized he's visible as the Force Spirits start attacking him. It was the Sentry Ward that's down. But again, the Shrine, you don't want to fight on top of this. The effect will wear out as Chen dragged back and brought down. He was the focus of the Bloodthorn. So that's why there was no Hand of God. Turn on the Magnetize as well. And they have to tank through it. Shadow glimpsed up, but actually brings him right on top of the Disruptor. So Shadow can do some work. Pouncing forward, finds FN too. Wanting more, bailing up. The TP out from Earth Spirit, that won't be possible. Yeah, that was not the Glimpse Disruptor wanted to cast.
I also think they triggered the Shrine way too early on the side of Empire. That was, they really needed that regen because they're fighting into Aegis. They have positional disadvantage, I would say, at that point. Because Joker had already blinked in and kind of claimed that space as his own.
And thanks to that creep wave on the bottom, Shadow can actually put that 18 stolen essence into use on the tier 3 tower. Jump forward. Blink was looking for the initiation. He found it on the Batrider. Keeping Ghostic off. Meanwhile, a little bit further down, Chappie being engaged on. Able to run back out using the cover from the Disruptor. Both Storm and Wall, but the tier 3 tower's dropped. Even if Wings don't take melee racks here, and they're probably expecting a buyback from the PL, they could have just backed out and looked towards Shrines, but PL has no buyback available. So they move towards the bottom lane. Keep the pressure on, keep the damage rolling in. And that tier 3 tower is already so injured that it doesn't take long to bring it down. Bloodthorn on Slark is problematic, but remember he's got the Aegis the Immortal. So you're gonna glimpse him back in. If you commit big abilities to try and kill off Shadow, you'll end up losing the fight directly after. Especially with Stampede of cooldown 12 seconds time.
But he's been sent back.
Yep.
No problem.
What happened to the other gem? Because I saw a fresh one picked up on Earth Spirit, and he's now given that over to the Batrider. Okay, it's in the Radiant base. I had a look there like a minute ago, and I didn't see it.
So Ghostic might lose a third gem if this next fight goes poorly. Should been of Empire, and you know who's been useless this game? It's PL. I don't know what he's supposed to do though. Like,
yeah, there's no presence in the fight for his damage.
He had to pop his BKB immediately because Slark just owns him.
Yeah.
And you can't. The thing about it is you can't start off with a lot of illusions in the fight. At max, you can start off with 2, I suppose, maybe 4 if you really want to pop your Manta early. But generally, you want to save it for like Cold Snap or Blast or something like that. But I don't know. It's just like, Hero is just very underwhelming. He's very farmed in net worth. He's above the Slark, but he still has to run away. Can't even think about man fighting him until he has like 10 illusions.
Oh, Shadow. Poking and prodding with that fresh Skadi on him. He has to feel invincible.
He plays well with the Aegis. Actually, he always plays like he has Aegis. So when he actually has the Aegis, it works out well for him.
FN leaves some illusions behind. Empire just like they're about to get. Oh no, the jump up. He just walked straight through it. The wall didn't have the effect. Instead, it's going to be Centaur letting off the Stampede, getting into a fantastic position. Urspert will be removed from this fight. Disruptor will join him, and Chappie tries to stand his ground. The Sunstride's coming in. Chappie's already really maneuvered, but it doesn't matter. He's down 90 seconds practically without him. That is the bottom of racks gone.
That was actually kind of funny for Empire. Like, they keep fighting us at our shrine. Let's stand here. Maybe they'll come to us. And they did.
Yep.
Again. We were like, yeah.
Shrine it and they will come.
That was... I cannot actually believe that Invoke was able to just
walk through.
He was at max Wex, I believe. He had max Wex on before. So he's sitting at... How much with max Wex? 448 boost speed.
Yep.
Pretty good.
So it wasn't too shabby. And it was just him running, right? Like, there was nothing else. He managed to beat the timing before the wall actually had an effect. Oh, top lane. This is going to be the last raw fight now for Team Empire if they can hold it. But again, Ghostic shut down. Innocence has always been at the right place at the right time. Even with the lasso, Earthspirit will fall down. It's the Rubik who's using the lasso, and GG. Team Empire now 1 game down and having that winner's bracket position in jeopardy. If Wings can 2-0 this, they're going through in this group in 2nd position.
It's all on the line for this very last game. Group A. I want to see PL's damage.
I want to see PL. Let's.
Dire team pick. Dire team pick. Newbee's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
All right, let's get ready to go into this. It's a real game. It's a real game. We're getting into it now. Potentially the final match of it. Newbee versus NP. Do you like the draft? I mean, we're having our fun. There's a lead.
I wasn't thinking about the draft, Lyrical. I was thinking about puns. Come on, why are you asking me about the draft now? You got to give me a few minutes.
Fair enough.
You know, you really did take most of them, by the way.
I know,
you warned me. I was like, I had this checkmark box, and I was like, damn it, Lyrical, you're taking all of them. But I told you weren't going to have that SC one.
That's true.
I do agree with Peter, though. I think that NP's, it is a very NP lineup, first of all. I like the twist where they picked up the Weaver and ran the Lifestealer as a mid lane. We'll have to see how Newbee address this, because they could just run the Ursa up against the Lifestealer in mid and then put the Ember Spirit in the safe lane or something like. There's some workarounds that Newbee can possibly claim, but I do feel like Newbee are very pressured to win the laning phase and transition hard. Otherwise, NP is going to have this Weaver that comes online 15-20 minutes and is going to be very impactful.
Absolutely. And you know, I feel like so many of these games through the group stages have come down to which team has the better initiation, and you know, that all does come as well from the vision game that you get. And the Beastmaster pick, MSS, they talked about in the draft, this guy plays this hero time and time again. I think it was their most picked hero going into the Kiev Major qualifiers. And I think that that's going to give them that edge that they need to get over that hump. So very excited to see how it goes as SC heading down to the bottom lane right now. Playing out of that safe lane.
This is going to be a very unique laning phase, that's for sure. Look at them. They are running the Ursa mid alongside Faith, which is immediately dodged, as they're going to have Eternal Envy safe lane. So Weaver, Lina, weird combination at mid. This is probably the most typical one. At bottom lane, they're just running an MSS off lane with SVG, which should be, I think, really good at contesting the Ember Spirit's farm. Ember Spirit does not really want a safe lane. He wants the solo experience, and he's easily contested by multiple heroes. We're going to see it here.
Roll in, going on to SC, trying to bring him low. The Light Strike Ray is going to connect. They still managed to find the stun on the land from the telekinesis, but SC under fire. They draw first blood. MSS, could it be anybody else?
No, it really couldn't. Man, MSS, I'm so excited for his Beastmaster. They've already got him off to a good start. It's a great game for a high-level Beastmaster play, right? He's got some really good targets. If he can catch the Ember Spirit, that's fantastic. His Primal Roars have to really be on point when it comes to dealing with the Ursa. Early on, it's okay. You could just throw it whenever as the Ursa initiates, but later on, we may have an Aghanim Scepter on the Ursa, in which case MSS is going to have to play around that. So that being said, Newbee do have opportunities. U9, he is a pretty consistent player, and I think he deals well with pressure. It's going to be up to, so I'm kind of expecting him just to have a solid performance here. I think SC is the person who has to go ham in this. He's got to turn it up, and with his Ember Spirit, there's a lot of potential for big plays. If he can get the snowball rolling early, he can definitely kill these supports pretty early, may even be able to shut down a Weaver, or maybe catch the Beastmaster every now and again. But first, they have to make sure he has a good lane phase, and he's already been impressed once, and I'm sure that we're going to have SVG rolling into him in mid pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on that. He is making that rotation already, and it's a lot of damage that can come out onto this SC Ember Spirit. He did just use Flame Guard, so it's going to be down for another 25 seconds. This would be the prime opportunity to go in for it. Does look like they're at least set up for it, but with the regen rune picked up. Yeah, they're also going to be bringing in Eternal Envy back towards mid now. Both of the safe laners, everybody's just walking around in this.
It's musical chairs, and that's what both these teams kind of need to do to get a laning phase advantage. The jump on SC, but it's not going to be good enough. They do have Faith here to make sure he lives. So you could see, like, NP very clearly know that if they can just shut down this Ember Spirit, I think it increases their chance to win by like 10-20% even. Just because they need Ember Spirit to be a big playmaker for Newbee to take control of the game.
Well, and this sort of leaves us back to where we were before. You got Eternal Envy against the Ember Spirit. The top lane is feeling like Weaver should be pretty fine with what's going on. Ursa seems unlikely to be able to find a kill unless there's some massive outplays. But I think that, you know, through the laning phase, you've still been able to weather it somewhat as Newbee. You take a look at the CS across the board, and it's not absolutely terrible by any means. I think that they're doing okay.
biggest winner is obviously MSS. He's actually topping out the board at 16-8. Doesn't have anybody contesting him right now. There's not even a core at bottom lane. SC will finally be here, but first they're going to make the jump onto Kaka.
Yeah, going to be able to go for the stun. Catches him there. Telekinesis lift up for the stun. Faith is there to keep him alive, but the axes were going to be too much. We do see NP still manage to find another there. SVG drop in, but a little bit of a tough one already.
It's kind of interesting. He actually goes for the second level Wild Axes. Normally I see like 102, and then you leveling up the aura a little bit, and then you start maxing out the board from there.
But he has no board, no Hawk.
Yeah, I think that's pretty typical until level 4. Just because the level 1 board doesn't really feel that good. It's only until you get level 5, you get that level 3 board that's really strong. But he's going to be 1 level behind in this case. It's also because it's, I think, in a tri-lane scenario, the extra burst damage is better, and Wild Axes, well, it is physical damage, so it cuts through that Flame Guard.
Pulling back in MSS yet again. The stun going to be a little bit off the mark. Light Strike Array is going to create that separation that they need, so they will get out with MSS. But this has shown, again, the change up in the way that NP has been playing recently. There's been a lot of fire towards NP, I think, for not giving MSS the start that he needs, and this has been changing now for him.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play off the Shrine. This is the big danger of getting into try versus try scenarios against an aggro tri lane is they have the Shrine to benefit off of. So if you get into that exact scenario where you don't actually get a kill, and normally that enemy team would just be forced to back up to the fountain, they could just play off of Shrine and get right back in your face. But they're not actually going to do that. They picked up the Shrine. I thought they were just going to go right back into Newbee with the Flame Guard on cooldown, but instead it looks like they want to try and rotate into mid. Lina's going to take over that lane. They're not going to do the musical chairs anymore. They're just going to have Lifestealer. He has the levels necessary to be able to jungle. You have Envy picking up his classic Iron Talon and Quelling Blade build. So he's abandoned laning phase entirely, and 1437 is going to take the solo experience in mid. Probably one of the best supports out there to do so.
And he rotated over for a second. There was a little bit of a reaction, it looked like, in mid when Ursa backed up a little bit. And so maybe signaling that there was a ward over there, and he ends up heading back into the lane now, while Beastmaster is also going to jungle. So NP just trying to get the most that they can out of this laning phase by using their heroes that are capable of jungling early on. Now, is there a point where Newbee come and try and contest this, or do you think that they have the heroes that just want to keep farming and pulling in the lane?
I mean, that's the thing, Lyrical, is how do you really contest it? You have to do it with your cores because you don't actually have good ganking, rotating supports. You know, like Dazzle and Rubik are more defensive in nature. They're not like an Earth Spirit or something that is going to go into the jungle and really be a threatening presence. So that is a bit of the problem. I think NP are very happy with the support duo that Newbee has because it just means that they, as long as they set up some sort of static laning phase that works for them, they could play super greedy, having 4 heroes farm and just kind of have this one roamer in SVG. While Newbee, they can't really match that. The most they can do is have their supports playing off of jungle pulls to try and match that efficiency, but they can't actually contest NP in what they're doing with their jungle right now. Or ganking Lina, right? Like, it's a solo underleveled Lina, but what are you going to do? Like, the most you could do is, like, Rubik wraps around behind and then telekinesis into the Ursa clap.
Yeah, normally it wouldn't be that much of an issue because you could get a lift, but Lina's also, like the panel mentioned, pretty quick with the, early point up in her passive as well. So not an easy lane to gank, even though she is underleveled. And probably just waiting for that first rotation with the Beastmaster Roar, or possibly, you make an aggressive play now that you have level 6 up on SC. Remnants are available. Could make something happen here, but the counterplay, the roll comes in, the kickback onto SC. He uses 1 Remnant, not quite able to bring down MSS as of yet, and it does look like they'll be able to find the kill onto SVG nonetheless.
That kickback almost killed MSS. Oh, man, SC barely survives. He doesn't have a Remnant up, right? Because he used all of them for the kills, so he's going to have to take the long walk back to the laning phase. You could see Kaka, he's trying to do, he's that extra support that can go into one of the abandoned lanes. KP is jungling, obviously, with his Magnus, so Kaka's trying to go in the off lane, but it's not going to be the same as Lina sitting mid against an Ursa. Kaka's going off lane against a Weaver, and every single time he shows up, AUI just chases him out of the lane almost immediately.
quite tough to deal with that Weaver until you get up to level 6, of course, for the Rubik. That's when things change. You can steal Sakuchi. They can find him, roll in onto KP right at the start. Nice skewer reaction, but it is, well, RP as well. He might be able to get out of this, and there's the lift up. The telekinesis going to be able to stop Owie from chasing, but Eternal Envy, he is hungry for blood, wants to take down KP, is going to chase him under tower, but Dazzle showed up, they healed him, they take down Envy. Oh no.
Okay, that was not the gank I thought it was, because I didn't realize SVG was not, well, he's level 3, so I guess he could go 1-1-1, but he doesn't have his level in silence, right? So that's the big thing. You have to stop RP. You can't just like roll into that guy and expect to be able to burst him, and that 1 second stun you get from Boulder Smash, you need the silence to actually be able to execute that hero. So that's pretty unfortunate for NP.
Yeah, I mean, you lose your Eternal Envy Lifestealer. You find a kill at that point. Who was it that actually got the kill? I didn't quite see. Looks like it was
spread out.
Yeah, spread out to everybody.
Yeah.
Still, though, I think the tower did the most damage in that almost.
Yeah, probably.
Pretty intense.
So after that, it's like Newbee have climbed back into a small lead as the laning phase breaks down. The smokes onto each other here. 1437 is going to have his break.
Cess is there as well. So everybody holds hands for a second for NP. They're going to stick together. Are going to actually roll towards the Magnus. Not going to be able to catch him. And now they've got 1437 rooted. Dead again. Kaka picking up that kill.
I can't believe they win for that after their smoke popped on 1437. Like, that should have been a clear indicator that it's not a good idea to go into that fight because you don't know what's there. Like, they try and make it go on Magnus, but they don't even know what's around the area. I think they should have scouted a little bit more with the Beastmaster if a smoke pops like that.
Cap, it's like they're losing the momentum that they want to try and build with this lineup. Is it something, though, where NP are still somewhat comfortable with the way that the game is going? The fact that you do have, at least the Beastmaster that's getting a good amount of farm and building towards that Necro?
There's plenty of game left still to play out. The Beastmaster gets a really big spike with his Necrobook 1, and then another big spike with Necrobook 3 and Blink Dagger. So NP, they still have that really massive window to play around. AUI is still not ready to fight, nor is the Lifestealer. NP's beginning to work on that armlet, but obviously it's been delayed quite a bit. So they can still hit their timings, it's just going to be slightly delayed. So I don't think there's anything hugely impactful that's happened in this laning phase so far. I don't think either team was dependent on outright winning the laning phase and snowballing from there.
Right.
If anything, I would say Newbee was the team who needed to get a little bit more done with their laning phase, just so they can have an opportunity for SC to make plays around the map. He's actually going to be going for an early Blade Mail pickup on December.
9 ended up going for an early Vanguard after phase boots. Not often that we see that, but it allows him to jungle, I guess, a little bit more effectively. And now moving in towards Roche. I guess he can take it with this as well, probably?
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw this earlier. I'm not a big fan. I guess it does give you the tankiness to be able to take Roshan as opposed to the Morbic Mass.
They have the Hawk here, though. They realize what's going on.
They can still play this, though, because I don't think NP, their heroes aren't ready to fight. Like we were talking about earlier, but oh no.
Jumping in on top of the Ursa right at the start. The stun is there as well. They've been able to catch the chains onto 2 of them. Roar is now dropped, but actually, that's the Rubik stealing Roar. They take down the Beastmaster.
Nice. Oh no, what?
They ended up killing off the Ursa?
He's gonna fall. He killed the melee Necronomicon and killed himself.
Oh no. oh no.
Ursa, please.
Well, okay. Newbee, they're not going to get Roshan right now, but NP hold. That was a great play for NP to go in there and, send the Necros in, I guess.
I'm just a little bit flabbergasted. KP was hoping to be able to get a skewer on the Lina. Not quite. I want to see the replay or something, because there had to have been some scenario why it was necessary for him to do that, or maybe some surprise nuke that came out coupled with him killing the Necronomicon that kind of caught him by surprise, because that was weird. I don't feel like U9 makes those kind of plays very often.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of you feel dumbfounded by.
They're just going to come back in and contest again, so getting locked and loaded for a second go of this. The weave has been dropped, so everybody from Newbee will be much more tanky. They can still dive for this with the Sakuchi if they want to try and steal it. Eternal Envy going to go in. NP have that RP to deal with them, though. They're going to walk forward. There's the lift up. They are going to be able to jive for this one. So SC finds the kill on SVG. They're good to go.
Yeah, as soon as they threw out the swarm, that is the big Roche contesting potential ability, is that if they get a really good swarm, they can catch Newbee out of position with the bugs on them. They could maybe fight around that, but I don't think NP, after the swarm was down, it was very clear that it was just an Ursa inside the pit, and he was able to deal with that bug. I don't think you should fight that as NP. Again, their heroes just aren't ready for it. It's not their timing yet. Lifestealer's more like post 15 minutes. Weaver's more like post 25 minutes. So Newbee are just trying to abuse that timing. They weren't really trying to mask Roshan too much. They didn't even lay down the counter ward early for the Hawk. Even as they got scouted, they just kept going.
All right, so let's check this out right here now. A good initiation comes in from SVG. They get the silence onto Ursa as well, the stun to follow, the chains to keep MSS and 1437 to the side. And yeah, like the Enrage has already been used at this point. He does manage to get off those Necro books.
SC played that fight really well. Yeah, he just...
I think that...
just killed it.
Maybe like the left A click the ground. That might have been what it was or something like that.
Maybe.
But anyways, nonetheless, Aegis still in the hands of Newbee now.
Yep.
What do you feel like they need to accomplish with this Aegis over the next couple of minutes? What's the game
You just
plan?
continue to bully NP, because again, they don't have that timing window fulfilled yet, so just abuse them for that. They are going to go into the top lane, see if they can catch the Weaver, a big time kill. It's like one of the heroes that you would absolutely every single time be willing to use RP on at this point, but they don't actually catch him. That is very unfortunate, though, because this rotation up to the enemy's safe lane is a very long one. It puts you very far away, so you're going to take this tower, but there's no easy, fast push into a second tower. So you're very far away. You're not going to be able to make much happen in this 1 minute period of time, and I think NP will actually get a positioning advantage here because of that. Obviously, it's just the risk of making a full rotation to try and catch a Weaver like that. Doesn't look like NP were actually able to get the pick off they're looking for in mid on Faith. They could have actually threatened 2 towers for 1 if that was successful smoke.
Yeah, and they're still pressuring down here in the bottom lane, but mid will not end up falling. Dazzle can just keep on spamming out the wave. And it looks like Newbee, in response to that failed movement towards the Weaver, are instead going to be able to take down the tier 2. So again, good movement from them to secure an objective after the fact. Now you also have the Ursa who's going to have the Blink Dagger. We might start to see some fireworks here, and I feel like Kaka's been able to get a good amount on his Rubik as well. He's building towards that Blink Dagger and about halfway there for the Rubik. It's a very mobile team, Newbee.
Yeah, Newbee just kept going towards that tier 2. That's okay for NP. They're happy with this. This is just more time for them to farm. They're also going to go for the tier 2. Very unlikely to take it, though. Newbee, there's no reason they should trade towers past that tier 1.
Of course, the classic, the Ember Spirit with Empower. It's a little bit, I feel a little bit bad because it's like harkening back to the physical damage days.
Yeah. Because he is such a magic damage focus nowadays.
Oh, well, that was a kill down bottom for 1437. Does look like Owie is going to be able to quite take down SC. Faith TPing out, and no way out of that one.
All right, with this movement, I think NP actually just needs to... Well, I guess there's still that Aegis, and that early Vanguard from U9 does make it difficult for them to fight. I was going to say NP maybe smoke out and just push straight downwards. You know, maybe push out that wave just a little bit. But that's not the case. I thought maybe this would be a good opportunity for them to catch Newbee by surprise. They are going to go for this smoke. Maybe they think Newbee's going to be a bit broken apart now, and they'll try and go for some sort of pick in the jungle while Ursa's pushing out bottom.
I mean, yeah, they scan that Dire do that he's there. They also spot him under the tower, I'm sure. Then instead of going in for the Dazzle, well, they're still going to go for the Dazzle. Faith gets silenced, going to get stunned, and that should be the kill. Doesn't manage to get it off. RP onto 1 and immediately going to be roared up. They're going to bring down that mag. Kaka steals Roar again. Triple Remnant forward. MSS gone. As too is 1437. Kaka trying to make his escape, but isn't going to happen. So Newbee end up losing 3 there because of it.
Yeah, they traded the 2, and one of them was the Lina, who is just a support, so they only really got the Beastmaster out of that. Great rotation by NP. It does indeed catch Newbee by surprise. It catches them while they're split apart. They just left the Lifestealer at the top lane, and Lifestealer's the one hero that you expect is going to be a part of all these ganks.
Well, they've caught the Ursa yet again. The magnetized stun, that was a little bit awkward. He still gets the enrage off, and now it's hard to chase this. Yeah, he gets the blink. Good reaction from U9, but also a little bit of a rare misplay from SVG.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty solid Earth Spirit most of the time, but he also had that kind of awkward kick game 1 too.
I mean, that play right there is infinitely harder than the stone, so he's clearly really good. There must have been something weird going on with him there.
Yeah, one of the things is that in this fight, you can see the ward to left of the fountain, or excuse me, the shrine. That was placed as they smoked through. They got aggressive vision down, and that's huge for that team fight because they saw the Magnus coming with that blink. They had their positioning, first of all, but MSS even queued up the Primal Roar on the Magnus before he blinked in. So right as he blinks, he's already going through the animation of Primal Roaring, and it results in just a one-man RP that accomplishes nothing and a very quick blow-up on KP. So they've now got the Necrobook 3, a huge peak for NP. They can get more and more aggressive now, especially since they don't have to worry about the Aegis. They believe this is one of their timings where they should start kind of controlling, not necessarily controlling, but they're more willing to fight Newbee, let's say, than even just 5 minutes ago.
Or even just making a good pass of the area and trying to take down the wards once you do pop those Necros for maybe a pickoff or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's... I don't think you want to purely use Necronomicon to scout for wards just because that cooldown, and it's pretty lengthy, but obviously it wouldn't be a bad idea as this aggressive mid ward is going to give a lot of information to ultimately NP. The onus is on Newbee to be the ones to be the aggressors because they do have this Ursa versus a Weaver. He's going to fall off significantly past 30 minutes, I would say.
Well, now they're on top of him. You do have faith in the area as well as U9. Kaka here with the Blink Dagger. Steals Sakuchi. Thought about the chase, but does not want to go for it.
NPR kind of showing a little bit more willingness to fight, as you could see there. I mean, it was simply just a tier 1 offlane tower, but they still kind of tried to contest it a bit while still continuing to farm on this Lifestealer. What did he just pick up? Is that a Deso for him? Yeah, he's got a Deso on the Lifestealer now. It's a big item pickup because if they can actually get the Earth Spirit to roll in onto the Ember Spirit, he's done so. If there's an infested Lifestealer inside of him, just like that one brief disable is all that it takes for Lifestealer. Probably like 4 or 5 shot. Let's see.
And it is still, we've talked about the maximum amount of mobility on each of these teams. The Sakuchi is there for the Weaver as well as the Rubik at this point. Do you feel like one team is more well-suited towards like taking 5-on-5 engagement? Because they both feel like they have pick-off-oriented teams with, you know, the Ursa just jumping in and blowing up one, and likewise the Lifestealer combos that come out.
I would say Newbee's lineup is a little bit more oriented towards 5-man team fights, simply because they have the Magnus, and they also have these early game brawlers like the Ursa.
Good reaction there. Roar as well as popping the Necros, and Kaka's going to die, and they get that ward, so super value.
Mega value. That's going to be his Blink Dagger picked up pretty soon. So, again, more opportunities for NP to go for some aggressive smoke opportunities. You never want to be too passive. You want to keep the enemy team on your toes. Even if you do have the better late game, you just every once in a while want to poke out. Just like NP did with their smoke into the Radiant jungle. That was super successful play by them. So, I think MSS finishes up the Blink Dagger. He's already got the smoke in the stash, and they can go for a play somewhere, especially if Roshan's up.
Oh, there it is. They got another ward.
They got another one.
I was worried he wasn't going to. He wasn't hitting it for a second there, but now Roche coming up. Do you think that, I mean, you feel like you have to contest this, right?
You shouldn't give, like the first one I was kind of okay with them giving it to Ursa, but you should try and contest now, especially since you're a lot stronger comparatively than you were 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, combination of having those, you know, the Necro and the Roar down, as well as not being in position right there, means that Newbee's going to have to give it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fine. No need to force it. Like, if they were in a position to be able to defend, I would say defend, but you don't want, the worst thing you want to do is like not be set up and then scramble into the pit, get caught by a big RP or something because you're not paying attention to your positioning, you're just trying to get there in time. It's just an Aegis that lasts
5 minutes away, NP can try and take some control again, but in the meantime, just to play a little passive.
I like this build too by the Ursa. The Blink Dagger immediately into the Abyssal Blade after finishing off that Vanguard early.
Got to do it. Got to get that lockdown against the Weaver. The Weaver does not have Lincolns. He went for a bit of a, I would say, kind of greedy build. I like the idea of this Dragonlance into Maelstrom. It's very stat heavy and still gives you a lot of pushing power. He's got to very quickly be able to push out waves, and that is one of the ways you can stall Newbee's like control of the game, because again, Newbee don't have the tower hitters. So as long as you keep them always looking backwards, you know, if they go to high ground and there's a Weaver pushing out some other lane and he's also approaching a tier 3, then you're probably doing around the same damage, just because Newbee's heroes, like, it's just an Ursa who can right-click a tower, and he's not very good at that. Ember Spirit is never going to be right-clicking towers almost.
Well, and I like the response that you're also seeing now from Newbee Cap. You've got this Shadow Blade that gets picked up for him to try and move around the maps and try and catch these heroes. KP has it. Do you like that choice? Do you think that maybe something like a Force Staff to give better positioning would have been better?
I would say one thing is that you got to throw down sentries, I think, before you smoke. It's not just wards. You're much more likely to get scouted because there is a Beastmaster in the game. And they did indeed smoke underneath the Hawk, which means NP should not be caught, or at least not any serious hero will be caught by the smoke rotation.
Well, in the very least, Newbee are going to pressure this tower. We'll see if NP want to come and contest. Earth Spirit did just TP back to the tier 3, so they are up on high ground. Meanwhile, bottom lane, it looks like they're setting up for a kill on 1437, newly minted Shadow Blade, and that should be a pretty quick and easy one. Throws out the Dragon Slave, Kaka.
That was pretty clever, because they realized when they got to around the old secret shop area, they realized, okay, they definitely read our smoke, right? So they decided to show 2 cores in the mid lane, and naturally, because NP's scouted the smoke, they're like, oh, okay, they're kind of just like sitting behind those 2 pushing in mid, but rather Newbee were actually going into one of the side lanes, knowing that NP, thinking that there's 5 heroes mid, are going to look for an opportunity for an easy split push time. So they ended up catching Lina. But again, it's like NP are only going to throw some disposable heroes out there. And I think 1437, even though he does have more farm than most supports would, he is still a disposable hero. He's a throwaway. The cores are not.
They haven't thrown him away as of yet, so a good job from NP to keep that pressure on the correct heroes. Eul's Scepter lift up, Light Striker a little bit off the mark, and Roar now gets dropped onto the Dazzle. They are going to get the lift up now from the Rubik. Kaka is there as well. A fight going on the other side of the map as well. It looks like they are going to be able to escape from that Earth's Ember Spirit, but that's Aegis already popped, and Kaka also going to get ran down. Newbee losing heroes left, right, and center, and it looks like they're also going to end up losing U9 here. The Diffusal Blade coming into play for Aoi. Eternal Envy is chasing. SC did finally manage to take down him, but RB, no, he gets lifted up. Great Eul's Scepter play there by 1437. KP wanted to save the day, but Save Your Buddy Syndrome is not working for him now. 4 dead. NP want to take that top 2 spot.
Disaster for Newbee. Like, they should be like almost one of the strongest points in their game. Like, comparatively, this is one of the big points for them, and they just lost a pretty nasty team fight. Like, SC's doing what he can with these pickoffs and stuff in the enemy jungle. He just picked up the Lina, but it doesn't offset the fact that NP just won a massive team fight before they really ever should have. And it means their cores are much farther ahead. They're going to come online to the like kind of late game status pretty soon.
A lift back. Ember. He's here as well, trying to bring down Aoi, the Blade Mail there as well. The triple remnant, actually just double. They can't quite get him. Force Staff right clicks the lift up, but he is still dead. Light Strike Ray is going to connect that time, but the Grave was always going to be there for SC.
All right, SC, time to put the team on your back. He's got to do some amazing things with Ember Spirit in this game. What Newbee should not do is slow down. Just because they lost that team fight, this is still their window to take it to NP. They still got to find a way to force fights. So I do like the fact that they are moving as 5 and pushing into the enemy jungle.
Well, I mean, you know, Newbee lost the fight, but SC won it. First he killed the Earth Spirit, then he killed the Lina, and then he went back and killed the Weaver. He is all over the place and making the plays for his team. But it does look like it's time to move down towards that bottom tier 2 tower, secure it for themselves. He's building back towards a Lincoln Sphere, it looked like, as well. Aghanim Scepter for the Ursa soon to be online, and yeah, this is the timing. For NP, do you think that they have the items that they need to try and defend against this, though, when Weaver gets back up? He has gone for that very fighty build.
I don't think they should risk it. I think they want... He's got Scotty and Lincoln's queued up right now. I think they need that defensive item for him before they are actively looking for engagements right now. Again, Newbee are the strongest that they ever really will be in comparison to NP's lineup. This is one of their big peaks with the Ursa and the Ember Spirit with all his magic damage. So they should, I think, avoid fights for now. Again, if you see the opportunity for an aggressive smoke-out, push-out play or something like that, go for it. But for the most part, you're going to kind of try and lean away from Newbee. Newbee do have, they're prolonging the lifespan of their cores, you know, that relevance going into late game. A little bit more. Magnus with the Empower does give the Ursa a bit more light, I guess, after 35 minutes. Because he has this early Abyssal and he's going to be finished up the Aghanim Scepter. I think he still will be pretty relevant, actually, at 45, 50 minutes. Okay. Earlier when I said, you know, he's going to fall off past 35, I think I misjudged just because I forgot about Magnus's impact as well.
Yeah, and he actually becomes that sort of team fight here. You can stack up damage quite quickly with him, the Empower, and then, you know, obviously one big RP. Does look like the Vision is going to continue to be the battle that is fought in this to see who's able to find it more effectively. A couple of Radiant Wards are there in the jungle. They also do have one that's going to scout the movement that's coming in from MSS right now. And looks like it's about to expire. But
SC.
Nonetheless, he's found him. Roar as well. Drops the Roar. Popped before the Lincolns, but U9's there to clean up. They drop the, well, turnaround Roar. Kaka yelling in his ear. And now they're going to be able to finish off these Necro books as well.
I mean, I'll give props to Amos. That was pretty fast, what he did. The pop in the Necro, and he just immediately used the range Necronomicon, the Archer, to be able to burn the Lincolns and then got the Roar off. But he still was definitely fully caught by SC. Again, he continues to be one keeping Newbee well in place. I think this game is still actually 50-50.
I mean, it's crazy, though, because he's that far ahead. 17,000 net worth on that Ember Spirit right now. But it's still just because of those other heroes and the way that the game goes, you could turn it around in a second. Gem there for the Ursa. Side Owie hanging out over here. Is he trying to get a little bit fancy? Trying to maybe pick off a couple of supports?
Yeah, he'll probably just cut a creep wave. I mean, if they continue to just show the Ember Spirit, no other supports, maybe they'll try and pop out with Earth Spirit and Weaver and try and kill Ember. But we obviously know that would end up disastrously as all of Newbee are kind of circling around him. Another thing I misjudge is simply the fact that I didn't expect an Ember Spirit to be going more of a Sleight of Fist build.
Right.
You know? That does give you a lot more power at 45, 55 minutes, whereas the other build, the Veil build on Ember Spirit, is much more focused on winning at 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Taking the Blade Mail, the Mjolnir, Lincoln Sphere as well. Do you think you double down upon this and go back for something like a Daedalus, or do you think it's not really worth it?
He's kind of queued up Octarine. I honestly don't know. Like, this is some sort of interesting hybrid build from SC, so I can't really speak to his future item choices too much.
Yeah, the Octarine Quartz kind of fits the bill for both of them as well, because then you get more Sleight of Fists, and with the Empower, you're already dealing a good bit of damage too. But this is the smoke that NP think that they want to try and take, and they are running right into Magnus. KP Shadowbladed. They jump onto him right at the start of this. Is going to be able to find it. RP, but it wasn't quite there onto MSS. They pull him back in. Is all grouped up yet again. Roar dropped, and it does look like looking for a bit more. SC is going to turn now onto the Beastmaster, containing him, killing him, bringing him low. Eternal Envy doing his bestest in this fight, though. He takes down 4, maybe going to get 5. Oh, owie. Oh, lordy.
Yeah, great buyback from AEY. That was, he read that perfectly. He's like, oh, hey, I actually will destroy this fight if I just buy back and time-lapse in. So, great call by him. Recovers the team fight really well. I almost thought that Newbee was going to win it despite kind of, I'm not going to say whiffing the RP, but slightly mistiming it simply because MSS blinked right as he blinked in. It was one of those blink for blink scenarios where they just kind of passed over each other.
Right. God, and that was one of those moments you haven't. Oh my God!
Look at how fast AUI dies to SC. That's pretty crazy. Part of it was the blade mail bounce back, but he also got kind of lucky in his lightning procs and stuff. But
SC is a monster right now. 20,000. Yeah. He was the one survivor in that fight.
He's soon gonna have that like 45% cooldown reduction. Oh, they got the silence on him.
In some trouble.
Missed the kick though.
Faith is gonna the one that might get caught out here, but they do not want to test SC.
Yeah, look at how SC's daring.
Oh, they got him! They're on top of him! There's a great grave that comes out, though, at the last second from Faith. Still SC in some trouble, trying to escape from this, but the Magnetize will secure the kill. Weaver, they're going to buy back on Ember, want to get into this fight. U9 turns, they take down Owie, now looking to kill off Eternal Envy as well. There's the lift up with the Yule Scepter. U9 trying to bring him low. They are going to be able to start stacking up the damage. The Lincoln Sphere doesn't end up mattering. For SC, they can still just run him down the whole time through.
SC, he's like, oh, that's a cute play, AUI. Yeah, go ahead and buy back here. Let me just bait you into the shrine area, and I'll make one of those plays too. SC baits him into the shrine area. Sure, they actually do manage to kill him, and that's big. But the result is he buys back, jumps right back in, kills AUI, and they'll take control of the Roshan pit. Aegis and Cheese for Newbee with all the tier 2s down. Is it time to start pressuring high ground? And maybe one of those scenarios just like game 1 where I think you just have to control the game and wait for the misstep, the misplay by NP. Wait for a pickoff that allows you to go high ground. Don't actually 5-man in.
This grave, check out the timing.
Sick.
Oh, wow. And you could see the Earth Spirit Boulder was coming in immediately afterwards, and it just hit him. But that's saving it, dealing out like one more salvo of damage before the TP came back in.
Well, they still have another 30 seconds to work with while Weaver's dead. So they'll probably be able to get this melee racks. I'm just trying to judge how much physical damage they really have. So maybe they won't even get melee.
Yeah. I mean, still a tier 3 is great at this point, shutting down that map control in any way that they can, although they want to stick around for it.
Yeah, this may result in them getting caught in a team fight immediately afterwards. You could see MSS positioning himself here. He hopes to be able to cut across and catch somebody, but it looks like they were just fast enough. We were only coming up just now. So they do get that melee racks. They're going to start taking shrines as well. I think one of the great things is NP didn't... They still only have that buyback on Wheat. That's incredible. So they didn't have to use any other buybacks. Yes, they lost a lane of racks. That's terrible, but they're still playing for late game, right?
Yeah, totally.
One lane of racks is still recoverable. Newbee are still going to have a hard time, like we were talking about before, right? It's going to be hard just because they have Aegis and Cheese. They can't just 5-man high ground into a 5-man of NP, I don't think. So NP just have to be really cognizant that it's going to require some sort of pick-off to give Newbee the green light to go high ground again.
I like the pickup now as well. Kaka been able to farm himself up an Aghanim Scepter. There are so many great things to steal, and you think about Roar also. It's stolen with that Aghs upgrade. Pretty cool one. Anyone else? Laguna Blade big, obviously. Weaver, time-lapse. Oh, baby.
Stealing best and get the, what's it called? The
Consume?
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
That.
Yeah,
that is actually one of my favorite Aghs upgrades in the whole entire game. That and Walrus Kick. Time-lapse would be massive, obviously. That is the big time ability. If he steals that and then is able to kind of sit in the background and save an ally, that could actually be what gives them 5v5 high ground potential. Because then they could just have an Ursa siege and have time-lapse available for him.
Likewise, though, Owie knows that this very well could happen, and it seems very unlikely to catch time-lapse.
It's super unlikely that you actually catch that.
There's the RP pulling him back in. Remnant's a little bit off the mark, though. SC used that to try and get the extra damage. Now Eternal Envy able to get the Rage and TP away, so we'll make that escape. U9 not in range for the Abyssal Blade. So RP down.
Yep. New NP... He can push out. I think AUI is going to get a lot of farming time right now. He's not actually going to go for the Lincoln. Still has that queued up, but he's going for the... is it going to be the Scotty?
He has both of them queued up, so one or the other.
I'm trying to think, like, how important is the Lincolns to you? You have the Abyssal Blade. You have the Telekinesis.
But even if you have the Lincolns, there's still chains and RP that you have to deal. So maybe it's better just to go the stat-focused Scotty build. I don't know. I'm sure AEY is also keeping both options open.
If you get RP'd, it doesn't really matter if you have an extra bit of stats, I would imagine. Oh, lift up there on MSS, able to get caught by the silence. Chains not connecting onto anybody as of yet. And that is going to be SVG going down.
To pick off, maybe they'll try and poke it high ground here through the bottom lane, see if they can force the Earth Spirit to use it. At the very least, they want to at least poke it high ground to force AUI back into base.
He does finish off the Lincoln Sphere, it looks like, so pressuring this lane out now. Need to come and contest this. The SC does not have his Blade Mail currently on his backpack because of the Aegis. Kaka looking for 1437, found him there for a moment, but another ward is going to be dropped, so they'll catch Kaka if he does happen to go too far forward. Roar's there. They're on top of that Magnus. There's going to be a Laguna Bay thrown out as well. Able to steal Roar. That was going to be an Aghanim Scepter Roar, but everybody is dropping so quickly. The damage from SC is tremendous. Eternal Envy running out of there, but Aoi trying to turn on the damage. They already bought back on the Lina. That doesn't quite look like U9 is going to drop. Eats the cheese. Eternal Envy is still on top of him, and they don't have enough, but SC might be able to do the damage that they need him to. Eternal Envy still on him.
Out of mana.
Lift up onto Eternal Envy. SC still dropping, and they have enough damage here. SC is going to fall. That's just the Aegis.
He does have the Remnants up, and he has the quick Blink Dagger, so they're going to try and Shukuchi on top of him to prevent the Blink and just control him from there to not allow the Remnants to come out.
Well, Remnant forward. They're still chasing.
It, though. That's not good.
Oh, Chains tried to turn to fight that, actually.
He killed the Lina. My God. That was astounding, the amount of damage he output in that team fight, because what happened there is NP got like the kind of perfect initiation, right? They bought back, Newbee tried to retreat, but NP, they shut him down real quickly. They got the jump onto the Magnus and the Dazzle. That's the two heroes you have to shut down. So it was kind of perfect. Watch, they're going to get the Roar onto him, and then they hit the LSA on the Dazzle, blow him up, so there's no shallow grave save for this Magnus. That's perfect. And then all of a sudden, SC, with every 3.5 seconds, he's throwing out a Sleight of Fist, and he got a massive Mjolnir procs on these heroes, and they all just kind of evaporated.
Yeah.
They were like, all of a sudden, everyone was down to like a quarter HP.
It was from U9 also had the Mjolnir static charge placed on him as well, so he was able to go through 2 cycles of damage with that cheese. Really, really good and well played there by SC, but in the end, NP are going to be the ones that hold high ground.
Yep, they hold high ground. They get a significant win out of killing SC 2 times in a row. He's still down for another 50 seconds, so this is a lot of ground that NP is going to cover in a short period of time. They do have the pushing, like a lot more pushing power because of Beastmaster, so they'll just tear through buildings in this point. Probably go through mid, take that tier 2, but I'm even wondering, like, are they going to have the time to push high ground and see if they can force the buyback? It's not going to come, right?
Right.
It's not going to happen.
Well, they do actually have a DD rune on Lifestealer. This might be the determining factor in some ways. The glyph was just used. I think that might spell enough to slow down NP, at least for the moment. But they're certainly back into this game now. It was at that point where we were sort of, almost in a way wrapping up, thinking this was going to come down. 2 Observer Wards placed there, but that's fine. But it was like Newbee were just going to clean up the game. But I really feel like NP fought their way back into it with that one. And being a lane of racks down isn't a death sentence in this game by any means.
Yeah, certainly not. Looking at the Ursa, he is trying to get one of his later game items, the Bloodthorn. So he's got the Orchid right now, still working on the Crystallis and the recipe. So that'll be a significant amount of damage upgrade for him, because then he'll have both the Abyssal and that Bloodthorn. So he can potentially jump AUI, and AUI won't be able to rely on just the Lincolns to protect him from that initiation. So that is a potential way to be able to counter him. SC... he's got the Octarine. I'm not sure what he builds after this, because he's kind of 6-slotted. He's got to start exchanging out items. Obviously, the Blade Mail is going to be the first one to go. Not sure what you pick up from here.
Rapier. You got all those, the lowered procs. Is it a thing?
No, I don't think it's, like, I don't think you're in that situation.
Okay.
I think it's too risky. Maybe you just pick up a Daedalus or something like.
You can dare to dream.
If this game stretches out another 15 minutes, we may see a Newbee in a situation where they feel like Divine Rapier is warranted.
Okay. So definitely you can see there from those stats, top build for the entire team 6,000 net worth ahead of the Weavers, the next highest, and it's all again based upon this Empower. Also, the Ursa, a hero that you wouldn't normally imagine would be able to keep up and farm, is capable of doing it so much more so because of that Magnus, and it's why the hero has been warranted a first phase ban time and again.
I wonder how fast his Fire Remnant recharges. It says it's 35 seconds, and you got like almost a 45% reduction. He just kind of always has remnants. Every 3.5 seconds, he's throwing out these sleight of fists. He always has Mjolnir charges to be able to, that static charge you were talking about, he can always throw that down. It's one of the ways he's been able to deal with split push really well. He pushes out a wave, then throws static charge on a creep wave, and he bounces. Creep wave continues to push for him.
It's big smoke movement in. They weren't quite able to catch onto anybody. They're still keeping the Hawk there to scout out Roche for whenever it does happen to pop again, but it's about the longest timer you could ask for at this stage. And Lena's going to go back for the late game Bloodstone. What's that cooldown reduction? Or rather, respawn reduction.
Yeah, and it's also like there's a bit of heal involved and stuff like that. An interesting idea. Because the Aghanim Scepter isn't nearly as effective because of the fact that Ursa would be one of your targets, and he's just got Enrage, so it's not like pure damage helps you out against that damage reduction. The other one being the Ember Spirit, but he's got Linken's most of the time.
Well, they're squaring off here. They know that Roche is going to be on the menu. Another Hawk is going to be summoned. He wants to make sure that he doesn't tip off that their other Hawk is in the area as well. But this is, I feel like, where Beastmaster really comes into play, is giving them that extra bit of vision. Although Radiant also have one ward up on the high ground there as well.
Even if you do... They don't have one right now. Newbee don't have a gem.
They lost it in that one fight.
Oh yeah, they did, huh? Yeah. Currently MSS is holding Faith's gem. So even if you do have the gem, though, there's these Hawks that are just plaguing the whole entire map. You just cannot move around the map without being spotted.
Saw that quick stat there as well. Owie, 80-something% kill participation. He has been so involved in a key cog in the engine of NP making this work. Although that being said, he is not there with the team right now as Roshan starts to go down. MSS in the area, jumps forward, tried to go for the roar, but they were able to go for the Sleight of Fist away. Now you've got U9 holding onto the Aegis. Kaka gets scraped, staying alive through this one. MSS still dropping low there, and SC, they've been able to explode their Spirit. He's already gone. That's going to be a dead MSS. Gem on the ground, maybe going to look for more here as well. SC trying to chase down and kill off Owie. I think that U9 has the gem as well, but Owie thinking just a little bit too fast with that bonus movement speed for Sakuchi.
I don't know. NP choosing to take that fight.
Envy, Shadowblade, they're there. Does he still have RP?
He still has Rage. There is RP ready to go, so they're going to use it now.
Yeah, force at least the RP out of him, but that is going to be now a kill onto Eternal Envy.
He's good.
Okay.
They can't really sit there and just guard that creep. I think it's going to waste too much time, so... Oh, they're still going to try. They're going to see if he's going to pop out here. They're kind of staying out of vision.
Is that creep wave big enough to kill it? It looks like it is. There's so many of those range creeps. Yeah, he's going to die now.
Okay,
although he does have rage again.
His allies.
Yeah, they're dead. Well, space created.
Yeah, I mean, you got this big bottom lane. Like, anyways, like, okay, chip damage on tier 3. Can only do this for so long, though.
Yeah, needs to back out. Kaka's there. Guts the open wounds. Is just going to evaporate, though. 1437 turned him to butter.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit questionable, them trying to force that fight without the Weaver being there around that Roshan pit. I really don't think that Aegis is like that big of a deal if you're playing off of high ground.
But look at these guys. Newbee are all over him yet again. They take down MSS, and that's the gem back now. But Owie is here as well. Throws out the Diffusal Blade onto the Magnus. Look like they're going to be able to try and bring down KP, and with that last little bit of damage from Sakuchi, they'll find the kill.
He's dead for 100 seconds. He had that buyback earlier, so can NP do something about this? When Lifestealer's up, there'll be about 40 seconds left on the Magnus. I don't think that's enough for them to be able to get across the map and get to high ground, so... Looks like, unfortunately, that timing won't be abused. This Boots of Travel, by the way, on Inversphere, it's like insane. They're trying to split push, and they just can't, because SC is everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a what, 27? Yeah, 20-second cooldown on Boots of Travel. So not to mention the remnants that he always has up.
Yeah, and the Mjolnir procs he can just throw on the creeps, as we've said before, means he doesn't have to even stay in lane. There it is right there. And is going to be able to keep the split push going even when he's not there.
I wonder if Envy's like, do I pick up like a Lincoln's or something? Because if you get this Bloodthorn on SC and you do then have 2 different Bloodthorn heroes on the side of Newbee, obviously, like I don't think he actually goes for it. He's just going to have to play a lot more infested inside allies,
right?
And just get the pop out and instantly rage. But he certainly can't like do any split pushing or anything like that. That's for sure.
Well, we also saw there the Lina talents did just get up to level 25 for herself as well. Yeah. So the Fiery Souls didn't end up going for the other ones, the damage nor the attack range, but still could be moving quite quick and hitting fairly hard at this stage. Could start building into some damage. We're 48 minutes in, and it feels like the game has stalled to a knife's edge. They found Envy. The rest of them are here, though. MSS in the area. They're going to be able to control Kaka in their face. Aoi is there as well. They throw back the Swarm against them on the low ground. It looks like they are able to take down and kill off Faith. Kaka dries as well. They're going to buy back, try and get into this one. MSS very low. They're able to roar and control SC for the moment. They get the stun. Is there silence to follow? They're going to lose SVG, and now U9 there on top of Eternal Envy, starting to bring them low. The RP, is it going to be enough? They do it. Triple kill for SC, trying to turn and kill off this Weaver as well. The lift comes in from Kaka, who bought back there again. All of them are dead. NP, and particularly, oh my god, Newbee just doing a great job of it. Holy crap.
And the funny part is this game is still not over yet, because we have still buybacks on everybody from NP. In fact, you're probably going to be able to hold on to 2 of these buybacks, as Beastmaster and Lina have such low death timers. So Newbee, can they do it again, this time on NP's side of the map?
Oh, SC is there. He's got the silence off. Maybe going to end up losing 14-37. We'll be able to just barely walk away.
Newbee just, man, they're just playing so quick with this Ember Spirit. Like, they're just making fast initiations.
He's got the Orchid too
Orchid
now.
On an Envy. Nothing much is going to come of that. They forced the buybacks they needed to.
Bloodthorn, the last item for him. Do you like this choice?
Yeah, sure. It's kind of like the Daedalus, and that gives you quitting opportunity, and it's a good controlling feature against the Lifestealer, potentially Beastmaster, as well as the Weaver. Like, all those cores are all susceptible to this disable.
Watching this again, they were able to catch Envy over here on the top. Kaka did die, obviously, but turnaround that came. It was looking so good for a second there, but SC just stayed out of the fight, kept spamming out abilities, and then eventually, obviously, with KP coming in that RP.
Trying to chase down Lina.
Up, pull back in. They're there. Eul Scepter to try and create that space.
Oh, but a bigger kill. They're going to catch KP in the top river. That is much more important than the Lina.
Oh, and now SC. He's still onto another, though, and I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. KP still doesn't have buyback. But that's going to be Weaver dead for 2 minutes. There's no buyback there. 2 of them are caught in the chains. U9 on top of Envy, and they're more importantly on top of MSS. All of these heroes from NP are getting picked apart by SC, continuing to play a fabulous game. And Eternal Envy going to be one of the last on his teams to fall here, it looks like, as they have found the answer to the Lifestealer combination, the Weaver mobility. This could be it.
SC, you are a beautiful man and a fantastic player. Man, this Ember Spirit game has been such a treat to watch. He really did win Newbee this game, I think.
Such a great play. They're doing it. They knew it. And again, it comes back to that, like, those great couple of fights there. You had the RP that came out, containing them up. All of this. I mean, NP are staying in it. They believe that they can make it happen. They want that position 2 so badly.
And look at just like game 1, it was like, they prolonged. You look at these heroes and you think, okay, they're going to drop off at this point traditionally, but Newbee with some item choices, both game 1 and game 2, prolonged the lifespan of these heroes and really don't ever pressure themselves to win at 25 and 35 minutes. They're always down to go 45 minutes or later.
Now MSS, a valiant attempt. Lina was back. We'll kill off Kaka, but more importantly, Newbee are going to take that throne, I do believe. There's the final countdown. You can feel the need of it. There was anime in the air, but not enough.
No, not enough indeed. So Newbee get the 2-0 to make it into top 2.
What a display. What a run from just try and save his ages because Chappie did not feel like using his BKB for that glimpse, as I don't think he should have. But he did get a lot of his mana burn, and he can't even blink strike at this rate because of that big EMP.
There's just no sustain for that. Like, yeah, the Ruby can give him arcanes. The Ogre cannot. Like, you got one Arcanes. Now Slark runs in. Alright, he's just going to go ham. The Stolen Fiend's good from King R. Tornado will cause a little bit of a problem as Faithbeyond has to use RP, but no, it got stolen by Rubik. Rubik, he wants to live on this one, jumps in close, and he actually locks down the Invoker. A quick dusting to give the reveal, but the Storm is down, but both the targets from Empire who are in it are protected by their BKBs. Shadow trying to man mode this up. FN needs some space, but he won't get it. The Glimpse pulls him back in, and with the pop out from Infest, the damage is there to kill off the Slark, but it's still not enough. You're still 3 heroes down. King R survives through most of it, and with a jump in from Chappie, he'll find an ultra kill. 3 buybacks from Wings. They know it's this or nothing. They cannot lose their bottom racks.
He only RP'd one guy. I believe he dark packed it off, and it got stolen. That is one of the worst possible outcomes for Magnus in this game.
Skewer! He tried to save the Disruptor. The hoof stomps down as well. Shadow, he was able to actually rage up in time, but it won't protect you with all those bashes there. Ice tries to protect himself as well. That won't happen. GG is the call. And Team Empire on the back of the draw with Wings will claim 2nd position next to OG at the top of Group A.
Congratulations to Empire.
A real good congratulations, Empire.
They handled Magnus firstly. That's a really big deal. Secondly, coming second in their group is even bigger deal.
Yep.
And we'll match up.
They have to face up against Invictus Gaming.
So final standings for Group A. We have OG on top with 13 points. Team Empire second at 10 points.
8
points. LGD Forever Young at 7 points. But because
Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Ah, come on.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Monkey King. Watcheth.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal
Reserve
Maiden.
time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Naga Siren. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Nice one, modest one over here, watching over the Roche pit.
Oh, they caught vision of FY already.
Oh, and he's going for the
saw
heavy
him.
value ward.
They saw him doing that already too.
Losing that. FY Monkey King. You were saying he didn't have the best showing on it before.
They did pressure him though. They did like an aggro, and he was forced to get his Jingu mastery, and he didn't actually have the tree dance until like level 4. I didn't actually get a chance to watch the game. I was hearing from others that were saying it, so
okay.
I didn't get a chance. Nor did I have time to actually go back and watch the VOD just yet.
Well, he's got tree dance now.
Yep, and he's actually spotting the Earth Spirit.
30 seconds to battle.
Spirit. Standard pickup here. Orb of Venom says that I might want to get frisky early on.
He's ready to roll away as soon as if they try to go on him. Look at his positioning here.
Oh yeah.
And he's gone.
I'll just roll away now.
Yeah, now they're going to think that there's a ward in the... See, the thing is, though, they're picking out this ward right over here, actually, from VGJ, but that's a ward that the Chinese actually use mostly.
Yeah.
We've seen them be like pretty much the exclusive ones to be putting that one down, but that's where they're going to expect that the Earth Spirit plays it because of his positioning.
Seeing that and thinking, I definitely want to try that myself.
We saw it in a couple of our, like a couple months ago when we were here for WSG, or a month and a half or so when we were here for WSG. We saw the people doing it in pubs, and we were like, this must be an influence thing. And then we were looking at some programs, and we were like, yep, it's influenced by the Chinese pro players. They really like using that word.
So, good to know. A little antidote there. Get underway. Frisky movement. Doesn't seem like there's going to be too much commotion, except for this case, Ghostic is going to be taking the lane with him, it would appear, except he may be cut off. There comes FY, springing his way in from the trees, but still in the skies here. Ghostic will be able to fly up and through the river, back up towards his shrine. And taking that full wave, almost Lone Druid style. He'll even use the shrine early on, just making the most of having the full wave to himself. All right, fun little Bat Rider antics here.
This is going to be really nice. He's going to pull it into his other creep wave here, so he's going to mess up the creep equilibrium a lot.
And suddenly it's in the perfect spot. Oh, well, some tower hits will come in, but that works out nicely for him.
Yeah, the other wave is going to push into him anyway. He's going to get his level 2 nice and easy, and some more on top of that.
All right, look at this. Just casual Earth Spirit walking around looking for what the hell the Centaur's up to, and ROTK, who is obviously not residing in his lane, has been spotted, and I guess it's just more of the Earth Spirit keeping him in check. Nearby Fenrir is waiting on the high ground.
Yeah, if he was a little bit lower, he could have committed for that with the Sunstrike on top, but...
Looks like aggressive. Forced out Blade Fury here, trying to make a move for Ghost Chick, but Ghost Chick just does the Firefly once again and tries to step out of the harm's way. But
Fenrir and ROTK jungling together.
Yeah, what is happening over here? Tag team jungle action.
It's getting leeched as well by the Ear Spirit.
Tri-lane juggling here. But, that does keep the Ear Spirit a little bit occupied, and the pressure off the Naga in the mid lane, who can kind of take it a bit to FN, and currently is 11 to FN's Invoker. 9-2. Oh, I guess I didn't mention that, by the way. I was expecting the FN Ursa.
Oh, yeah. Oops. I was in.
But Chappie playing the Ursa.
Misspoke.
Hey, he plays with one of the better Ursas in the game, so I guess that's nice.
Aggressive, getting some pressure on him right now.
Yeah,
should be okay. Firefly looks like it's going to be running out quite soon. 2 sticky stacks, but he's just fine.
Is he?
Oh, with the Sunstrike, maybe not.
Oh, gets it done! Simultaneous action, though, as you can see. The Earth Spirit was also able to get an opening and takedown of Fenrir, quickly making it a 2-0 for Empire.
Wow, he gets that one on his own.
Impressive.
I didn't really expect that
deal.
Sunstrike to come out that early on, but beautiful play there by Ghostic and FN. Just like we said, Empire with the pressure. That's what they need to do in this game. That's what their lineup has to do versus a Naga Siren. That's always what you have to do versus a Naga Siren. That hero he is the commanding force in the link, and we saw it earlier versus the Liquid EG game. Even though EG had an incredibly good game, they just got put versus this Naga, and he just didn't let them ever bring their base.
How you doing there,
lanes out.
ROTK?
ROTK getting pressured by King R, 30 HP. Sunstrike coming out again.
Got him!
Bam!
Dude, Empire are nailing this early game.
Here we
You
go.
want aggression? They got it. All up in their business. Bottom lane,
again.
though, maybe a bit of over-aggression. We'll have to see. Ghost Chick looking to walk away from this little bird family and towards the other side. He's zoning Boulder Smash, maybe trying to catch FY while he was in the tree. Whatever the case may be. Not going to find the mark there, and they'll step off from each other. Just constant harassment in the face. This has got to be getting a little bit under the skin of aggressive for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to kind of happen when you have 2 heroes just straight up jungling. You're giving Empire just the ability to just be like, okay, we're going to run around with our supports. Like Rubik was like, okay, I know Centaur's jungling over here. We have a ward to see him. And Earth Spirit's bottom just running around doing whatever he wants because of that.
Chappie also gets to be a big breadwinner in his lane. But he's 23-11. The Naga's still neck and neck with him actually in that mid lane.
Yeah.
Still really doing some work here. But, you know, FN's like, that's fine because I got kills. Strikes help me. Why? To the tree. Gets pinged as he sees the 2 of them move together. Freeze. Going to tag the shrine to build up some mana. That's where FY will show himself. But that's just as they commit with the boulder smash. So he almost flies into the stun. And you got 3 already here. The Naga does manage to split him off, but they're still going to go for her. She seems like the biggest treat right now. Trying to roll away, but does get body blocked. Good takedown there for the Earth Spirit, but Freeze will end up going down, certainly making this worth it. FY jumps back in and jumps right back out, but he can quickly take down that tree and stun him. Flames breaks him off, jumps back to the tree. Sunstrike! Oh,
just off the mark.
It is. He goes to the next tree. Long ball and attack. One more. No.
No way.
He jumps over and makes it out and away. How does this man live?
That was ridiculous. He like Primal Spring down, jumped right back, instantly back up into the same tree.
FY's just like, oh my god.
Well, saying that he had a bit of a rough game earlier on the Monkey King. Looks like he might have been practicing that one because that was some high-skilled plays.
Barely made it out. Jake, do manage to get themselves on the board, but yeah, as we're watching right there.
Trouble. Sunstrike's going to come out in a second. ROTK, you are in a carry situation.
How you doing there? And see you later. Man, this has got to be so frustrating. Nowhere safe for him to farm right now. Fenrir's got to be pretty much right by his side. He needs a jungle buddy.
Exactly what they need to be doing in this early game. Just perfect movements.
Look at this, like drawing the attention of everybody, but they will punish him for this. Again, though, he's taking out a Centaur for his own life and drawing the attention of both the supports on VGJ. So worth. Now, you know, best thing going for VGJ, though, is this, Naga mid game is fair and okay. FN's still matching up in the CS, though. He's got level 6 to Freeze's level 6. He's actually winning the XP. Very nice. Of course, all the meanwhile, the big bad bear in that top lane. 44 and 14 CS, adding some pressure onto the tier 1. It will be a little bit tricky for them to kind of, you know, always work with the Roche. They have to make sure they find their timings right. It's kind of always scary to do Roche against a Naga kind of, you know, team.
Absolutely. But that being said, he can always just kind of like sneak it in a way. If he just like goes off the map really quickly, it's like, oh god. If they're pressuring the map on the other side, then that's like the opportunity for him to go. So maybe we'll see like a smoke rotation coming out from the Rubik toward the bottom lane soon, and they have the Ursa get a movement potential toward that. Roshan.
Some extra attention here towards the bottom lane. It looked like maybe VGJ were looking for an opening. We had Earth Spirit on the other side. I like that. Long range pull right next to the bounty cap there. That was nice. Yeah. Slick boulder roll right there. Be rewarded with the bounty. Our ROTK, who had been finding a lot of trouble in the jungle, has made his return to the off lane here. And, you know, it's getting closer to trying to get that level 6, but it's still it's a tough life.
7-minute Midas. Beautiful for the Invoker because of those Sunstrike kills. This little duo.
Empire Patrol. Yeah, they're like, who's jungling? Just like, yeah, I don't. There's people missing from the lanes. Can we find them and murder them? I hope so. But as they just do their patrol, they miss most of the VGJ army sweeping through the other side. So little do they know, just avoided some trouble. Back at the bottom lane, Ghost gets right back to his grind of Bat Rider farm here. He seems to be not one for going with the early drums, Fogged. He's a straight to the Blink Dagger kind of a guy.
He wants to be the one to, he wants to just gank. I mean, they don't want to be able to like wait for this game. They don't want the Naga to get online. They want to be able to find those pickups with the Sunstrikes nonstop.
Okay, spots King R here. And they'll just kind of flirt.
Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Anti-mage.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shock, he can spam, can go for the bottle, can do a bit more with that, but we'll find out. Players have loaded in.
We have got the Miracle Monkey King, just in case you were wondering at home.
Core Naga, too.
It is, yeah. So GH going to the safe lane, Miracle playing at mid. We saw, if you didn't again see the series earlier with Liquid playing, Miracle went mid against Juggernaut. This time, as you say, most likely it will be Aoi heading to the mid lane on the Ursa. You feel more likely than I mean, Envy anti-mage. I mean, you've got that blink. You know, you can stop him from getting the stacks up.
Check some items. AUI's got the poor man's shield, so he's headed mid by the looks of things. He's got the mid items, so.
Or could he be heading up to the top lane to contest the Lifestealer's farm in some sort of laning situation?
Unlikely. He's got a salve and a pulled tango. I feel like if you're going off lane, you go poor man's shield with a full set of tangos, but who knows? You got a salve. He's still got regen, so like going to get things back underway. AUI just had to fix some screen issue, but good and dandy now.
Get ourselves to this match. Liquid versus NP again. Essentially this game 3 of a best of 3. We had the first 2 yesterday, but we're back here in a return for the final episode between these two teams to see who's able to come out top. Again, just overall draft impressions, Gods. Do you believe in MPs finishing up with this anti-mage sanking? Or are you scared on behalf of them because of Liquid's kind of draft? We know that they can execute this. We've seen them do exactly this already this night.
I think it's always hard to read NP's drafts because they do run these dual carry lineups. They don't pick traditional mid heroes. They're always running mid Ursas, mid Weavers, mid Medusas. They're not really running classic mids that you'd expect to see. And that's where it's like it's hard to really understand how their drafts are going to work sometimes. Roman Clock, he's been playing this 4-position clock. One of his probably 2 or 3 heroes we've seen from this. We've seen the Earth Spirit, we've seen the Clock, the Slaughter, and probably you could also say the Legion. Not Legion, the Elder Titan. But he's definitely had some experience playing the Clock.
So already we're starting to see the lanes come to fruition. MSS will be down here on the Sand King. And indeed, it is going to be some sort of aggressive laning coming out. As you mentioned, not Owie. Owie indeed is heading towards the mid. But Envy will be up top on that anti-mage, backed up by the moment by, of course, 1437 and SVG on the Dazzle Clock combination. Miracle starting to search around towards the mid, maybe wandering for a courier sniper or search. We'll see what sort of Monkey King plays this man will look for.
Turned himself in a tree just to get across between the 2 towers. I don't think he was really looking for a curry. He just wanted to get to the top side of the map without being spotted. So he wants to go and help this top dry lane.
Already SVG just causing issues for KuroKy, making sure that he can't get any kind of pull or control off around here. He just blocks him off from the entrance to KuroKy's own jungle. Absolutely. With Miracle turning up to this top lane, maybe they can look to try and turn this around and make sure that MP don't have the control and the advantage.
Comes the pounce.
SVG already falling low. Ooh.
SVG may have just gotten baited. He thinks, in his mind, if he hasn't seen Monkey King, he thinks he's got this kill.
Yeah, but he's going to hear the sound, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He'll hear the Primal Spring.
Has he heard it already, I wonder? Not sure exactly when the sound, like...
I think it plays like when you cuss, it's like the... So he's already heard like the...
Yeah,
but he's not heard the...
He's channeling as we speak, so...
Yeah. look at the way he's like, it's awkward.
I love how he freezes, but the eyes still move.
Yeah,
that's my favorite thing about pauses is how heroes,
like,
their eyes move around.
Betray my face.
Alright, SVG, this is like a tough spot for him to get out of.
And bam. There we go. He has got the battery assault, so that's going to cause some issues for the chase down, but yeah, with the Orb of Venom on Miracle, they've got the slow. One more swipe with the stick will do it, and Miracle picks himself up first blood as he makes himself apparent in this top lane.
Good bait. Coming their way, and Kuro kind of laid the trap, and this top lane is the focus for now for Team Liquid.
Wow, a bit of the old Carlet here. I blame KuroKy and the Blinding Light. We have up top, Heavy, in personal with Matumba Man. Trading hits CS-wise at the moment, 5 for 1 on the anti-mage, 3 for 1 on Matumba. Early days, but Envy already getting some farm indeed up on top. Mid lane, GH. A fair bit of harassment, but now he's got a second level, nearly onto level 3, able to force Owie back and get him to use that salve. But Owie coming out top with CS at the moment there. And the bottom lane matchup, so this 1v1 top lane, actually, yeah, just hold a moment. 1437 will have to TP out, does get away. He as well.
He's been left alone. Trade hits as best he can with the poor man's shield. This will burn Miracle's mana, but still looking like a tough lane for him to maintain farm. He may have gotten CS for the first couple of minutes, but whether that will continue is a whole nother matter. They don't really necessarily want to maintain an aggro tri-lane. Clockwork wants to find some levels around the map and also perhaps go and harass the mid-Naga. So it's going to be, if you take that approach, then Anti-Mage does get left in like a dual lane, which is where he's not going to farm. So it's kind of like there's downsides either way. Either Anti-Mage doesn't get a lot of farm if Clock roams, or if Clock aggro tri-lanes, then Clock is not getting the XP you typically hope to get on this hero.
We can see down on that bottom lane, and that 1v1 for the time being, MSS is nearly getting himself a first blood. In fact, with the Caustic finale there, Mind Control is going to pop. MSS, I mean, this man has been having some incredible performances this LAN, and wow, what a way for him to start the game off there. Getting a solo kill against the Legion Commander. Mind Control is going to be off by that, but he does have backup of Miracle. They could look to try and do something in return, but again, it's hard with the Burrow Strike escape potential. It's the first nuke. Trying to try and whittle him down low before Miracle jumps in. In fact, with the procs there now that the Burrow Strike's used, this is the time to jump down. Miracle will hit the Boundless Strike. Didn't actually get the initial slow on anything with the Primal Spring. So MSS be able to continue to get away. Mind Control will have another nuke in a bit. I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. It has got the 2 points in it. In fact, a right click and a nuke should do it. He's got to get in range for it. Oh, he misses the nuke. Oh, Mind Control oversteps the mark there, and with that, he's not getting the kill. MSS He's going to survive. Not normally a skill that we see being missed, Gods.
The Primal Spring, definitely one of the spells you do sometimes miss as a skill shot. But
I mean, I guess he was anticipating a Burrow Strike.
Yeah.
He was trying to play around that.
He just got the mana for the Burrow Strike too. MSS managed to buy enough time that he had the mana there. Wasn't in too much danger once he had the mana for it, so nicely played. He's going to go aggressive. Monkey King could be in trouble here. The Caustic Finale is not saying he really wants to fight, and with no points in Jingu, Miracle does not win this 1v1.
He's got one Boundless Strike, but yeah, level 1, it's not going to have the stun duration really to hold him back too much, and MSS chomps on the Mango, and he chomps on the Monkey King. MSS already picking up a lot of positive action in that bottom lane.
Come on mid, AUI going aggressive.
And with the wraparound as well from SVG. GH, he may be out of answers. Miracle's come in. Boundless Strike, I believe, is still unavailable, and now he's going to be allowed to get the kill. Tries to get the aggro over, isn't going to work, so will lose his life in return. Miracle looking to build up the Jinju Mastery stacks. He's got it up, jumps onto the tree with a Primal Spring, closes the gap, couple more snaps. Will take it as Miracle does manage to clean up a double kill in return.
Nice retaliation kills. SVG slightly missed the cogs. He was trying to push the Naga back into the Ursa, but it ended up that GH just kind of ran to the south, not into the cogs, which meant that SVG's rotation didn't really... I mean, it did kind of tunnel the Naga a certain direction, which meant AUI could guarantee the kill, but it didn't really... it meant AUI took a lot of damage, got riptide under the tower, tanked the tower shot, so ultimately, all too much.
Careful, DD rune. Miracle bottom lane again though. MSS and 1437 bringing mind control down low. MSS having another Burrow Strike in a couple of seconds, but doesn't want to dive too deep. A Miracle back hiding off the map. You never know where he's going to be.
This is looking like a very well laid out laning stage by Team NP.
Going mid lane. Make a go here. Is the double damage rune enough? It looks like it should be with the Boundless Strike as well. One more touch will bring down Aoi, but Miracle, ooh, he does get it, but again, we're seeing these trades. 1437 comes in and will be able to punish Miracle in return.
Brave there, I want to say, but AUI does go down and trades his life, but gets the kill on the way out. Miracle base boots up already, hitting pretty decent timing on some of his levels and being very proactive, but Mage is kind of free farmed in the offlane. This is, I think, the probably the biggest positive of this MP laning step is that they've managed. I mean, you'd expect the Sand King to win his 1v1 against the Legion, melee and melee. The Ursa's done well mid against Naga without winning the lane, but anti-Mage with minimal help. Dazzle was definitely up there and Clockwork early on, but lately it's kind of just been him up there by himself, has managed to out-CS the Lifestealer and kind of keep himself towards the top. So really good laning stage for Eternal Envy. He's now going to fall back into the jungle with an Iron Talon, plus the Quelling Blade, going for the double jungle farming items. He's happier just to get what farm he can there.
Top lane Matuma Man, making it go on to 1437. Should be fine as he does still have the Grave. Will be able to buy himself the time to get back to safety behind that tier 1.
And I think similarly for Liquid side, they've decided it's time to send their carry into the jungle, farm faster there and farm in a kind of safer way. GH is going to be jungle farming, giving the mid lane to Miracle. Two benefits there. Your carry's farming somewhere safer, and you give the XP and farm in a different lane to a support, kind of, sort of pseudo support in the Monkey King who can make use of getting an early level 6.
And again, MSS, the harassment there with the Burrow Strike. Get the connection. For an opportunity to get a kill as they're bringing him back up, but at the same time, so is Liquid. They have Miracle back in the neighborhood, but the numbers advantage at the moment on the side of MP. Heroes ready to look for some sort of a play. Mind Control will be the target.
They know Miracle's down here too with their ward. Problem is, if Miracle hits level 6 for this fight, he's very close to breaking that XP gap, but he may not even need it.
Just going to open straight up with a Boundless Strike on the Jewel. There's nothing that MP could do quick enough to stop him. Mind Control gets the success. Now will be chased down, but Miracle's just hit 6 as well with that kill. Lays down the Wukong's command. The Illusion's bringing SVG down low. 1437 gets the Grave out in time though, and SVG will just be able to get himself back to safety.
Such a quick heads-up play from Miracle and Mind Control. MSS thinks he's safe. He knows he's got 3 heroes there. He's got a Dazzle, but Dazzle was over in the trees, and that level 1 Grave cast range is only 550, so unable to help his buddy out. There
we go.
Wonderful Ursa rune.
With the haste and such, they'll take it. At the same time, though, down on the bottom lane, MSS came back in, and with the help of 1437, they were able to punish Mind Control, who'd been left alone as Miracle had already headed over towards the mid.
A bit of a slip up by Mind Control. Lurking around to the tower when Sanking's respawned and TP'd in. Not something that really happened, but AUI, best rune you can find really as a nurse early on. Getting a haste rune, finds a free kill for himself, but the ward which scouted out the Coddle will be de-warded now. GH. 1600 gold. See how quickly a relic timing he can get. So far, so good for the Naga Siren.
So they're going to try and form a defense here in this middle lane. Matuma Man TPing across. They will keep the tower alive, and we'll be able to get that deny. Shutting down some of the potential money that MP were looking for with that group up, but this is space created essentially up top. You know, with Matuma coming down to the mid, Envy continues to get more and more space to continue to just have this solo lane farm as the anti-mage.
On par with Naga for net worth for the time being, and you can get a Battle Fury around when Naga is going to be looking at a Radiance. I mean, ideally before the Radiance, you're absolutely fantastic. Although given that he didn't have the free farm safe lane, did go for the other items, the treads, Full-Man Shield, Iron Talon. It won't be that incredibly fast, like 11, 12-minute Battle Fury this game.
Lane. Cool. Once again, teaming up with Mind Control.
Big stack here they want to farm. May get contested.
Wants a fight though. They're coming across with a smoke as well. They're going to try and do their best to get Liquid's hands off this. 40-37 there. There'll be the Boundless Strike from Miracle to hold back two of them. Jumps away. Aoi coming around with the cutoff, but he's going to see the bigger target as Mind Control's been spotted out by 40-37. Being chased down by 4 members of MP. Has got those phase boots, but here comes the TP across to block him off. Aoi cuts the gap. I'll be able to continue to chase. They need to get SVG in range though with a Battery Assault or MSS to hit the burrow, but he doesn't. Mind Control throws down the nuke, trying to move away with the movement speed. It's not going to happen. NP will finally take down the kill.
Quite the big chase. They did take that triple neutral stack on the side of Liquid, but don't really feel like that's... I mean, you are killing a core hero for NP, but considering the time investment, considering that Lifestealer and Naga were off farming and you also lost that stack, I don't really see it as a big win by any means. Poised to strike once again. On command.
About bit of a play, especially with Mind Control back in this bottom lane. Eyes on 40-37, but see, with the jumps between the trees and the creeps giving the vision in between, they know that he's there. The ping's out there from the Dazzle as 40-37 heads back to base. SVG himself hidden under the tower. Would certainly love to try and find that level 6. Still a little, it feels just a little under-leveled in comparison to where SVG would hope to be at this stage, as he is just still sitting at level 4. And in fact, he's in trouble as well as they close straight in with Mind Control. The cogs do help him survive for a little bit, making sure at least the dual damage won't go the way of Mind Control, but they do still manage to clean up the clock.
Yeah, kill nonetheless, and an objective to follow. With numbers down in the bottom lane, Liquid will get the tier 1 tower. Response from NP, not visible for now. They're very close to completing the Blink Dagger on AUI's Ursa. They ideally want to get that level 6 on Clockwork. They've bought or used the tomb yet. Dazzle's level 6.5. I wonder if he actually took it. I feel like the Clockwork's the key hero to get that tomb on. They buy it now. Dazzle buys it, and I'm pretty sure that's going to go the way of the Clockwork. His level 6 is
got to
the
get him
key timing right now. Yeah.
Especially what we've seen SVG be able to do with it in the past. Pull out some incredible plays. Miracle. The Lifestealer inside him.
Yeah, he's not spotted down here.
Safe there with that play. Miracle, interesting enough as well, worth noting, this is a Monkey King for that Monkey Midas gods.
Okay. It's just Midas, I feel, as a 4 or 5 position support is always a good item if you can get it at a reasonable time. By reasonable, I mean like by 20 minutes, even by 25 minutes, this item typically pays for itself in the long run. It just means you're not buying a 4-staff or something instead, which, yeah, there is a trade-off, but you will ultimately guarantee further late-game item progression. You're in a game with a Naga and Anti-Mage. You've got to expect a long game.
And with this play as well, you know, they reveal themselves down bottom, so MP knows it's safe for Roche. And without heading in, have the Arcane Rune as well to help just speed it up with the overpower spam.
Yep.
The easy Aegis there for MP. And see Liquid, they were trying to find this tier 2 in response, but only getting about a third of the damage done. So MP coming out on top there with that objective.
See what we can get done with this. They haven't got the Sanking Blink yet, but with a hook shot, Ursa Blink, I feel like that's more than enough to start to contest some of this Liquid greed. They're pushing very deep in this bottom lane, really getting the wave close to the tower, all while Naga farms. Like this is a push and a group up down bottom very much geared just to create space for Naga Siren. So MP.
SVG look to be in trouble. And he's got the battery, so it's not going to do a hell lot of good against that raged up Matumba man.
I feel like you either need to address the Naga farming or you need to fight Liquid at the bottom lane. Because right now this 4-1 Liquid split where the 4 heroes are kind of fighting and pushing bottom, creating space, and now they're kind
top
of big.
lane, the perfect jump. Envy, who has been having a pretty easy PvE game so far, suddenly gets met by the full force of Liquid in his face.
He was just at the Battle Fury Gold 2. Now 300 gold short of it. Rough time for him to die, and perhaps partly why he got a little bit too greedy pushing up deep there. And Legion Commander's Blink, I think, was the reveal. Hadn't been scouted yet by NP, so he wasn't expecting a Blink initiation to actually be able to catch him out.
So far, those things continue. GH still remaining at the top of that net worth. Absolutely getting the farm that he needs. There's just been no real contest for him over in his side of the map. He's just over 100 away from having that completed Radiance. Very, very respectable timing this game. And I mean, MP's lineup, as mentioned, the anti-mage, if he can keep on par MV, they do have a sense of a solution for a scaled late game Naga. But it just feels like it's never really the plan to let a Naga Siren have this good of a start.
Yep. And I think this is often one of the maybe issues that NP run into is they do play at a pretty slow pace. They've got themselves level 6 on Clockwork, they've got Blink Aegis on Ursa. This is typically where you would have smoked the second that happened. Like, you should be looking for fights, and it's been, what, roughly 2 minutes since they picked up Aegis, and it doesn't really feel like NP's made any aggressive moves. During the 2 minutes since they picked up Aegis, Liquid were pressuring bottom lane, they found a kill on the Clockwork, and they've been farming up their Naga Siren while they've been pressuring the lanes. I don't feel like NP are pressuring lanes, they're not really seeking out kills. They do so now, they've just smoked now, but it just feels like slow. It feels like, oh, we should have been, they're probably thinking in their heads like, oh, we should be smoking, we have Aegis Blink, but they should have immediately done this. It shouldn't have to have been like a solution to what's been going on here.
Let's see what they can find with it. The question is, who do they catch out? I mean, getting GH now would be very nice. He is still, as I said, that's a very small amount of gold away from the completed Radiance. Definitely a hard kill to find. Very deep on his own half of the map at the moment.
Two of the key base-creating playmakers so far for this game. Two of the main kill-involved players. Sanking doing very well in his lane against Legion, but Miracle being the more active one roaming around as per his role this game. Not most games, you don't really expect him in the 4, but showing some incredible versatility. This is one of those, I think this, teams like Liquid and games like this is really where a testament to where playing lots of pubs is a good thing, because you have players like Miracle who can just pick up a 4-position support. Because a lot of these guys, they're very high MMR, play tons of pubs, and you're not always playing mid. Miracle isn't playing mid 100% of his pub games, maybe 60, 70, 80%, but there are games where he ends up on a support where he gets some player on his team, like no one, let's say from VP, who's like, I'm playing mid, I'm going mid Shadow Fiend, and Miracle has to play support or has to play 4 position. So pubs give you this bit of extra flexibility.
Do you see that? We were waiting essentially for nothing there. But they called G, and then I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't see. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't matter nonetheless, as still having some issues on the side of Liquid.
V up top has TP'd into tricky spot. He's only a lead. Legion can't without Blade Mail, it's tricky to get this solo kill, but 2 points in Press the Attack, 2 in Moment of Courage. If you use a nuke and nuke first with the Press the Attack, it may be close. A borderline kill for the Legion Commander if Envy isn't aware of his presence. And you get the nuke on the full creep wave. Bottom lane, the hunt is on. Monkey King is the perfect hero to scout out smoke ganks and also escape them. Depending how on point Clockwork will be with his rocket flare and scouting and hookshot.
And you saw that Envy with the ping outs as well. He's indicating his team to be very careful about this high ground going past over the dire side just towards the side. Should be dangerous. See, the vision not too great for MP over Liquid's half of the map, but vice versa. It's pretty insane. Liquid have 3 deep wards. Very, very good idea of what's going on over MP side. And I've got to look at those sentry placements, God. I'm seeing a line of 3 sentries that just are outside of essentially the radius of that observer.
Is he admiring the platinum Roshan?
Is it Owie's? I think it's.
I believe so. Owie has one.
Owie has one.
MSS maybe has one too. I know they had a stack that won that event.
That did the event, yeah.
Yeah, got rare items. Monkey King. Oh, he's
hello! Miracle will take that one, they say, and a hook shot to the backside and a bring down. Owie.
I mean, in my head, like watching, like, oh, Monkey King, perfect hero, sits in the tree, scouts out the smoke, runs away. Well, he obviously doesn't know they're smoked. He doesn't see what we see, and was just thinking he could get himself some farm, and NP were ready to strike. I mean, on the plus, of course, it is that position 4, so you're essentially throwing your life away. Yeah, you're protecting others, even though inadvertently. Dazzle's there, though.
Top lane, the Grave, indeed. Can they get Owie out? I mean, Envy back safety, and indeed they can. Blink will be there. No sort of control from Liquid to follow through the duel. That is his Battle Fury done.
Yep.
So as good as the Radiance time is going to be for GH, the Battle Fury as well on Envy, 15 minutes in, absolutely perfect.
Yep. He's even got a Shrine to use in about 5 seconds time, so he'll probably stick around this top lane and jungle and maintain some little farm. Oh, no, he's going to blink away. Do that. And bottom lane, again, Liquid constantly pressuring the lanes. Even just Coddle alone has been very active down here. But
already the fun beginning with this Radiance Naga. We had the Illusion just whittling SVG down, and Miracle and Kuroki coming for the finish here. MSS will be there with a return with the Burrow Strike and the Epicenter. He'll be able to get himself a solo kill onto Miracle. And Owie looking forward, seeing if he can find more, but Kuroki's already out to safety into the trees and does have that TP scroll. So it's the 1-for-1 there between the 2 supports.
Yeah, both teams losing their full position, but and I guess you look at both teams, well, they're both creating space. Anti-Mage is getting his farming room on MP side, Naga getting his on the Dire side, so pretty even. And pretty much the same game plan for both teams, where you're looking to create space for that big late game carry. Ursa being the fighting carry that MP have, Lifesteal on the Liquid side. Very, very similar strategies from these two.
Well, the Lifesteal inside mind control, Matuma Man. To see if they can try and make a play. Top lane. He will reveal himself, but once again, 1437 is prepared. Sat there behind him. 3 points in the grave, so has that fantastic range now to be able to save Envy from a distance. Be just keeping it safe, not looking to push that wave out any further than the top left corner. Make sure that he doesn't get caught out by this potential dual infest combination.
At this point, Liquid may not be as proactive in trying to find those picks now that they've seen what happens, like with the Grave backup.
Oh, bottom lane here, a perfect pick for MP as GH comes out a little bit too far with the Naga. Right down on the bottom half. He did have he had mind control of Matuma Man and Kuroki on the way, but MP were just able to jump in quick enough. Miracle trying to get the Wukong's command out, but the Battery Assault just cancelling the cast animation as MP pick a second. Down bottom, they're not done yet. Owie looking for the rundown onto mind control, and Envy with the ultimate will take it. Matuma Man goes for the raised TP out, but Liquid, they've already lost 3, and case for more. Kuroki looking to be a little too speedy there with the Tranquil boost. Will get himself out to safety. Liquid come down and deep onto MP's half of the map, and they get heavily punished with 3 deaths.
And that's what MP need. Just they need to be the ones being proactive, going out, finding the kills, and setting themselves up. And I think Liquid themselves, as mentioned, like they can't quite be as proactive themselves. Anytime they're going for these AM kills, the Grave saves have been there, so they've got to kind of play around the fact that Legion Commander can't as easily find pickups due to the defensive capabilities of NP's lineup. But problem is, when you're not showing yourselves, when you're not making moves, you're just letting MP control the tempo. And MP with a nice rotation. Find the Naga, bring GH down, and set GH back a little bit. Envy overtakes him and is now a full 1,000 net worth ahead.
I mean, how are we going to see, on a mathematical sense, who wins the farm war? This Naga Siren with the Radiance or the Anti-Mage with the Battle Fury?
It's not slightly Naga favored. You can farm 3 lanes, you've got illusions, at least later on. Like,
yeah, okay.
The more items you get, the more Naga wins it. AM, he's really fast at farming, like with the Battle Fury timing. And if you really want to speed it up, you go Vlad's, but I don't think you want to necessarily look at, you want to look at what your 6 slotted items are, so we'll go for them. But Naga, like with Manta, Radiance, Octarine, is king of farming. No one matches the 6 slotted, not even 6 slotted, that's like 3-4 slotted Naga Siren. But I don't think for Anti-Mage it's about when you hit your peaks in strength. So when you get your Manta Abyssal and you can kill almost any hero on the map. You blink in Abyssal with your Manta, you can kill a Naga, you can kill a Life Stealer. If you burn enough mana and set that mana void, you're incredibly powerful. So that's something where Naga is not really looking to fight with her farm. She's looking to split push, keep lanes out, and use the lane equilibrium for like strategic benefit, where it can set up kills with the infest ganks. Whereas Anti-Mage is looking to use his farm just to straight up fight.
Absolutely, and Liquid do need to make these infest ganks work. You can see already on the net worth, but Tumberman's starting to fall slightly behind in comparison to the other cores in this game. Really need Mind Control and Kuroki to be able to get the initiation to make something happen, but MP, they've got 4 grouped up towards the top. In fact, the full 5. They're keeping themselves very much around Envy. Yeah, Liquid with this movement again. Saw them get a very big kind of kickoff with the first Blink duel. Ever since, it's been quite hard for Mind Control to find an actual opening and chance in MP's lineup to get that pickoff.
It's like Liquid are just going to fall back and play. I mean, they've been playing a greedy farm in orange.
Ooh, okay, they managed to get the jump in immediately onto the back, and they do. They get the dazzle. Great way to start the fight. Mind Control heads back. Miracle from the tree line throws down the Wukong's command. They've taken down Ari as well. This is exactly what Liquid were waiting for. This sort of an engagement where they can get the great way to start it and the fantastic way to continue for even more. GH with the song, trying to set up and allow Matumberman to get in close, but MSS actually with a very nice burrow strike. Looked like he went down to the bottom, but he came back up to the top, and that fooled the whole of Liquid. They were down to the bottom of the cliff searching. And MSS, again, up to the high ground. Can they catch him this time, Liquid? They're searching. MSS will try for the TP out. He's not going to make it, though. The damage of Miracle with the Jinju Mastery is much too much. And Liquid will end up getting that 3rd kill.
On top of him, constantly, wherever he tried to juke to, Miracle was 1 step ahead and chased him down. Ward vision playing the big part there. It's de-warded now, but that ward on that cliff behind the tier 2 bottom tower was what set up the pick on the Dazzle. They completely ignore the Ursa they run into. They know Julie, anyone other than Dazzle, is going to lead to a grave save. That Ursa can, or Anti-Mage can then blink out after the grave save, and the fight gets, the gank is wasted and it gets turned around on you. So they find the Dazzle, and once Dazzle's dead, Ursa becomes a much more feasible kill to take.
They're searching for Envy though, but he will blink himself right to the corner. They do ping, they know the rough area. Miracle hopping across, a little too late as Envy very, very quickly gets himself out.
Still ahead of the Naga for now. Likely remain the case, barring some deaths on him or kills going Naga's way for at least a little bit longer. But Coddle really enables this Naga to just deal with split push, go back and farm, and then also get pulled into fight. Very frustrating combo to try and deal with.
Liquid get themselves the tier 1 on the top lane. Tier 1's taken by themselves. Still yet to take the bottom tier 1. Roshan very soon to be back up. P, of course, will certainly want to go for it, but now it is going to get scarier. Liquid have a lot of ways to fight around that pit with the Song and Siren and such.
It's like they're not going to try and defend towers MP. They don't like the position they're in. The Dire vision is really good, whereas Radiant have no vision around the top area of the map. And that was the key last time for Liquid. You come in to try and contest this Dire Ward is very likely to scout the Dazzle, and anytime Dazzle is not in fog, he's getting jumped, he's going down very early on in the fight. Mass TPs. They could Song to set this one up.
Oi. DD. A little bit of a threat if things don't go according to plan for Liquid in terms of the jump in.
Burned all his mana though.
On the front lines, he'll spot 1437. That's who you want to find first. Who's going to try and TP out the Boundless Strike will have something to say about that. So Liquid get 1. Another dual win as well for Mind Control.
Set up Roche though. AUI TP's in with a double damage going to wear off. He's got Deso scattered out, so instantly into the Roche pit. And problem is Liquid just old mass TP bottom, so I don't think they get there in time.
Well, they've got to take the long walk.
Roche dies too fast to an Ursa. Sand King's going to come in and tank it to try and prevent AUI from getting bashed. This is a nice little efficiency play. A single bash could stop
Roche. Going as quick as they can, but yeah, the Ursa's too much damage with the Deso and such. And they also get out of range, yeah. They will almost certainly lose SVG, who's been left for dead. But the rest are out. They get that Aegis, they get that Roche, and essentially losing SVG and 1437 for the Roche and the Aegis, it's worth it, I feel.
Yeah, it's okay. You're losing supporting casts. Your key heroes are staying alive. They're getting key items. They're getting an Aegis, and every little bit of time management there paid off because yeah, the Naga pre-slept before they got to the pit to try and sleep them in the Roche. And if Sand King doesn't get in there, burrow in to tank Roche hits, all it would have taken was perhaps one Roche bash, and Ursa's Roche would have been delayed enough that sleep would have caught them there.
Oh, hello.
Another pick off.
Poor old Dazzy D.
That dire ward.
But this time Envy actually finding stuff in return. He's just blown up mind control. Will jump forward to look for Matumba Man, but he's inside Karti. And Karti will be the taxi service
He's
back.
auto-denying though.
There we go, trying to bring it back.
The Naga illusion will perhaps come and save the day a bit.
Can they kill this life stealer? Bring him more in, he'll get himself out and run away. And ooh, hook shot, just going to be off the mark there. It's a hard one to hit with Kuro forcing Matumba Man to safety.
With the Midas pickup has already gotten level 14. He's gotten pieces, most of his Basher completed. So this will just guarantee some good late game item progression. Well, on a game, it's normally very hard to maintain any level of farm when you've got a Naga on your team because Naga isn't about just your opponents not having fun. So often it's the Naga's teammates, supports particularly, who don't get to have much fun. But that's why you go Midas in these games. And Miracle will at least make sure he can get up to his Basher and perhaps a bit more. Coddle not getting all too much in the way of farm, but has picked up a point booster. Worked towards the Ag Scepter, has the 4-staff already. Just the one nice defensive item against the Clockwork, even against the Ursa for kiting capabilities.
And Envy is going to be even harder to catch with that Linken's. I mean, in terms of AoE control, it's pretty much the boundless strike and maybe some bashes. Other than that, they've got to make sure that they can somehow proc it, follow through. So Envy, very slippery indeed. SVG a little less so. Quick jump in, they'll get it, but Envy wants to try and find something in return. Jumps forward, will be there. Epicenter was coming through as they try and get MSS in some sort of a position, but with the song still up and the TP straight up for GH, get the rest of them out of there. It looks like Liquid will get away, just getting themselves a free duel kill, not losing anyone in return.
Yeah, they're just kind of playing for the late game. Get a pick off and then get the hell out. Don't take the team fight. Even with Epicenter wasted, Liquid still did not want a team fight there. They haven't really got a team fight lineup. None of their heroes really that suited for it.
Envy's on the search for the monkey.
Okay.
A bit of an unfortunate
MSS
pause
is
there.
Nearby. He's got a Blink Burrow, but they've got to find the monkey first.
They've got that Battle Fury, can chop down the trees if Envy finds where it is. Yeah, he should have seen him come across that gap down below where Miracle is at the moment. But it looks like he's heading up the stairs. So
there.
maybe like anticipating where he's going to jump to, but Miracle seeing Envy.
He's mid-jump too, so he's just about to jump somewhere new, probably to like the northwest. The direction
Yeah,
he's
I mean, if Envy
facing.
gets up there, he may see them at the end of the Monkey King landing into the tree.
He could blink Battle
Blink and
Fury,
Battle Fury.
if he guesses right on the tree. So it's often hard to tell exactly which tree, but yeah, well, he does. Even MSS may
have a
just
look.
blink Burrow.
Go, they will see him. The boundless strike there from Miracle, very nicely done, holds Envy back, and that will actually allow Miracle to get back to safety as he heads up into the north, TP's out.
It's not even a miracle. I can't believe like how short those flying, how fast this hero flies on the map with his 1.4 second free damage. Crazy.
Ooh. SS tries for the burrow. Go just out and a little off the mark. Timing. Go. 13 to 16, 27 minutes in. Again, this kind of farm war between the anti-mage, Naga, Siren, very even as well. You know, you look towards Matumba and Aoi. They're pretty much on the same page. It's all feeling very even at the moment in terms of value and net worth. But, I mean, would you feel that there's a team that's a little happy with the situation? As we can see, the edge mathematically is Liquid.
And
does that mean they're leading?
I'd say so. It feels like they have a bit more late game power, and they're going to transition better, mostly because of the Monkey King. And that most of the net worth different. You talk about how Anti-Mage and Naga, even Ursa and Lifesteal different. The difference is between the 4-position Clock and the 4 Monkey King. Monkey King has Midas Basher, Clockwork, 4K net worth has nothing. It's got an urn. So that's where the farm discrepancy is. And later this game goes, Monkey King is going to be very good at controlling Ursa team fights with his ultimate, so I can definitely see Miracle transitioning well, even controlling the anti-mage as well. If you get like some bashes off in the Wukong's command, if anti-mage blinks in aggressively, you drop your Wukongs, and him and his Manta Illusions may get beaten down pretty damn fast. So definitely it feels like a good game for Monkey King himself.
P, once again, the smoke plate. What they can get here. They know that this high ground's safe with the ward already down, but to find any members of Liquid as they're all up towards the top, and they've actually got their eyes on Envy. Mind control wanting to make a play, but of course they need to break that Lincoln's. It's quite a slippery little hero with that Manta.
Aware of what's going on.
Sphere. Yeah, it's a hard catch. They've got 4 heroes scanning the area, searching for him. But Envy again just gets out towards the top, TPs away. As we're seeing, it's just very hard for Liquid now to catch this anti-mage.
That Legion Commander duel they've been relying on, no longer an option with the anti-mage Lincolns. And still in the neighborhood around this Monkey King.
They were searching for him. We saw that hook shot just missed Miracle by the skin of his teeth.
Rocket flare, but it's caught vision.
With his build as well, has the MKB complete, so that Radiant's miss chance going to mean a whole lot less than 29 minutes in the game. Envy is certainly going to be packing a punch in these fights as well. He has the chance to get his hands on Liquid, and look at his lineup with the Clockwork and the Sand King MSS. They certainly have a lot of control and lockdown to allow Envy to get the opportunity to get the damage done.
There's the Octarine, so Naga kind of at the peak of her farming capabilities now. Will be towards the damage, team fighting items, the fuels, butterflies, these kind of things now to match up against anti-mage and Ursa. Their next move is going to be, they get a Shadow Blade on Sand King. Again, this is the kind of item, like he's playing the main catch. It feels like Clockwork, with his items and the vision control right now, isn't able to too easily find hook shots. So just being able to Shadow Blade around the map to try and find some pickoffs is a nice way to approach this game. But a lot of sentries you're walking through. Be careful of.
Mid.
Miracle here.
Yeah, even with MSS moving around the tree
did
line,
you
it
see
looks
that
like
one?
yeah, the pings are coming out. They know he's jumping around here. The rocket flare will just be off point. In fact, he's out to the south, and the wraparound's coming in for Liquid. There's the jump immediately, taking out the Ursa. And now with the Song, just assessing the situation, looking to try and control MP, but he's quick with the blink. Will get himself back out to safety.
Another epicenter used.
Yeah, whiffed as well, as he couldn't quite get in around that Song. MSS will be down an ultimate.
Gage will TP out, but the recall is there for the pullback. So
look at this push coming in. Matu with Deso doing work. There's the jump in though. MP trying to man up against the Lifestealer, has to back away. The fortification MP trying to hold Liquid back. There's hook shot from SVG. Man getting forced out, saved by Kuroki. If he really wants to try and get himself stuck in for this fight here. He's been rooted up, turns now towards Lifestealer, who's been stunned by MSS, but there's the heal coming through from the Legion Commander, Matuma. Just a bit too big old and scary with that rage. They've nearly got the Ursa back. Tier 3 falls. Liquid need to be successful with this siege push that they're able to bring together 31 minutes into the game. We'll see how adamant they're going to be in sticking around here. The racks are exposed. They start to send the illusions in. MP will have that full 5-man, but no epicenter. Looks like, though, with Ursa coming back up, Liquid will back away. Roshan's going to be back up soon, and maybe they'll look to try and take that before MP get their hands on it for a 3rd time.
Liquid's draft is just incredibly disruptive. They can get pickoffs so fast now that Dazzle actually couldn't react with a Grave with how fast they blew up the Ursa. The Lifestealer and Legion have enough critical damage output that heroes die incredibly fast, so that Dazzle can't react. And then there's stuff like the Song just to prevent any counter initiation, the Radiance Illusion stopping a Sand King blink. Very difficult for NP to approach team fights. That's before even mentioning anything of what Monkey King is bringing to the table with his chaotic spells and fights. So, mentioned Roche going Liquid's way. They are going to start working on an attempt at, but MP will give this one up without a fight.
They've got the ultimate backup as well for Sand King. Hook shots there as well for SVG Salau to try and get that initiation, but at the same time, GH is pressuring in these lanes. Tightening for MP.
This is where it's like two terrible decisions. You either give up a Rax or you give up Roche.
MP just goes ball. He jumps straight up to the high ground. The Song will be there from GH. He does have his team behind him who are trying to make their way around from the sidelines. SVG in with a hook shot. Cogs to block Liquid away. Will force Liquid away from this. They know that the Song's down. They do anything with that knowledge. They're jumping forward, looking for GH. Doctoring Radiance Heal though, and he's juking it around the tree line. MSS comes in with a stun onto Miracle. MV jumps forward as well, but Miracle's going to be allowed to get away. Matuma trying to focus the anti-mage, doesn't quite have the damage to bring him down, but they've already taken down 2. MSS in the middle of the sandstorm, but they have the vision. He tries to get himself away with the Burrow Strike over. He'll make it for the time being, but Miracle just reaching over the cliff there with his staff takes down a 3rd. Gem hits the deck. the end of the day, MP just can't get what they were desperately hoping for. Bottom lane, GH cleaning up the melee racks. Aoi will jump forward, but GH sings the song of his people. The boosted travel is still on cooldown. He will get recalled out. The power there, the Cotton Lager combination, as they get the racks, they get out, they won the team fight, they take Roshan. They'll be getting Cheese and Aegis out of this as well, Godson.
Mobility. Naga like split pushes bottom, forces pressure on the lane of racks, and gets recalled into a fight. So disruptive with the song. They were chasing Naga around with the song on cooldown. It looked a bit dicey for GH for a little while. If he got bashed up by the Ursa or locked in place so that if AM and Ursa got on top of that Naga when she didn't have song, it could have been a lost team fight there, but she managed to just use her elusiveness, the Manta style, I believe, getting out of some of the slows as well to get away, and with that, they waste a lot of time chasing a Naga that they don't end up killing, and while that's going on, Dazzle's dying, Clockwork's dying. The supports on NP are very under-farmed compared to Liquid right now, and that's where you notice the biggest difference in these fights. They just melt to absolutely anything. Dazzle wants to be graving cores getting jeweled, but often Dazzle will just have to find himself graving himself because of how squishy he is.
Pressure is getting massively amped up now that Liquid have this Aegis and Cheese. You know, they're straight in position on this top lane. NP really need a fantastic team fight. They need some sort of huge opening to be able to turn this around. NP will jump forward and be jumped to the I guess the bash and Lifestealer starting to melt quickly. Has the Cheese and the Aegis though. Is he going to be forced to use it yet? Gets himself out with the armlet tog. Rage, but looks like actually the rocket flare was able to snipe him whilst he was toggling. So they will at least pop the Aegis there, NP.
Nice free Aegis claim. Take those. Matu will be back on the high ground though, still with Cheese.
SS just trying to hold back the wave, but it won't hold back Matu. Raged up, bringing the tower down. Very, very low. With on the anti-mage, not too unhappy with the pressure in lanes, as he will continue to be able to clean up and get that farm as he's picked up the butterfly on top of the MKB, now complete as well. Very, very big indeed. The illusions being sent across towards that top lane though, and again the range racks being pushed down on the bottom. GH is able to claim the top tower. Second set of racks exposed.
Three-prong push. There's illusions going in mid.
So much pressure.
Top. Illusions bottom. Real Naga mid. You can't even go in the Naga. He's going to sleep while Matu goes for the top rack.
Oh my goodness, yeah, locking NP in place while all they can do is watch. Now they'll jump in, immediately bringing Matu down low, but he's into the creep. He's going to be fine. MSS building up the epicenter, and they'll take mind control.
Okay,
Matu rides his way out on the creep wave. He'll be all right. But yeah, bringing down the Legion may put a stop to what Liquid are doing, but this illusion spam consistently coming in, picking away at the range racks, bringing them down and down and down.
It was the right idea, going for that sleep, that song racks play, but they just weren't fast enough. That if both Legion and Lifestealer were instantly on the racks, like if Mind Control blinks in and hits with the Lifestealer, they get the melee racks, but felt like there was a moment of hesitation where it was like, oh, GH just did something really good, let's get in there, whereas it should have been like coordinated where he sleeps as they're running in. Either way, situation still looks pretty good for Liquid. They lose a Legion commander. They have lost the Aegis and all, but they're still keeping all the lanes pushed in. This is just one of those classic Naga games. You're NP, you can't leave your base. You've got to constantly just play Illusion Hunter right now, and anytime you try and push out one lane, another lane pops up. It's whack-a-mole. You solve one problem, two more pop up.
Keep the light with the Ags complete as well now. Big items coming out for the side of Liquid. To those objectives they've been able to take. Kuroki is out on his own. SS not spotting him out yet, of course. The rocket flare will actually clip him there. So now MSS knows this is a chance to go, but again, a little bit off the mark there with the Burrow Strike. Kuroki is going to be able to walk away. In fact, MSS himself needs to be a bit careful. All right, Envy comes in, clears the way out. Make sure that there's no Naga Siren for this altercation. He'll continue to chase Kuroki, who's now recalled Miracle in. Miracle with the Silver Edge. Could be there to help try and turn, but already Envy's just ripped apart this Keeper of the Light. The gem hits the deck. MSS comes forward trying to take it, but Miracle was able to grab it just in time. And they may have lost the Keeper of the Light, but they won't lose the gem.
Salvage there. Coddle respawning pretty fast with that respawn talent too.
Oh man, and just look at GH. Meanwhile, he's just pushing them. He's just taking a tier 3.
And he's getting top range racks slowly. Whatever bit of damage you do here is going to be permanent damage. So he'll focus the range racks before the melees, knowing that his team aren't going for a full efforted push right now. Just slowly whittling away. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Absolutely. How do you deal with this if you're MP? The Naga to Iron, GH, we saw him before have a brilliant game. This game, a little bit closer. I mean, we can see him and Envy on par, but just the amount that he can do, it just seems so much more. He's having so much more effect on this game.
Got a Shadow Blade out, find some picks, like Sanking. That's been MSS's role. He's got a very tough ass. Like, this game really comes down to him and his ability to find pickoffs. He's got to do so much for this game to work for MP, and Liquid, more than anything, have done a really good job of just responding to that Sanking and his aggressive moves. The Coddle with the Gem and Ag's Vision has kind of been a pseudo counter to that Sanking Shadow Blade, and AUI on the Ursa just doesn't have like the same mobility. He's got a Blink Dagger, but he can't Shadow Blade around. He can't really always be with the Sanking.
Bottom lane, Miracle. That's been found out. Yeah, Envy coming in, trying to help MSS out here, but with the song, he could be in trouble. Your hookshot's going to miss. SVG now as well could be in a bit of a bad spot. Envy tries to get himself out, will blink away. The cogs are out down. They've surrounded GH. MSS trying to build up the epicenter, but the net's there to cancel. The GH turns towards SVG as well, won't get the clock kill. But meanwhile, mid lane, the racks are down. Liquid,
Megas.
they've got Megas.
Yeah. That was the solution they came up with. Boots to travel level 2 on Anti-Mage, TP in on the Sanking.
That burst, it just disappeared. That was less of a bear, more of a Winnie the Pooh. He got absolutely shredded. And NP, they'll try their best. And oh my, what the fudge? Envy!
Okay.
That, I don't think I've seen a bigger mana void in my life. He just, I'm sure we got a replay on that. We must do. 8.6k, he did more damage with that one spell than his MMR. That was insane. Wow. Can we see that again and again and again? Who did he hit?
Watch that for the rest
So he's going on GH.
Probably GH.
It must be. He's got such a massive mana pool. Oh. No, okay. Oh. Just, and again.
Yeah.
Oh, here we. Oh.
Oh.
And again. Oh. Oh. Just. What the hell?
You couldn't have asked for a better birthday present.
No, that was.
Showed up. He's going to rape you. There we go.
Oh,
We've got him on.
what the? Oh, and look at this.
Jackie
Envy's in. Time
He's
to
gonna
throw.
win. Oh, the black
oh my
no.
God. I didn't mean it, Jackie. I didn't mean the time to throw. Seriously. Come on, Jackie.
He hasn't got travel.
SVG's recovered the rapier.
He's got brown boots.
He's got to get himself out of here. He's losing mana.
Force him. Do something.
Help me. I'm a clock with a rapier.
Oh, no.
Get out of this. And Miracle. Oh, he wants that rapier.
Here comes Envy. No, you can pass it to Envy. Envy's got it again.
Here we go. Envy's got it again. We're good. Okay, so Cottle's brought back. Mind control down for 50 seconds. Does have buyback available. Meanwhile, in the base, they're losing tier 4s though. Bit of a pressure being put on it. Envy jumps in, gets the bash. They've got the burrow strikes as well. GH can't get the song for time. He's forced back. Now he's got the song. They've got the setup. Miracle. He's going to look to show off the power of the Monkey King against the Wukong Saman. Looks to line it up for the perfect 3-man battle strike, and he gets it. The clock's down. Envy pops the Manta, but he's getting bashed up. Can he get out in time? He blinks out of the Wukong Saman to the north, but the towers take him down. The rapier hits the deck. GG well played is called. The game is over.
Never before have I seen such like a classic Envy game.
I mean, it was quite a calm, relaxing game, a bit of farm, and then at the end, just a casual ultra kill mana void into a rapier pickup, and then a losing the rapier to a blade mailed Legion commander.
Liquid look way too like blasé about that.
Yeah,
that game,
I mean, GH is having a bit of a smile. He's like, oh. And Matsu's got his eyes wide open, like, what? But MicroCharlie, of course, cool as ever, just like...
Yeah, he made the clutch duel on with the blade, blade mail.
MicroCharlie's like, yeah, that's right, mate, you try and take me on once I've got my blade mail.
That was quite the ending to an Anti-Mage Naga game, you know. I'm glad we got that exclamation mark to finish the group stages with.
Question mark.
That's it?
Yeah, see?
All right, so we can't click off it. Burning's got nothing he's going to trigger, which we won't see an animation for. So yeah, let's stay on EE.
I think it's the most interesting part about this early game.
And EE's actually having real difficulty lasting underneath that tower.
So he's up. One last hit.
Compared to the last series, they seem to have like 1/3 of the CS of before. Toggle on, toggle off. He's actually toggling it at the same time to mess with Burning's last hits.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
that's what the Basilius special.
But it's so much work.
Who's gonna get that range? The range Burning wants it.
Envy wants it. Deny. No, he can't do that.
I thought there was a next level play going on there, but that was not.
You thought he was gonna pull out of the attack?
Sometimes you can trick people. You can like have your projectile fly towards that creep, but actually like you're in line with something else, so you actually fly past it. But Burning is owning it.
Envy's taking so much damage. He's got a short range raise, but if you can buy the time, one more attack. Burning, don't dive that. Envy already salving up and Burning on the run, copping 3 hits from the tower. But he knew if he could keep it up for another 2 seconds, he would get the last raise on Envy. But 2 seconds was too long.
Burning does not have anywhere regen. I see the chicken moving. Gonna be a long time until he gets this.
But they're both coming out.
Envy is not gonna try and cancel the clarity, or is he? Oh, got it.
Yeah, that's the way to challenge PGL. I want 2 courier cams now. Just to watch them maneuvering.
So, salve and clarity for Envy. He's gone through like 1/10 of his quick buy. Actually, he's gone through like half his quick buy.
Meanwhile, Burning is getting something new. Boots will be his next item of choice.
Envy has a lot more gold right now. 300 versus 74.
Efficiency. More net worth on it. Even though the CS is the same, like...
I want a 50-50 Envy play right here.
What's the 50?
I'm not sure, but he can make it happen.
What? Okay. The low percentage or the half percentage. I could die, I could win.
He can share a tango with himself and then drop it. I don't think you can. And then bait Burning in.
What? You make it okay. Well, the first raise misses.
Whoa! Burning trying to trade downhill. He has the creep wave with him.
Maybe that's the play.
Now they're both out of regen though. So nothing exciting is going to happen for a few minutes.
Burning can at least get a couple of hits into the town, but he's backing up just to get to his courier instead.
A lot of clarities, a lot of salves.
Burn the consumables. Hey, at least they changed it up, right? So now it's a lot harder to have your clarity or your salve cancelled in a 1v1.
So how is Shadow Fiend? Burning's level 5, and Envy is not level 5 yet.
The range dominance.
Yeah, so even though the creep score looks like it's in favor of Envy, Burning's actually ahead in terms of experience. Level 5 raise versus level 3 raise is a big difference.
I actually wonder how many of those 5 denies were range creeps. Okay, well, Burning is just buying salves now. Okay, he's still putting the boots into his quick buy menu.
You can do it when you get a lull in the action and you don't need constant salves, but as is happening right now. Trading clarities.
Hey, Envy's keeping him off the wave. That raise already made Burning back up and miss 4 last hits. And then, well, Envy commits more of the raises. Burning. He's got 2 stick charges up his sleeve.
He's committed for the stick. The economic investment is huge.
That is such a fogged reaction.
It is. Because you're gonna... It's upsetting the balance of the salve to clarity ratio. We sound like such a...
Well, you sound like a nerd. I'm fine saying big guy hits little thing. That's CS mid lane. Welcome to 4K.
Envy also doesn't have the Arcana. Tisk. Shame on you.
He's got the arm pads, bro. That's all you're in. He doesn't skip arm day, Envy.
CS-wise, Envy is pulling pretty far ahead. Soul-wise, he's only 1 soul ahead, so not the biggest. But with the stick investment...
With the stick investment, Burning is so much more efficient. That's what you're going for, right?
Sticks are really important in this.
He was watching before. He understood how Miracle really won the game.
Yeah, a 95 mana raise turns in, or 90 mana raise turns into 75. Trading raise on raise. It's very common in the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, you trade the C raise. I guess it's the. But when you talk about Shadow Fiend, it's usually the legacy. You almost always say ZXC, or I guess QW.
He's so old school, Ben.
This is the old school matchup, man. This is the oldest.
Well, this is the way it was always settled.
I saw Viper on Viper. That's way worse.
Oh, Viper. What?
The Viper on Viper, it was back then. It was if you made one small mistake, you die just because of the poison.
The best matchup is Lina versus Lina. That is the actually best matchup because the second you're at level 6, you're gonna get kills. You don't have like these long, drawn out style of things. It's all about like Laguna pop. That's what it's about.
That would just be mass dragon slaving. No one's invested in the raindrops.
Oh, you're not allowed to. They're banned in 1v1s.
Okay,
yep.
yeah, they're actually less efficient for health than Tangos and Salves anyway. So if you want to maximize your best option. So Shadow Fiend also, Envy also has a stick.
I want you to see like just the other item apart from just the ring that sets these two players apart because you're going to have the ones. Both of them know this. Obviously, it's only the stick for burning. He hasn't got anything else. Yep.
Imagine how much mana regeneration he's gotten out of his Ring of Basilius over these 7.5 minutes. God.
You want to crunch the numbers?
What, 60 seconds times 0.65? So 39, almost 8 minutes. Almost 300 mana. That's pretty decent.
Oh, you actually crunched the numbers.
That's in terms of clarity value, it's like 1.5 clarity. So yeah, that's like 1.5 creeps.
Clarity that doesn't cancel, and you can mess with Burning's last hits.
Yeah.
Even
armor.
Envy through the tree line. He doesn't get close enough.
He needs to hit
for the mid-range raise. He was already looking at the long one, but Burning, it's Envy walking into it. Burning will take him, and Envy taps out.
Wow.
I had the high ground.
That was a 50-50 play. Envy was like, I thought he was going to hit some blind. He's either going to double blind raise him, or he's going to get double raise without doing anything.
Burning was so scared he was guaranteed to run away from that, but obviously not so guaranteed.
I'm pretty happy that Envy's 1v1 ended like that.
Just really abruptly.
It was either a double blind raise for the kill, or he gets double raise without doing anything.
But he was so close, he could have done the blind raise anyway, right?
That was great. Thanks, Envy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Envy. You definitely delivered to all your fans. So let's get... as someone who knows mid. What would Blitz do in this situation?
I don't know. Does he push out of me?
Prepare for battle.
I don't. Yeah, it's like stone cold. Like you. I don't know. Maybe he does play something other than Storm Spirit.
So the color drafting has changed. It was blue versus pink. Now it's teal versus gray. All these 1v1 midders have their own specific colors that they like. Mine's purple. I like purple and dark green. Those are my two. What about you?
I like red.
Red's not a color.
It covers up the blood I die with.
You can't pick red.
I want red. Why can't I pick red? Why do you put limitations on me?
Because red and green are radiant and dire. You have to pick blue, teal, purple, yellow, orange.
I don't accept your limitations.
Well, he's teal. So.
30 seconds.
All right.
You can't select that butterfly, no matter how hard you try. Okay, let's see the build.
Wait, you're going to be able to do that. Maybe that's something which Valve have to look into. Interactive environmentals where you can raise down butterflies. And that's now going to be the new mini game coming up, which will be how many butterflies can you raise?
We have one Arcana versus non-Arcana. Statistics say that Arcana has won every single map thus far.
Stats lie.
SCC, I know, I'm out of the 3. I think Arcana has won every single one.
Yeah, I think something else is kind of won.
It might be rigged.
Are you sitting there with maybe like $50 just like riding on him? That's why Slacks is going for the wrong person every single time, because he knows he's always going to be wrong, so he bets on the other guy.
SCCC with a way better block. Blink has changed his item slots to different item slots, whereas SCCC stuck with a default 3. Wow.
That's very top heavy. Very top heavy. See, Blink leans to the right. And when you lean to the right, how can you be left?
Well, he lost his range creep, and he's taking a lot of harass. SEC is destroying him right now.
Yeah, this is not good. Blink has a horrendous position. He's copped so many physical hits from SC. Wait, is this actually rigged? SC only needs to hit him maybe 2-3 more times. And he just got level 2. The raises are up. Blink, run.
Oh, he didn't get the XP from the range creep. Yikes. Oh, I thought he was going to pop it with this raise, but he didn't. And the range creep is going into deny range. Oh no, this is a disaster. Blink, you need to get this range creep.
SC's not denying it. He had more than an opportunity to deny it, but I think SC once the creep's with him, he's ready to pump the damage out into Blink, and Blink is taking it. Like, maybe he just likes pain.
I think it's a draft issue.
Obviously. Why didn't they draft like the 80% win rate hero of DAC so far? Where is the leaner?
Okay, he recovered actually with that. He's getting all 3 creeps here. So 8 last hits to 7.
And he gets the body block at the start so he can reset the equilibrium of the lane.
Yeah, Blink's playing for the late game, dude.
Yeah. It's a false sense of security. Like, if Shadow Fiend could have a crocodile skin right now, it'd be shedding tears.
I don't get that.
You don't know
I'll
the crocodile?
go with that.
Crocodile tears?
Crocodile tears? Is that something special in Australia?
It's... Sorry, have I got to say alligator? Alligator tears?
I believe,
is that what you need?
I believe they are slightly different to me.
They are different. I know.
Are Australian tears the same as tears elsewhere? Oh my god.
No, our tears our tears actually rise, while obviously everyone in the northern hemisphere, their tears drop.
So he's 1 raise away from dying. SCCC does have his C raise cooldown. Is he going to be able to get CS at the tower? Or is he just going to play it safe and salve up?
He's got salve and just drag the creep wave back. Oh, okay, well, attack the other wrong one, and that gets denied. Gets the range creep, that's fine. Mid lane 1. It's like a bounty rune.
Oh, when did SCCC sneak that Obs ward?
Just during that last push.
Well, he's not going to get EE'd.
He's going to miss that raise, however. But he still gets the creep.
Blink has had maybe like 10 right clicks on SCC's. The SCC's probably had like 22.
Just look at the focus though. Like SCC's looking everywhere. He looks so wide. While Blink, I haven't seen him blink.
Blink doesn't crush his lane that often though. From the Wings games that I've seen, he does very well in the mid game, but early game mechanical. Very rarely will you see him get solo kills. But that's okay. That's what salves are for.
Yep. That's what supports are for. Wait, they're not allowed.
He denied the range creep.
SC is really being a pain in the butt. But Blink gets a small advantage here. Keep his creep wave back behind the tower. Only downside is he's still missing out on so much CS. 20 to 10 against the... he now missed 13 for 3.
Uh-oh, level 4 versus almost level 5. That's really bad. Getting from bad to worse. What? Blink? How's he going to come back through the mid game?
I don't know, man.
Maybe the smoke wraparound? That network's ugly.
See, the real secret here is the fact that SC actually plays for Team Australia. He's gotten all the secrets from KP.
Your boy KP's not here.
What?
Can't root for them. He's not in the 1v1.
No, it's a team effort. They all came together to develop the strategies that is now allowing SC to be ahead of Blink.
His net worth just dropped by 200.
Yep.
he's also had to use 2 fairy fires.
Oh boy, the raises may not matter about net worth. SC! He'll take it in GG. Under 5 minutes. It was a slaughter.
Not many mistakes from SCC during that.
What is whoa GG?
It seems like the rule is just 1 kill.
SC looks like he's still playing. It's like, oh wait, yeah, I won this. yeah, okay, yeah. Another day at the office, boys. Give me the trophy now.
That was pretty easy.
It did seem to be. Too easy for SC. He has to adopt it now that Arteezy's out.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
They're all giggling.
Are we ready for our experts?
I don't...
All right.
Thank you. Yes. Wow, that was over a lot fast.